My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and AJ Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Lara Herod, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through, and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. And it was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then spirit takes this away from me. I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
By coming together, we can create quantum magic that boosts each one of us and actually contributes to the healing of all life on our planet. The purpose of this TV show is to inspire you, inform you, entertain you, and awaken you to the love and power of your true quantum self. You see, you are a vital part of the healing of our planet. Come as you are. Come with your light, your curiosity, and your desire for freedom and awakening. And also come with your deep pains and struggles, because those are welcome here as well. Now, by participating in this show, you can receive quantum energy activations. A quantum activation is a download of light and grace that takes you within yourself and helps trigger spontaneous healings or awakenings. As more and more of us awaken our superpowers and play our part in this cosmic symphony, we co-create a powerful, gorgeous sound that rocks this world and transforms us. This is what will save our planet. I'm delighted to be your guide on this journey of awakening to the amazing truth of who you really are.
Mediumship to me is very personal. It is something that I was born able to do but didn't realize it. So when I had a true root awakening, I was opened up to my abilities.
Entities or spiritual energy, they appear, they present themselves when the person who's seeking them is open to them.
I am feeling, oh my gosh, so much love from a grandmother energy coming in for you.
Yeah, I get goosebumps when you're saying that.
The spirit's like, and she wants to know she's okay.
Yes.
Yes, everything happens for you, not to you. Everybody can do this. Everybody can connect to the other side. We can all share moments with our loved ones in spirit. And I'm here to take you on that journey. I am here to show you that yes, you can medium and you can medium well.
Yes, hello. Yes, Manuel is here. Thank you, Manuel, for doing such an amazing job with our live stream. We've been talking about you. So everybody want to say hello to Manuel?
Hello, Manuel.
We just want you to know how much we appreciate you, Manuel. For those of you who are live streaming, Manuel is doing all the tech end of the live stream today, bringing it for you, making sure everything is as it should be, sound-wise, visually, anything on the tech end. So what would we do without Manuel? Thank goodness we don't have to find that out. So we want to give our thanks. And I would love to give my thanks to everybody who's here today. For those of you who are here who don't know me, and for those of you who are live streaming who may not know me, my name is Barbara Tintori. I work with our amazing, spectacular goddess founder, Tangela, to bring these Enlightenment Expos to you live and the talks live streaming to you all. I'm also an actor producer. I am so excited about Soul Search TV, our brand new channel. We hope you are all tuning in to all of our original series, magnificent original series, most of which are produced by our very own practitioners. You can find our channel on all the major platforms: Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire, Android TV. You can also go to soulsearch.tv and you can view all of our shows there as well. So we hope you all tune in. And on top of all of that, I'm also a Reiki master teacher, and I am beyond delighted and blessed to bring you a little taste of Reiki in these circles. What I explained to everyone here, and I'm going to explain to you all in the live stream as well. Normally, my Reiki circles go about 2.5 hours. And so we do a lot of different things. Today, you are all going to get a little taste of what Reiki is. You're going to get a little taste of experiencing it within you. For those of you who are live streaming, when I run the Reiki energy in the room and I'm actually touching everybody here, your only job is just to breathe and receive. You may not see me on the screen because I'll be walking around to the people, but know that I am also running the energy through you. And so you can do, if you are alone watching this, you can do Reiki on yourself when it's time to do Reiki on each other. If you have somebody there with you, even if you have an animal there with you, animals love Reiki, you can feel free to practice on them and experiencing for yourself as you are live streaming. So again, thank you everybody for being here. I just want to get a little sense, who here is familiar with Reiki? I know Christina, you are. Oh, wonderful. Who here is a practitioner of Reiki? Amazing, Christina. And you are a Reiki master, I know. And you level 2. Okay, well, yes. Soon to be Reiki master. That's what I'm hearing. So yes. And you have received Reiki, but you're also, aren't you?
I'm a massage therapist.
You're a massage therapist, because I remember
I'm familiar with it.
Yes. Okay, wonderful. And the rest of you are brand new to Reiki? Wonderful. And I don't know about you all live streaming, but I'm going to give you the rundown of the basics here. Reiki is a Japanese form of energy healing. It was downloaded to an amazing man, Mikao Uzui, a little over 100 years ago in Kyoto, Japan. He was a fervent student of all things hands-on healing. So he studied Jesus and Buddha and all of these magnificent healers. And he knew that it was part of his life's journey to be involved in hands-on healing. I have chills all over my body right now. There's a lot of energy in this room here. We get a lot of soul visitors coming when we do these Reiki circles. Come on in. You are good. And that's okay. I haven't put out the sign yet. So for those of you, when we actually start the meditation, I'm going to put out a sign so no one can come in. So this container will stay this container. So at any rate, he was on a 21-day fast in the mountains of Kyoto. He stumbled and fell and was knocked out, knocked unconscious. And when he came to, what was shown to him, he was downloaded Reiki. He was downloaded all the symbols. We use symbols as we work with Reiki. He was downloaded all the hand positions. He was downloaded the attunements, so how to attune people to be able to practice Reiki. He was also a skeptic, and so he tried it on his own wound and was healed enough to go down the mountain, ate a full meal at the bottom of the mountain, and was able to digest the food with his friends at the restaurant once he did Reiki on the food. He even did Reiki on the waitress who had a toothache, and it greatly helped her pain. So he began working in the slums of Kyoto, working on people and seeing the miraculous results, and so began to actually train people in Reiki. It made its way to the United States, or to Hawaii first, and then to the United States in the 1960s. And you'll see variations of Reiki, Reiki fire, different kinds of Reiki. I use traditional Uzui Reiki. That's my lineage. That's how I was trained. And then I kind of do my own thing. I combine it with what I've been downloaded by my own guides and my own intuition. And I combine it with my own things. So there's level Reiki 1, Reiki 2, Reiki Master. If you break down the word Reiki, Rei is a word kind of meaning God, source, divine, universe, whatever that word is for you. Ki, Chi, Prana. So it's universal life force energy channeled through the practitioner, through the crown chakra, down into the heart, through the arms, out the hands. And it's a very special healing energy. We are guided to work on chakras. I'm giving this very fast, but the 7 energy centers in the body. We're spiritual beings having a human experience, right? So we are energy. Everything is energy. You don't need to be woo to know that. Science knows that. So if everything is energy, it makes sense that there is a system within our bodies to help regulate that energy system, and that would be our chakras. And it works in tandem with our nervous system, with our immune system, to help regulate us as spiritual beings having this human experience in this dense earth vessel. So we as practitioners work with the Reiki energy to help balance the chakras, to keep them open and flowing, remove obstacles. It is amazing energy for stress, for anxiety, for depression, for insomnia, for healing. If you've had surgery and you work with a Reiki practitioner in the days following surgery, you will tend to heal faster. Reiki has done miraculous things in my life and in the life of people I've worked with. And you can just about see a gazillion testimonials online. And it's pretty traditional now, utilized in cancer centers around the world. They find that when people who are in the process of doing chemotherapy receive Reiki during chemotherapy, they are not as symptomatic. And so it is now a pretty much a staple in more mainstream world. A lot of spirit people here wanting to give messages as well while we're here. So I am going to dive right into a little meditation. First, what I'd like, and everybody who is live streaming as well, we are going to all together do 3 ohms. So we're going to allow that frequency of the ohm to connect our energies, to connect us with Mother Gaia, to connect us with the earth, and with all of the elements around us, and to connect us with all of the energies who are here in this room today to help us and support us and guide us. So we're going to do the ohms, and I'm going to put the sign out of the front door. So ohm is actually, you can think of it in 3 parts. However the sound works for you. Doesn't matter if you're tone deaf, doesn't matter what sound actually comes out of your mouth, just let it come out, because it is a frequency we are connecting with the universe. So if you are all ready, and if our amazing live stream audience is ready, let's go ahead and do 3 ohms. On a deep breath in, let it out. Another breath in. Beautiful. Now let's go ahead and take another deep breath in and out. Now, knowing you are all here in a safe and sacred container, let's go ahead and everybody bring to mind the word that is your intention for today, for this session. Whatever's the first thing that comes into your mind, those of you live streaming as well. And for those of you who are here, whoever would feel like shouting out the word that is their intention, feel free to do that now.
Intensity.
Intensity. Amazing. Love. Love. Sorry, what did you say? Healing. Healing. Beautiful. Oh yes, I forgot to mention of the silencing of the cell phones, which I actually make sure I did that too. Don't be sorry, Karen. It's all good. If that's the worst thing that happens to us today, Karen, we are blessed. We are good. Don't even worry. Anybody else want to shout out an intention? Love. I love it. Lots of love in the room today. Love. Beautiful. Thank you for that. And my intention is to create a safe and sacred space for you all here today and everybody joining us live stream whenever in this time and space continuum that will be. Know that this energy is for you and available to you anytime you watch this replay. So this is amazing. What we're going to do now is we're just going to go into a little bit of a grounding meditation, and then I am going to actually run Reiki energy in the room, and I'll talk a little bit more about that before we do it. But now let's go ahead and settle in our chairs. If you are at home watching this, wherever you are, settle in your chairs. If you are lying down, great. If you are sitting, let's allow your feet to be on the floor and your spine nice and straight. Make sure your sits bones are nice and comfortable wherever you are. And I'm going to put the sign on the door. And I hope you all can hear that. I didn't have my little speaker. I forgot I wasn't going to have my computer, which we are live streaming from. Everybody get settled in, and I'm going to put the sign on the door. At your own pace. Take 3 deep breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth. Breathing in that power that breathes you, that power that creates with you. You can't take that one breath on your own. You can't make your heart beat on your own. We're joined here by the power of the divine. And breathing in that life force energy that you are a part of, a spark of. And as you breathe out, just allowing everything that is not that, everything that does not serve you, allowing that to just be released with one breath out, just as your lungs release that stale air. It's that easy. And as you return to normal breathing, let's go ahead and envision now beautiful golden light, beautiful light of the divine, whatever that color is for you. Imagining that coming through your crown and entering your headspace. Just go ahead and notice its warmth, its richness, its healing, its love. Allowing that warmth now to wash over all the soft tissue of the brain. Allowing all that wiring and firing of thought to just take a break. Envisioning now that beautiful light flowing down the back of the face, gently releasing all the little muscles there around the eyes and forehead, down through the cheeks and into the jaw. Feeling now that lower jaw gently separating from the mouth, offering a signal to your nervous system that it is safe to go into center, into calm. Feeling that beautiful golden energy now, filling your entire earth suit, your entire body space. Feeling its warmth creeping into every small corner, every nook and cranny of the body. Visualizing it now, gently blanketing every organ, wrapping around every muscle, every joint, gently softening every nerve ending. Every layer of skin is filled with this light. Every single cell in your body is intensified and magnified and enlivened and instantaneously healed by this beautiful divine energy. Feeling this energy now flowing like two golden rods out from the bottoms of your feet. Feeling your feet on the floor, feeling the power of that energy pass through your feet, down through the ground, down through the earth, passing through every layer of the earth, and flowing down until it reaches the open arms of Mother Gaia. She is standing there waiting, patiently and lovingly, to embrace this energy. As she embraces this energy, it is now infused with her light, her power, her magnificence. She is sending her gratitude back up through the earth to you for all you are doing as light workers in this time. She is acknowledging your courage, your strength, your power, even for those who may not see it or know it. She does. And as this golden light through these rods are sent back up through the earth, now intensified 1,000,000 times over by her energy and love, this energy now comes back up through the earth, up through the ground, up through the floor, back up into our feet, and now completely electrifying our entire body with this beautiful light now combined with the beautiful light of Mother Gaia. Once again, every nook and cranny, every cell is ignited, re-energized, recharged. This beautiful light flows back up through our entire body, passing through every chakra, balancing it, opening it as it goes. Back up through the heart, back up through the throat, the third eye, the crown, shooting 4 feet above our crown. And now we envision and feel this magnificent energy and light flowing down like a fountain over each side of our body, completely wrapping us, encircling us in its light and love. So not only do we have this amazing energy vibrating within us, we are now literally bathing in it, completely cocooned in its healing, in its light, in its love. And now on the next breath, we bring our attention to the edges of this amazing energy field. And now we visualize permeating out from it a clear, solid shield of protection. This shield now begins to completely encircle and encase our entire energy field. So now we are also cocooned in total safety and protection, as this shield is impenetrable to anything except love. Love only love can enter. Love only love can exit. and along with it, everything and anything that no longer serves us, our highest good, and the highest good. And so now as you bask in the bliss of this total healing, this total light, this total love, this total protection, you allow yourselves to completely surrender in this safe and sacred space. And as we do that, we invite in our guides, our healers, our angels, our teachers, the elementals, the galactics, our loved ones, anyone and anything in our spirit posse that comes in love and only love. We invite them in now to participate in this healing or simply to hold space. And with that, when you're ready, on the next deep breath, let's go ahead and blink your eyes open and come back to the room. How's everybody doing? All right. So now I am going to run Reiki energy into the room. So you want to have your chairs close enough that you can be holding the hand of the person on either side of you. If you have to arrange yourselves in a different position in order to do that, maybe create a little circle here. Let's bring our chairs and just connect with the person next to you. And as you do that, I'm going to explain a little bit what this means. So when a Reiki master runs energy through a group, it's kind of like if we all decided to go to the Ritz-Carlton in Half Moon Bay today, and we wanted to go to the spa. We wanted to get a day pass for the spa. It's not like you are a resident of the Ritz-Carlton or even staying in a hotel room overnight. You get a day pass. So for that day, you can experience it. And for us, I'm going to be running the Reiki energy, giving you a day pass to work with that energy. We are all healers. Being that we are all energy, we are all healers. So what is the first thing that happens if I were to bump myself into the corner of the table? What would I probably do? I'd put my hand over it. If our child falls and hits their head, what's the first thing a parent usually does? Runs up and puts their hand on the injury. We are innate healers. We understand that we all possess this capacity to heal through our hands. So whether or not you ever choose to do Reiki healing or become certified, know that you have the capacity to heal with your hands. So just tuning into that energy, doing a meditation like we did, and then putting your hands on someone you love with the intention of healing, because everything is about intention, you will do some good. Let's put it that way. So for you watching on the live stream, I'm just going to ask you to open your hands and just receive. That's your only job. For you all here, I'm going to have you have your left hand up and your right hand down. And you're going to connect with the person next to you. And you can either, if you're not comfortable touching, you can hover. It's the same because we're all energy. If you're comfortable touching, that's great. I'm going to come behind you. I'm going to put my hand on the crown of one person and on the back of the other, and I'm going to run the energy. Then when we're done, we're going to have about 2 or 3 minutes to work on each other, and then we can talk about it outside because the next speaker has to come in. So I am going to keep the music going while I do that. Right. I could have kept doing that. I could have done that all day. The energy in here is just so beautiful. So many messages trying to come in, so many loved ones in spirit. And I wasn't sure if there were some coming from the live stream as well, but we'll talk. So come up to the registration table and there's just a lot of beautiful energy here. You have a little playmate with you. So you have a little playmate in spirit with you who loves being around you, and you're very connected. And so it's lovely. A little fairy energy around you. It's really, really lovely. There's a beautiful little girl here for those of you who are live streaming, and she had a very playful energy around her. She has so much joy in her heart. So we're gonna take a deep breath. Come back to the room. You can disconnect your hands. So you have a little taste of Reiki energy running through you. You all may have experienced something or not. There's no right or wrong. Some people feel things in their body. Some people feel emotions. Some people just go to a deep place. It can be different every time. There is no right or wrong. So speaking of no right or wrong, there is no right or wrong with Reiki. You can't hurt someone with Reiki. You can't do it wrong. It is intention of love and healing and light flowing through your heart, out your hands, onto somebody. And that is pure light. That is pure love. You can't do anything wrong. So on that note, we're going to pair off. Let's go ahead and if you all want to work either together or with someone you don't know, you're welcome to do that. Otherwise, let's pick someone next to you. We're just going to pair off. Are you two together? Okay, you're together. So I'm going to do you two. How about that? And I'm going to do you two. Is that okay? And is it okay to work with someone that you don't know, or would you like to work with someone you're with?
It's okay.
It's okay. Okay, why don't the two of you work together? There's a lot of fairy energy going on between the two of you, so this is good. I'm going to have the two of you. And let's do, oh, you guys do. No, do you know each other? Oh, you should know each other. So yes, you two. Christina, meet Karen. Karen, meet Christina. The two of you. Beautiful. And the two of you. And do you have anybody? No, then you and me. Okay. Yay. Okay. That is beautiful. For those of you who are live streaming, if you're alone, you can take this time to do Reiki energy on yourself, or if you're with a pet, or if you want to pause it and bring someone in, you're welcome to do that as well. So I'm just going to quickly show you, you're going to decide with your partner who goes first. Then the partner who is receiving first sits. You're going to stand behind them. We're going to start out. I'm going to have you do 3 breaths in, just imagining Reiki fire coming in through your crown, going through your heart, your hands. We're going to take 3 breaths in and 3 hard breaths out. And it's going to look like this. As I'm visualizing and going through my arms, out my hands, 3 times. You might feel a little heat when your hands are ready. You're going to stand in Gasho here with your hands near your heart, just kind of setting the intention to give healing to your partner, allowing any thoughts to just melt away. And when you're ready, you're going to place your hands either directly on your partner's crown or above. It's just opening up that connection with the divine. You can stay there as long as you'd like. You can stay there the whole time if that's where you're being called. You can move to different parts of the body. There's no right or wrong on how long you stay or how short you stay. Just follow your intuition. If it's like, oh, I don't know why, but I have an intuition to go to her heart, you might want to ask permission if it's okay to touch. Otherwise, you can just hover above and stay there. And then we're going to just have a few minutes to work with each other, but it'll give you a little bit of a taste. So go ahead and find your partner.
So you want to go? Okay.
And for those of you who are live streaming, I'm going to set a timer we're going to do 3 minutes on our partner. So everybody, normally I would have in a regular Reiki circle. In a regular Reiki circle, guys, we'd have 10 minutes to work on each other, but this is our little taste, so we're going to do 3 minutes. Okay. Because I am bound and determined not to go over. I tend to go over, so I know that's when we're live streaming. I can't really do that. So you can, do you want to come here and then the live stream can if you don't mind.
No worries.
What is your name? Vanessa. Vanessa. Live stream people, this is Vanessa. She's receiving energy today from me. And so, all right, so you can just begin by doing the breathing in the Reiki fire. For those of you who are already Reiki practitioners, you might have a different way to do it. That's totally fine.
Is the one getting the healing just?
So your only job, thank you for Bob for asking that. If there's a bill, there's a bill that came in this room. So if there's a bill in spirit for anybody, let me know. There's a Bill and Alan and
anybody that makes a mistake on Bob always goes to Bill.
Is that right?
Oh, it's like
that's
99% of the time it's fine.
Yeah, you probably have a Bill in spirit around you.
My
So
parents,
people are connected with that. So yes, so as you're receiving the Reiki energy, your only job is to just be open to receiving. Your hands don't have to be in any particular position. Just be comfortable and just allow whatever feelings come up or none at all. All right. So I'm going to start the timer for 3 minutes. That went fast. All right. So how, when you stop, just finish whatever you're doing. And then we basically want to almost wrap the Reiki energy around that person. And when you are done with that, you're going to disconnect from the energy. The energy stays there, yours stays yours. You're going to go into Gasho and show gratitude to your partner for sharing her beautiful energy with us. And now we're going to quickly shift. And when we go outside, I know you may have a lot to share with your partner. Let's not take the time to share now. We're going to go right into it. I love all this, but guys, I'm so sorry. We're gonna go right into the next one, but I want everybody to, kills me. My Reiki circles for the live streamers are usually 2.5 hours. So we talk a lot and share a lot, but we're gonna go right into it. And then after we can step outside and share, because I really want you to share with each other, because this is a pretty amazing experience. So we are going to, go ahead and you can start anytime. Do your breathing and 3 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and finish where you are, wrapping the energy and disconnecting with the slap. accepting with gratitude. Amazing. Oh my goodness, look at, we're finishing on time, I can't believe it. So I would love to talk to you all about the experience. What I'd like for you all to do before we wrap up is to just take a deep breath, close your eyes, and come up with a gratitude. Something that you feel incredibly grateful for in this moment after this experience. Just allow the feeling tone of that gratitude to travel through your entire body. Knowing that you are leaving here on a vibration of love and abundance. Understanding now that we are all healers. We can channel our own inner divine healing at any time and offer it as a gift to ourselves and to others. Taking another deep breath as you feel your feet firmly planted on the floor. And I encourage everybody to meet outside and share the experience with your partner. And I would love to hear your experiences. Come up to the front table. There was a lot of spirit in the room as well, and a lot of people kind of were clamoring for messages, and I couldn't indulge that per se. But if anybody here in this room and anybody on the live stream, if you are interested in being a part of a virtual Reiki circle with me and Soul Search, please let us know. You can email me at barbara@soulsearch.io. Again, barbara@soulsearch.io, and you can subject it Reiki Circle, and then I will know that you are interested in being a part. For those of you who are here, if you come up to the front and leave me your email information, I can let you know when we're going to get that started. So, but for now, I just hope you are leaving here with a little bit of an understanding of your own capacity to heal through love and intention. And if there's any way I can support you, don't hesitate to let me know. Thank you for coming. I can't wait for the next one. Reiki circles are my one of my favorite things in the whole world to do. So I'm all about it. And you guys have amazing, and there was so much. We'll talk outside. So yes. So thank you again. Oh, there we go. That's spirit saying stop talking. Thanks, live stream people. See you next time.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and A.J. Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through, and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. And it was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then spirit takes this away from me. So I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
By coming together, we can create quantum magic that boosts each one of us and actually contributes to the healing of all life on our planet. The purpose of this TV show is to inspire you, inform you, entertain you, and awaken you to the love and power of your true quantum self. You see, you are a vital part of the healing of our planet. Come as you are. Come with your light, your curiosity, and your desire for freedom and awakening. And also come with your deep pains and struggles, because those are welcome here as well. Now, by participating in this show, you can receive quantum energy activations. A quantum activation is a download of light and grace that takes you within yourself and helps trigger spontaneous healings or awakenings. As more and more of us awaken our superpowers and play our part in this cosmic symphony, we co-create a powerful, gorgeous sound that rocks this world and transforms us. This is what will save our planet. I'm delighted to be your guide on this journey of awakening to the amazing truth of who you really are.
Mediumship to me is very personal. It is something that I was born able to do but didn't realize it. So when I had a true root awakening, I was opened up to my abilities.
Entities or spiritual energy, they appear, they present themselves when the person who's seeking them is open to them.
I am feeling, oh my gosh, so much love from a grandmother energy coming in for you.
Yeah, I get goosebumps when you're saying that.
The spirit's like, and she wants to know she's okay.
Yes.
Yes, everything happens for you, not to you. Everybody can do this. Everybody can connect to the other side. We can all share moments with our loved ones in spirit. And I'm here to take you on that journey. I am here to show you that yes, you can medium and you can medium well.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and A.J. Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the guides.
As you step into the life you find and new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution. And we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through, and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. And it was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then spirit takes this away from me. I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
By coming together, we can create quantum magic that boosts each one of us and actually contributes to the healing of all life on our planet. The purpose of this TV show is to inspire you, inform you, entertain you, and awaken you to the love and power of your true quantum self. You see, you are a vital part of the healing of our planet. Come as you are. Come with your light, your curiosity, and your desire for freedom and awakening. And also come with your deep pains and struggles, because those are welcome here as well. Now, by participating in this show, you can receive quantum energy activations. A quantum activation is a download of light and grace that takes you within yourself and helps trigger spontaneous healings or awakenings. As more and more of us awaken our superpowers and play our part in this cosmic symphony, we co-create a powerful, gorgeous sound that rocks this world and transforms us. This is what will save our planet. I'm delighted to be your guide on this journey of awakening to the amazing truth of who you really are.
Mediumship to me is very personal. It is something that I was born able to do but didn't realize it. So when I had a true root awakening, I was opened up to my abilities.
Entities or spiritual energy, they appear, they present themselves when the person who's seeking them is open to them.
I am feeling, oh my gosh, so much love from a grandmother energy coming in for you.
I get goosebumps when you're saying that.
The spirit's like, and she wants to know she's okay.
Yes.
Yes, everything happens for you, not to you.
Everybody can do this. Everybody can connect to the other side. We can all share moments with our loved ones in spirit. And I'm here to take you on that journey. I am here to show you that yes, you can medium and you can medium well.
Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and A.J. Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the guides.
As you step into the life, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Larahair, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through, and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. And it was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then spirit takes this away from me. I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
By coming together, we can create quantum magic that boosts each one of us and actually contributes to the healing of all life on our planet. The purpose of this TV show is to inspire you, inform you, entertain you, and awaken you to the love and power of your true quantum self. You see, you are a vital part of the healing of our planet. Come as you are. Come with your light, your curiosity, and your desire for freedom and awakening. And also come with your deep pains and struggles, because those are welcome here as well. Now, by participating in this show, you can receive quantum energy activations. A quantum activation is a download of light and grace that takes you within yourself and helps trigger spontaneous healings or awakenings. As more and more of us awaken our superpowers and play our part in this cosmic symphony, we co-create a powerful, gorgeous sound that rocks this world and transforms us. This is what will save our planet. I'm delighted to be your guide on this journey of awakening to the amazing truth of who you really are.
Mediumship to me is very personal. It is something that I was born able to do but didn't realize it. So when I had a true root awakening, I was opened up to my abilities.
Entities or spiritual energy, they appear, they present themselves when the person who's seeking them is open to them.
I am feeling, oh my gosh, so much love from a grandmother energy coming in for you.
I get goosebumps when you're saying that.
The Spirit's like, and she wants to know she's okay.
Yes.
Yes, everything happens for you, not to you.
Everybody can do this. Everybody can connect to the other side. We can all share moments with our loved ones in spirit. And I'm here to take you on that journey. I am here to show you that yes, you can medium and you can medium well.
Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and A.J. Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
As you step into the life, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Larahair, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through, and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. And it was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then spirit takes this away from me. I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
By coming together, we can create quantum magic that boosts each one of us and actually contributes to the healing of all life on our planet. The purpose of this TV show is to inspire you, inform you, entertain you, and awaken you to the love and power of your true quantum self. You see, you are a vital part of the healing of our planet. Come as you are. Come with your light, your curiosity, and your desire for freedom and awakening. And also come with your deep pains and struggles, because those are welcome here as well. Now, by participating in this show, you can receive quantum energy activations. A quantum activation is a download of light and grace that takes you within yourself and helps trigger spontaneous healings or awakenings. As more and more of us awaken our superpowers and play our part in this cosmic symphony, we co-create a powerful, gorgeous sound that rocks this world and transforms us. This is what will save our planet. I'm delighted to be your guide on this journey of awakening to the amazing truth of who you really are.
Mediumship to me is very personal. It is something that I was born able to do but didn't realize it. So when I had a true root awakening, I was opened up to my abilities.
Entities or spiritual energy, they appear, they present themselves when the person who's seeking them is open to them.
I am feeling, oh my gosh, so much love from a grandmother energy coming in for you.
I get goosebumps when you're saying that.
Spirit's like, and she wants to know she's okay.
Yes.
Yes. Everything happens for you, not to you. Everybody can do this. Everybody can connect to the other side. We can all share moments with our loved ones in spirit. And I'm here to take you on that journey. I am here to show you that yes, you can medium and you can medium well.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and A.J. Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the guides.
As you step into the life you find, and new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Larahair, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through, and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. And it was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then spirit takes this away from me. I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
By coming together, we can create quantum magic that boosts each one of us and actually contributes to the healing of all life on our planet. The purpose of this TV show is to inspire you, inform you, entertain you, and awaken you to the love and power of your true quantum self. You see, you are a vital part of the healing of our planet. Come as you are. Come with your light, your curiosity, and your desire for freedom and awakening. And also come with your deep pains and struggles, because those are welcome here as well. Now, by participating in this show, you can receive quantum energy activations. A quantum activation is a download of light and grace that takes you within yourself and helps trigger spontaneous healings or awakenings. As more and more of us awaken our superpowers and play our part in this cosmic symphony, we co-create a powerful, gorgeous sound that rocks this world and transforms us. This is what will save our planet. I'm delighted to be your guide on this journey of awakening to the amazing truth of who you really are.
Mediumship to me is very personal. It is something that I was born able to do but didn't realize it. So when I had a true root awakening, I was opened up to my abilities.
Entities or spiritual energy, they appear, they present themselves when the person who's seeking them is open to them.
I am feeling, oh my gosh, so much love from a grandmother energy coming in for you.
I get goosebumps when you're saying that.
The spirit's like, and she wants to know she's okay.
Yes.
Yes, everything happens for you, not to you. Everybody can do this. Everybody can connect to the other side. We can all share moments with our loved ones in spirit. And I'm here to take you on that journey. I am here to show you
that yes, you can medium and you can medium well.
everyone. Welcome to Soul Search, and we're here in Santa Clara. And hello to everyone tuning in on the live stream. I'm Tangela, the founder of Soul Search, and we're so excited that you're joining us here this weekend for our amazing talk with Joy Robbie. And Joy is going to be speaking to us about the spiritual side of business success. And she is amazing because she has actually had a successful career as a marketer, as a business strategist, entrepreneur, working with Fortune 500 companies and successfully building businesses and selling startups. But then a decade ago, she started getting into this woo-woo world that we're all a part of here today and now, and began working with Marilyn Harper, her business partner here, as the person to support communicating these divine messages out into the world. And it's been a powerful partnership for both of you. And so Joy's mission is to inspire people to take action and turn their dreams into a reality by providing practical and effective tools to transform their deep passion for spiritual work into a thriving business. And so I'm really excited to have Joy here today. Thank you so much. And we're excited about what she's going to be sharing with all of us. So thank you for joining, and thanks, Joy.
Thank you, Tangela. And wow, that is bright. It's not off to the side. So my name is Joy Roby, and I am so excited to be here. If there was one person in the room, I would still talk about how much I love business and spirituality together. And yes, I think they both can work really, really well. I know a lot of people now that are doing their life calling that are making a very good living doing it. So it is something that you can absolutely do. And it's actually much more simple than you think. It may not be easy, but it's absolutely much more simple. So before I get started, I have a question for you. Actually, I have a couple questions for you. Why did the yogi go to work for the bank? Thank you. Because he had balance. So I'd like to know who's here, because this talk could go many different directions. By a show of hands, how many of you are here because you would love that you know your life calling and you would love to be able to make a living at it? Okay. And how many of you are here because you're already making a living at your life calling, but you'd really like to take it to the next level? Okay. And how many of you are here because you liked my leather jacket here? You know, I'll go see whatever Joy has to say. All right. So the rest of you, why are you here? I'm just curious. Oh, okay. That makes it even more fun. Yeah. Because, you know, my dream is that everybody could wake up every morning and do what they love to do. And it doesn't have to be a spiritual business. You can always bring your spirituality into your business. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. So who am I? This is my business, Solopreneur, S-O-U-L-O. I've been a solo, S-O-L-O-preneur my entire life. I've started many different businesses and I've sold them, and I usually get them to a certain point, like 6-7 figures, and then I go on to the next one. I get really bored fast. As soon as something has a process, I'm usually out of there. The key is, though, in order to really make money at your calling, is to figure out what that process is so that you can hand it off to other people. And that's really when you start to make money. And yes, I am going to talk about making money as a spiritual business, because I believe that spirit wants you to be abundant on every level. And that does include money. I mean, it takes money to do marketing. It takes money to have a business. It's the economy. It's the way that our world operates right now, anyway. So what happened to me was I really didn't know what my life purpose was. And I had a walk-in experience. Does anybody know what that is? Does anybody not know what a walk-in experience is? Okay. As Marilyn said yesterday, because she also had one, I never would have believed this is possible. But I literally woke up one day a completely different person. I went to sleep as a type A soccer mom, corporate executive for a marketing firm in Santa Monica, a big marketing firm in Santa Monica, and lived in Los Angeles, and woke up the next day literally not knowing who I was. I was in LA. The last thing I remembered was kind of hovering over my bed and looking at my husband, who was asleep. It was about 5 a.m. and I lived in right near the port of Los Angeles. And all I could hear was like noise. It was like my hearing was so accentuated. And oops, I didn't start this. I could easily talk for way too long. Yeah, so I didn't even like. I had an innate ability come in that I wasn't aware of, and suddenly everything was loud and noisy. Within 2 weeks, I quit my corporate job. I had 2 kids in college. I was the breadwinner. My husband was like, "What is happening?" My family's like, "She's having a nervous breakdown. Who is she's wearing tie-dye now? She's went from Ann Taylor to tie-dye and flip-flops, and she doesn't want to go to work." And then I met Marilyn Harper. And it's interesting how spirit works. And I really do believe that we create all of this in our world based upon our feelings. That's why it's so important for us to be in touch with our feelings. But so through a very synchronistic set of events, Marilyn was in Branson, Missouri. I'm from California. Like, I don't even know where Missouri is. It's somewhere in the middle of the country. And she's in Branson, Missouri, and she's basically getting a download that Spirit is saying, you're going to go and do all of these events. And she's been working at this point for 10 years on her own, part-time, hasn't made more than $10,000 in a year, has a mailing list of like 800 people. And I'm here to tell you it was actually 300 because most of them were duplicates by the time I got with her. But so she shook her fist at God. Is it okay if I use the word God? Is anybody offended by that? Okay, because I do like God. God is good, orderly direction to me. So she shook her fist at God and she said, if you want me to do this, I need some help. Guess what? That same time, I was in LA having this nervous breakdown and quit my job and decided, I think I'm going to sell my house and buy a motorhome. And I'm just going to hit the road. I work off the internet. I could make money anywhere. And my husband, my family are like, who is this person? And so I went to buy this motorhome and I actually got the woman that I looked at motorhomes so long that they brought in the closer. You know what I mean? Like the person who's like really going to muscle me into putting down my down payment and getting this motorhome. Well, that person happened to be the same person who opened up Marilyn Harper to channeling Adironda. And that person leaned forward and said to me, you're not a marketer, you're a promoter, and you need to call Marilyn Harper. And so the rest is history. That's how we met each other and came together. I called Marilyn, and keep in mind, I don't know what channeling is. I watched The Secret. That's where I was. Like I remember I watched What the Bleep. You remember that film? And I thought, what? Like I did not get it at all. And when I called Marilyn and said, hey, this person told me to call you, her response was, do you want a session with Adironda? And I'm like, Ada who? Like I had no idea who she was. And that's how I fell into doing what I'm doing. If you would have asked me 20 years ago that I'd be doing this, I would have told you, what's that? Like I wouldn't have even have known how to define it. But as I started down my spiritual path, as I'm sure many of you can relate to, opportunities started opening for me. And this is the key. Tangela knows this. You just say yes. My heart was loving this spirituality, my heart was just like, I felt love for the first time. I didn't feel the stress of my corporate job. And I just started leaning in. And it didn't happen right away. I mean, I'm like 15 years in now, you know, and now my business is in a really good place, but it took some time and some doing. So through that relationship, I did find my life purpose. It didn't happen right away, but I wouldn't have said that my life calling was what happened when I first started out. It started to unfold. And I'm going to show you like how it unfolded. And again, it's in your heart. Like, don't try to figure it out. Just learn to say yes to opportunity. So before I get going, I like to say that my divine essence is repurposing people and businesses. So people get to a point in their life and they're stuck. Like, they don't know if they want to stay in the same job. They don't know if they want to stay in the same relationship. And what I've found is my skill and talent is to help people actually repurpose themselves. So I have a program online called Mission Possible, and I do have a special offer if anybody's interested. It's $100 off, and you can actually get it right there, Mission Possible, if you're interested. And it's an online program that I'll tell you more about later if you are the person who's looking to figure out what your life calling is, because that's where you start, is having an idea of that. Then I also do offer another program called Solopreneur Academy that we just now opened up enrollment for the year. It's a 12-month program. It's an intensive. It's like getting your associate's degree in online marketing, but it also comes with a mastermind program of like-minded people. And if you're interested in that, you can come talk to me later and I'll tell you more about that. But that's not why you're here. So I have another dad joke for you, even though I'm a mom. So why did the meditation teacher open a bakery?
Why?
Thank you. Because he wanted to make some dough while helping others rise. So the point that I'm trying to make with this particular example is that you don't have to have a spiritual business. You don't have to be a channel. You don't have to be a healer. You don't have to be a reader. You could be a dry cleaner. You know, you could be an auto mechanic. You could be a nurse. You could be literally anything. And what I invite you to do is to take that spirituality into your work. And that's really understanding what your, whoops, there's that one yet. It's all about understanding your values. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But once you understand your values and you're clear on your mission, then everything just starts to open up for you. Your opportunities start opening up. And I'm here to tell you that you can never figure out something as amazing that will happen in your life as spirit will. Like, you can plan it, and I recommend that you do. But I also suggest you be totally open, because what happened for me in my life, I never would have dreamed of. All of the opportunities that came in, you know, the ability to travel all over the world to every continent on the planet, I never would have dreamed that would have been part of my life. So let me tell you how big this industry is right now. This is like, if you ever thought about starting a spiritual business, this is the best opportunity ever. Thank you, COVID. Because what happened was people had to go inside, literally, like, and metaphorically, right? It caused them to ask themselves, who am I? And it created this whole industry in what we call the wellness industry. And even though this wellness industry is huge, it includes a lot of things like self-help. It includes, you know, alternative healing. It includes mind, body, soul, if you think of it that way. It grew in 2022. It grew to a high of $5.6 trillion. That is a big industry, okay? Now they're saying that by 2027, it's going to grow by 8.5 trillion. And just to give you an idea of how big that is, the entire it's as large as the entire technology industry. That's big, okay? It rivals the healthcare industry, which is projected to reach 12 million. And it's now even bigger than the automobile industry. That's how much of an opportunity exists right now. I mean, there has never been a better time. So how do you tap into it? One of my favorite subjects, be you. Be unique. Don't go copying other people. I see that I can walk through the room, see this all the time. Be you. Figure out who you are. Be you. So, who are you? I love this image because this is what I want you to do. Like you may be here. You know, we all go through this when we start our business. Oh my God, someone's going to know more than me. Yes, someone is going to know more than you. Oh my God, they're going to think I'm an imposter. Someone might think you an imposter. You're not there to help that person. You're there to help everybody else who showed up underneath that you may have just a little bit more information than they do. This is so important. I talk about this all the time with my clients. What are your values? You have to know who you are. I can tell you right now my values. It's got to be spiritual. It's got to be fun. I won't do it if it's not fun. I'm old enough now to know better. And it also has to be in integrity. And with those three values in mind, my business took off. It went in directions. I mean, I have a high-end television recording studio in Branson, Missouri. Would I have ever had that if I planned it? Not in a million years. I was terrified of public speaking. Why would I ever get up in front of people, you know? Why would I ever get in front of a video camera? But because I said yes, and I was working with people who were in integrity and who were fun, it just started unfolding. What's my mission? My mission is to help you with your mission. It took me years to kind of figure that out, but I ask you as you go forward and think about your calling, what is your real mission? Like, what do you want to achieve in life? What do you want to do? And I challenge you to think big. Like, Spirit wants you to show up. The world needs us light workers right now to show up. And I just told you how big the industry is. There's plenty of people who are showing up really small. It's not any more effort to show up big. What's your why? This is so important. Why the heck do you want to do it? Because you know what? There's going to be times where there's no money in your checking account. There's going to be times when you're tired. You're up until 11 o'clock at night. You got to be back on the floor at 5. You're tired. You have to have a why that gets you through those moments. You've really got to find your passion to be able to do this. And then finally, and this is to me the easy part, but this is fishing. I call it fishing. You've got to go figure out, who are you selling to? You want them to open up your package, do your program, buy your service, and I'm going to show you that again. Because watch these guys. You look, yeah, you know, because when somebody starts doing that, they start telling people about you. You actually stop marketing. They start marketing you. And I'm going to walk through a couple of examples of this in a minute. But if you have a life calling right now, I talk to people all the time, you know, I want to be a healer. For who? And do not say for the world. Yeah, maybe the whole world needs what you have, but you can't afford to market to them. Find the one person, and I remember when I went through this with Marilyn, I said, why should people listen to you? And she'd get upset with me. Because I'm Marilyn Harper, you know, and I'm like, yeah, but so what? You know, and if you drill down on your own life calling that way, like, find the one person, here's the key, that will pay you. Okay, your mom may love your services, your best friend may love your services, but find somebody who's actually going to give you money, because that's how you're going to build your market. And once you know who that one person is, do all of your marketing, all your communication as if you're talking to that one person. Because once you connect with that one person, that person's going to go, oh my God, have you met Joy Roby? She's so fun. She has Bitmojis on her website. You know, you're going to find your tribe that way. When you try to appeal to everybody, you come out like, you know, homogenized milk. you're just sort of like, like people look at you, they see your benefits, but they don't know why they should do business with you. I love the saying. It's actually credited with Elizabeth. Am I on screen? No, okay. I forget that there are people out there too watching. Hi. So I love the saying. I saw that it was accredited with Elizabeth Gilbert, who wrote Eat, Pray, Love. But actually, I think the guy from the lead singer, Jerry Garcia from the Grateful Dead, first said it. You must be that person who does that thing nobody else does quite like you. Now, there's a reason why. I'm going to use Marilyn Harper as an example, and I have other clients, but she's my best friend and my favorite example. She does a lot of stuff. She's multi-passionate. My biggest challenge with her is reining her in, because ideas are the easy part. Anyone who's ever tried to start a business, like, you can come up with ideas all day long. They don't mean anything if you aren't able to implement them. And so Marilyn comes up with ideas, and then this show, I'll use this as an example. We had no idea, it's the first time we've done it. We had no idea who would be here. She does lots of different things. She could have done a table about how to channel. She could have done a table about holographic healing. Thank you, I'm selling you right there.
Thank you.
She could have done like one of our many adventure retreats that we do all over the world. She could have talked about anything, but I said, no, you need the swords, because I know nobody else has the selenite swords of light. And I also know that if we have a table amongst a bunch of vendors, people are going to walk right up to the table and go, what are these? And that's exactly what happened for you. And that's why we chose that. Like, you want to, when you figure out what your life calling is, and then you start to get out in the marketplace, you have to kind of look at yourself in the marketplace. Like, you're a great example, because I'm sitting there like looking at everybody's booths, and I'm seeing, and I hope I don't offend anybody here, but I'm seeing, people sell stones. There's lots of readers. There's lots of healers. And I'm just sort of glazing over. And then I see little light worker with a white tablecloth right in the middle, and there's just cards. I beeline for you. And I start talking to you. Now, this probably might not be your market, but you stood out. Like, you're different than everybody else in that room. And that's what you guys want to do. And then the key is starting that conversation. You'll find your market. Like, just dive in. Just dive in and start talking to people, because it's more about the interaction that you have. You're going to learn, and remember, because I had it too. Oh my God, they're going to find out I'm a fake. What if they know more than I do? We all go through that. Guess what? You're going to learn what not to say. You're going to learn what to say. You're going to learn how to move forward. So this is like for all my Reiki healers, okay? Reiki is awesome. It's amazing. Marilyn's a Reiki healer. She's a Reiki master. I'm a Reiki healer. Through Marilyn, I became a Reiki master. This is like such a great example, because right now, in a sea of Reiki healers, what makes you stand out? Why would somebody want to come to you? Like, do you specialize? You work with people who have addictions. You work with people who have back pain, animal communicators. In a sea of animal communicators, what makes you different? Why should I come talk to you? Do you work with sock puppets, as animals? Like, you want to find your thing, your niche that makes you different, because people, first of all, you only have a couple seconds to get somebody's attention. And if you're not interesting enough, or you're in the sameness, they're going to keep going until something gets their attention. It doesn't mean that the other person is better or more knowledgeable or anything than you. It just means you didn't get their attention. Another thing is, I'm just going to slip this in really quickly, because I hear this all the time. People, I'll ask people, so do you have an email list? Are you marketing? Oh yeah, I send out an email once a week. I'm here to tell you, the more emails you send, the more money you will make. The more emails you send, the more money you will make. Because you're the squeaky wheel. You know, like I don't like getting email, but I have people on my list in my email box that I've had for 6 or 8 years that I bought something way back then, and all of a sudden they offer something new. Guess what? I bought it. And that's how it works. You've got to be the squeaky wheel. You have to be unique and authentic. Is this like sitting in for anybody? Yeah? Okay. How much time do we have? Oh, we don't know. I guess I got to get going.
20 minutes.
Okay. Balancing spirituality and business. Okay, so why did the yoga instructor start a business? Why? Because she wanted to stretch her potential and find some balance in her bank account. So the point is that like if you're a yoga instructor and you love yoga, or if you feel like that's your calling, definitely do it, but figure out a way to balance your values, your spirituality, your passion with something that is a well-known term now. You know, it's great that, you know, like if you tell somebody I do quantum healing, they'll be like, what? Like, you know, they won't know what you do, and you'll have to explain it to them, right? But if you tell somebody I teach yoga, they know what you do. Now, what makes you different? The way that you do that is you share stories. So as you get testimonials, as you have a life story, you know, maybe you got into yoga because you had an automobile accident and you found out that was the one thing that took that constant pain in the back of your neck away. Tell that story. Tell it right up front. That's the magic of heart-centered marketing. I mean, you can do marketing in so many different ways. You can do social media, email. You can do, like here, what we call belly to belly, where you go and you like talk to people. You can do so many different kinds of marketing, but what you want to do is you want to have that passion about what you do in however you do it. So what am I saying? Don't do YouTube if you don't like to be on video. It's going to come across. You're going to be like this. You're going to get 6 views. Nobody's going to watch your video. Don't do social media if you never go into Facebook, or if you do, or Instagram, or if you do, hire somebody. Like, you don't have to do it. There are people out there that love it, that love you, that love what you do, that will help you. There's so many different ways to do marketing, but choose a way that you can be authentic and genuine and tell your story. This comes from HubSpot. 61% of marketers say that their success is due to them being authentic. You know what else it does? It makes it so easy. You know, if you just get up and tell your story, you already know your story. You can get up, you can speak publicly, you can do all kinds of things that make it so easy. The other thing is that a big part, I'm not sure if you know this term, but engagement, a big part, like you can come to a show like this and have no engagement. You know, you got to figure out like what is going to make people come and engage with you. That will boost your marketing by 30%. And that, just those 2 things alone will help you start to stand out, because most people will never even think about this. They'll just go put their stuff out in front of everybody. So I'm going to give you, while we have a little bit of time left, I'm going to give you a couple of real life case studies of businesses that were started that are now like 7-figure businesses. Okay, I mean, these people are making really good money. There's a company, to me, I love this story. Does anybody know about this company? I call it Fluffy. Yeah, it's actually FLFE. They're really good friends of mine. I'm an affiliate for them, and I love them. And I call them the Fluffy Boys, but for a couple of reasons. One is, and one thing you'll find about me is I'm always 1 foot in the grounded world and 1 foot out in the woo world. I like playing in both worlds because I like to watch the interaction. So the Fluffy Boys, one of the co-founders was a spiritual life coach, and he used the Power versus Force, David Hawkins, if you're familiar with that book, Scale. If you're not familiar with it, in a nutshell, what it's about is they determined that all emotions are on a scale of 0 to, I think, 800. Enlightenment being 800. Love is like 600, I think, Marilyn, is that right? Yeah, 600. And then shame is the lowest. It's down like at 100. So what the founder of, I think it was Clayton, he was a spiritual life coach, and he figured out in his work of coaching people that he could help people find their blocks by simply muscle testing, using kinesiology. Does everybody know what that is? Okay. So by simply muscle testing, he could help people figure out their blocks, and then through the power of intention, help his clients release those blocks, right? Well, one of his clients was a businessman, and Jeffrey, and he said, wow, I wonder if we could help people like release blocks in their homes or in their businesses or with their water bottles, or now they're doing it in all kinds of ways. Well, the reason I love this business model is, so then the two of them came together, and now for $35 a month, you can subscribe to their service, and they will literally, they won't show anybody what it looks like. This is the part that cracks me up. It's like, I imagine it's a room with a pile of papers, but they pray over your address or your business address or your water bottle or whatever for $35 a month. I'm so simplifying this. If they heard this right now, they'd be like, take her affiliate license away. But I am like marketing for dummies, business for dummies. I always have to dumb it down so that I really understand what I'm talking about. And to me, this is like the pet rock of the woo-woo world. Not to say that it doesn't work. Okay, this is really important, because if you were in Marilyn's talk yesterday, and if you ever come to any of our events, we are all about intention is everything. Everything starts with intention. Intention is energy. Energy is everything. So therefore, intention is everything. Okay, so the fact that you said, pray over my house, I'll pay you $35 a month. The fact that you said that is enough. And do you need this service? No, you don't need it. You can do it yourself, but you're human. Suddenly you get something in the mail and your heart goes, all of a sudden your life force went down on the scale, right? But if somebody, think of it like the guru in the cave, right? It's like they are your guru in the cave, preying on your property. And they made, a 7-figure business out of this. That's pretty amazing, I think. So again, they knew their values, heart-centered. They wanted a heart-centered approach to business. They focus on 2 things. 1, they tell the stories of their customers. And 2, if you call their business, a person answers their phone, because they know it's complicated. They know you're not going to get it. Like, do you get this diagram? This is their website, by the way. Like, what? I don't get that, right? And most people aren't going to take that long to look at it. But if you call somebody, and if you talk to me and I tell you that it's the pet rock of the woo-woo world and it really works, now you go, oh, I'll pay $35 a month. I'll tell you how well this works. And I was missing some money out of my business account, like a lot of money. And I really didn't know, like, I'm looking at my sales, the sales are there, but I'm looking at my bank account, and this is happening over 10 months, and I'm like, this does not match up. I signed up for FLFE. 48 hours later, I get a notification from I have a lot of different businesses, but from one of my e-commerce gateways. And they say, there's a screenshot from my operations manager, and she's like, Joy, our e-commerce gateway says that they owe us $500,000. 48 hours later, $500,000 is in my checking account. Does it work? I'm still subscribing. Another example I'll give you, this is another client of mine, Lee Carroll and Monica Marani, is tap into what's happening. So especially like all you channels, like you're getting the messages, right? So COVID hit, and Lee Carroll realized in his own channeling that people were freaked out about healing. They didn't know who to believe, and especially like in the woo-woo world, do I wear a mask? Do I not wear a mask? Is the government telling me the truth? Are they not telling me the truth? And they are like, not knowing what to do. So what does he do? He starts a He can't do live events anymore, right? COVID hit, that did away with all the live events for years. He can't do that. So he's like, what do I do, Joy? I said, let's stream it. So the studio, the first studio was born. Did I think I was ever going to have a studio? No, but I knew how to stream, and he knew how to create really high quality programs. So suddenly we were partners. His core values were deliver the messages of Cryon and create community. How do you create community with COVID? You get people online through chat, through Zoom. Now, he didn't do it through Zoom because he's a very private man. And if you know Lee at all, it's hard to even talk to him at an event. But I'll tell you what happened 4 years later. This actually show starting next month is going to be Wednesdays with Cryon. 4 years later, he realized that he had this huge market. We 10x'd his market through COVID. He already had a pretty good size one, but we 10x'd it. And now he has this presence where he's hit the road again, but this still exists. He did it by aligning his values with his message. And he was just being true to himself. He didn't want to go and do private sessions or one-on-ones or anything like that. That's not who he is. However, now that he's done this for 4 years, I finally got him to do intimate online group events. And those people, because he's limited his time, and time is, the value, right? He's now doing very limited. I think he only allows 50 people in for 10 times the amount of money. It's pretty cool, I think. Okay, another example, Marilyn Harper. So, she does the selenite swords. That's very showy. We like to do that because people are like, who is that little white-haired lady swinging those swords? And I'm here to tell you, she can't do that. She is not a physical person. I can't get her to walk a mile with me. And she's there like this. I've seen her stand on the chairs with 3,000 people. She's the real deal. So she also believes that everyone is a channel. Everyone should learn how to tap into their channel, even if it puts us out of business. That's her value. That's her genuine, authentic belief. So years ago, when we were traveling with Lee Carroll all over the world, we were traveling like 46 weekends out of the year, which was way too much. Again, thank you, COVID. We finally figured out that we needed groceries in our refrigerator for the first time. We had a program called How to Channel Even If You Think You Can't. Why? Because most people think they can't, right? So the title is like, okay. And then Marilyn said, not only that, but I guarantee you that if you do not channel by the end of our 2-day event, I'll give you your money back. I'm like, what? We can't do that. She said, trust me. So we did it. We've done this for 6 years, 8 years, 8 years. We've never given one person their money back. Why? Because we know that everyone will experience their channel. Okay, part 2 on this. So then Marilyn said, the challenge with channeling is it takes practice. And you need to practice with people. You can do it journaling, and you can do it by yourself all day long. But if you really want to be a channel that gets messages out to the world, you working one-on-one or in groups, you really have to practice with people. So she opened up the Channeler, or we opened up the Channelers Academy, which is a 12-month program where she actually pairs you with people, with partners, and so holds you accountable. And because of that, it's built this whole community of channelers that, like, Marilyn's like the mother hen, and they're like the little cute little hen, whatever, chicks, following Marilyn around. And they are amazing. I'm here to tell you, not only that, we let them come for free to our How to Channel Even If You Think You Can't event, which we have several times a year. Why? They're our best spokespeople. They come and they sell the Channelers Academy, which is like a lot more money than the How to Channel Even If You Think You Can't event. So those are just like a couple examples of how when you take your life calling and you lean into it, things just start opening up. How many minutes do I have? Okay, so your takeaway, my big message, be you. Like, figure out what it is. You are unique. You are amazing. Every single one of us is amazing. Don't copy other people. Like, I am somebody who just really doesn't believe in competition. I feel like the only time we have competition is when everybody's doing the same thing. But if you're doing something that is so you're so tied into your heart, it's so tied to your calling, you don't have any competition. You don't even think about competition. Tell your story. Like, if you have a life calling, usually when we have a life calling, it's because we were brought to our knees. Something happened that made us go, I'm not working this job anymore. Or I'm not, I did this career path because my mom and dad wanted me to do it. Or, I mean, there's a lot of reasons, right? Like, maybe you got sick. Marilyn actually had a near-death experience during COVID, the first year of COVID. And she ended up in the hospital and she was intubated. And she, I'm sure at first she was like, what the heck is going on? But she was basically laying in a hospital with tubes coming out of her face holes, as Adironda says. And she was trying to figure out, like, what's going on. Well, COVID had us restructuring our business to create all online courses at that time. And I'm a much better speaker in front of a teleprompter. Like, this is my teleprompter. I am not good at things off the top of my head. Like, Marilyn is really good at impromptu. And so I was loving COVID. Here I am, writing all these scripts. I got my teleprompter. I could be really smart because I know what I'm going to say next. And, I'm having a great time. Well, Marilyn's like dyslexic. She's reading all of her sentences backwards. And, we're all looking at her going, what's happening to this person? We'll just give you the bullet points so you can talk about them. Well, that caused her to not want to do her life calling, which was to get these classes at that time up online. It was, we do fight a lot in a really loving way. We're like sisters, and we were really pushing against each other's energy. And then she found herself in the hospital and she was intubated and, she was asking, what is this about? Well, what is this about is sometimes you have to change. Sometimes you have to shift. And she had to shift and she had to learn how to do what she was doing online. And now she embraces it wholeheartedly. I mean, we're doing a sitcom and all kinds of things in the studio. Share why you are doing this. Why am I doing this? I love you guys. I think that you are changing the world. I love light workers. If you ever watch if you ever watch any of my videos on my Solopreneur website, I always say, hey, light workers, because I know that the non-light workers, they're not going to watch me. There's other people who teach marketing and business and do consulting. But I love the people who are really trying to figure it out. I mean, basically what we're doing is we're trying to translate our language. That's all we're doing. So when people ask Marilyn, what do you do for a living? We, like I said, fly all over the world, inevitably sit right next to the Baptist minister who says to Marilyn, what do you do for a living? What are you going to say, right? We've learned, we tested a lot of things. We had a lot of people stop talking to us. We had a lot of people move away at the restaurant. We tested it. Now we just say, you know what? We help people, we teach people to be happy. That's it. And then people will either say, oh, how do you do that? Or who couldn't use that? They leave us, but right away you understand, like, if the person is your market. And that is the key, I think, for all of us light workers in spirituality, is to learn how to speak the language. Like, don't stick with our language unless you know you're with your tribe. When you're with other people, test out other words. There's a lot of words in our dictionary and thesaurus that cover the same thing. Share why you're doing this. Find out, like, tap into what is your passion about. Talk to your audience. You know, I know, like, I'm actually a complete introvert. I get drained by people. I come to an event like this and I will be in a fetal position in my bed tonight. You know, like, I get drained. Marilyn, on the other hand, I can't get her out of the room. You know, if you were here yesterday, you probably saw me leave. You know, it was one of the things we had to learn with each other. And Marilyn's like still floating around, you know. But learn to engage with your audience in the way that you enjoy doing it. Like, be authentic. If I love doing videos, I think it's fun because no one talks back to me right in the video, you know. But learn to do what you like to do. And then finally, and I think this is the most important, if you just figure out what your values are and let your values guide you, like backwards, right? Stay true to your values, tell your story, share why you're doing this while you're engaging with your audience. If you just figure out what your values are, you're like 90% of the way there. And also, keep in mind, your values change. You know, when my kids were at home, my values were different. You know, now my kids are gone. You know, they don't really need me anymore, so my values are a little bit different. So just keep that in mind too. Look at that, 2 minutes away. So excited. Okay, remember this. And if you don't know your why, a great book is called, it's by Simon Sinek, and I just forgot what it's called. What's Your Why? I think that's what it's called. Yeah, it's a great book to help you figure out what your why is. We are so programmed and brainwashed from, you know, little children to believe that the world works a certain way that we don't always know what we're passionate about until all of a sudden it hits you and you're like, this is fun. This is amazing. So understand that people don't buy what you do. That's why when you list your benefits on a banner, they'll glaze over. They buy why you do it. They buy why you do it. Whether you tell that story visually or you tell that story in a story or it comes across with your graphics, your branding. Let's see, what else do I have? I forgot what I was going to say about that.
That's your logo.
That's my logo. So go back to this. So again, you know, Marilyn and I do a monthly webcast, which I highly recommend if you are doing any of your own business right now, that you do recurring, like you do something constant, whether it's monthly or weekly, daily, however you do it. You want to be there when people think you're going to be there. It's really important in marketing. So we do a monthly webcast that I would like to invite all of you to for free. The next one's coming up on 8/8, which is a really powerful one. It's the Lionsgate. And I forgot to put the QR code, but if you come back to our table and you just shoot the QR code on Marilyn's banner, you'll get invited to the 8/8 for free. And one of the fun things, you've been doing it since 2009. I've been doing it since 2011 with Marilyn. It's just a monthly webcast based upon the numerology. And it's just fun. It's just really fun. But one of the things that came out of the double digits was the three of us and my husband, who is the director and screenwriter. We had so much fun in the studio. We were laughing. In fact, my employees would come in. They're like, what are you guys doing in here? You know, because we were just laughing and having so much fun in the studio. And we started telling our stories, mine and Marilyn's story. We have our story is literally a sitcom. I mean, that's like how crazy it is that the things that we've been through. And my husband actually wrote a sitcom around it. Now we have like 6 episodes of Two Girls in a Galaxy. It only is being released through the double digit right now. So if you watch the 8-8, you'll see episode number 7, I think it is. And then it's going to get released through YouTube as soon as we have a whole season down. So that's coming. And then finally, so I just wrote my first book. Actually, I've written a few books with Marilyn, yeah, but I just wrote my first book, and it's not officially released. And if you enjoyed this talk at all and you want to help me out in any way, I would love to have people who would like to read my book and get back to me within the next 60 days of what was helpful, what you didn't understand. I really want this book to help people. And so if you would, even if you want to just read it, that's okay too, because I think I have 20 copies left now, or maybe 15 copies at this point.
You have 3.
Oh, did you already have the book? Oh, okay, awesome. Yeah. So
there they are.
yeah, and I would just like, I'm going to officially release it. We're going to launch it in August when the Solopreneur Academy opens up again at the end of August. And all I ask from you is just like, if I know there are errors, like you'll see in the front, it says first release with errors. Like I know because as it was going off the press, I'm like, oh shoot, there's one, there's one. So I would just love for you to, go through it, proof it, anything that you find, send to me so that the next release can be better. And like if you have examples that I don't know about, I'd love to hear that. But yeah. I think that's it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
I think it's time for the next speaker.
I know he's not here yet, so.
She's outside.
For questions, you can come to
Yeah, come
Joy
to
and Marilyn at their booth.
Yeah.
As you can see, Joy has incredible knowledge and experience to share with all of us. I'm excited to read your book.
Thank you.
And of course, you can connect with them and all of the work, the double digits and the Channelers Academy and all of that. So all available at their booth.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes, good evening.
Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and A.J. Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life,
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Santa Clara. Welcome to our 1 o'clock talk. I can't believe we have had actually a full half day today of the most amazing talks and experiences. Thank you to everyone who's joining us via live stream. We hope you feel like you are with us and a part of us. Can everybody here say hi to everybody doing live stream? Hi. We have a whole room full of amazing attendees here in Santa Clara, as well as a room full of angels, because we have our special angel lady here with us today, Rachel Cooley. I am Barbara. I'm so proud and blessed and honored to not only introduce all of these speakers, but to provide this safe and sacred space for you all, along with our spectacular founder, Tangela, for you all to be on your consciousness journey, wherever that might be. We just hope with us, you find your tribe. And we're blessed to have you. We're grateful to have you. And I'm so excited because there is nothing, I think probably if it's so strong for us here in this room, for everyone live streaming, you can feel the angelic energy too. Just take a minute and take a nice deep breath and just feel the presence here with us, and just feel how much you're loved, how much you're treasured, how much you are supposed to be here. I have chills. I think this is just a beautiful thing. And so without further ado, our next speaker is Divine Feminine Leader, Rachel Cooley, sharing with us how we can begin to make a divine impact with the angels. Who would love to do that? Oh my gosh.
You're in the right place.
You are definitely in the right place. So
Yes,
Rachel supports all of us. And in particular, she works with spiritual women, healers, coaches, and light workers to activate our divine birthright blessings, to receive the angelic guidance, support, power, and provision to victoriously live and lead with grace, prosperity, and impact in these unprecedented times, to connect with the angels, to discover the path to fulfill our soul's destiny and help co-create a better world. Rachel is a leader who brings the angelic light of hope to a world in need as a living example of a life transformed by divine impact. She rose into her power and developed her expertise and service calling by working with the angels to heal the trauma of an ancestral escape from the Armenian genocide. She learned to work with the angels to transform generational fear, struggle, and strife. She discovered her divine gifts, and she reclaimed her valued place in the world. Now Rachel has served in her soul's purpose for over 24 years as an angel therapy practitioner, mentor, and certification trainer, helping others follow their divine guidance and receive their birthright blessings with the angels to thrive in a miraculous life beyond their greatest challenges. She currently supports women to embrace and live from their blessings in her 12-month Angelic Sanctuary Journey program, and she makes a divine impact in the world, expressing her divine identity and training angelic guidance mentors in her certification training, so more women may bring this power for good in the world. Rachel invites us all now to open and receive angelic empowerment to uplift our lives and the world, and to get started with the 4 steps she's going to share with us today. So without further ado, let's welcome not only the angels here today,
Yes,
but our own angel, Rachel Cooley.
You're amazing. Can you get a couple photos?
Yes. Welcome, everyone. I couldn't help but say that.
I gotta document that I'm here. Welcome, everyone. It's such a joy to be here with all of you. Thank you, Barbara, for your lovely introduction, as always. Barbara's amazing. And you are all amazing. So congratulations for being here, for taking the time this afternoon, for carving out the time to connect with the angels, the divine messengers of God. And I'd love to ask, as we're starting out, who here is new to working with the angels? Yeah? And who here has been working with them, for a couple years now or so? You've been working with them for a while? You've been working with the angels for a while? Awesome. Just wanted to get a survey. I get a sense it's like 50-50. Like that. So yes, welcome and angel blessings. It's my joy to be here with all of you. First off, I want to make sure everyone has a guidebook, because I do have a guidebook for today as I share the 4 steps. So I have extra copies up here if anyone needs one. So if you need one, just let me know. Awesome. All right. So dear ones, our theme today is on Make a Divine Impact with the Angels, 4 steps to catalyze miraculous blessings for yourself and others. So again, congratulations for being here. And also we know we're living in intense times, so we are in need of even more angels and even more blessings. Do you feel that? Do you feel like you'd love to have more blessings in your life with the angels? You want to see a handout? Okay, here we go.
Thank you, Tara.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yes. So I wanted to again say you're in the right place, and I invite you to be here, to be fully present, and also we're going to be tapping into the energy of the angels to receive blessings for ourselves in our lives so that we can in turn make a divine impact. What I mean by that is make a difference. Make a difference in the world by being more on your life purpose, by even being more supported, and through that support being able to do what you love. Because when we do what we love and we bring the medicine that we bring to the world, everyone benefits. Do you feel better when you are more on purpose, and you're doing what you love? Have you noticed that difference? Yes? So then the angels support us to do that. So let's start out with some of the basics about who the angels are, especially since some people are new, and how they can support you in your life. So the angels are the messengers of God. They're here to support us as well, no matter what spiritual or religious path we are on or not. They're here to help us. They're here to support us in all areas of our lives, including with our relationships, including with our health, including in receiving relief from fear, stress, and worries. Who would like to receive relief from fear, stress, and worries? Yes, especially during uncertain times. The angels are incredible at helping us in doing that. And I come from my path of the angels, and I'll share more about them in a moment, because I received a lot of support with them. I began working with the angels in 1999, and I had been on my spiritual path before that. And on my spiritual path, I started noticing an angelic theme. I started noticing that the angels were coming more into my life. I was being gifted books about the angels. And so I just started going more on that path. And then it was in 1998, I had an experience with my mom, hello Crystal, where I was driving in winter, and I was on a mountainous road outside of Mount Shasta. And what happened was I lost control of my car because all of a sudden I was driving on black ice. And losing control of the car started sliding, and then I was divinely guided what to do. So what happened was I had the panic feeling, you put your foot on the brake, but I know you're not supposed to, but I didn't know that at the moment. And then what happened was a miracle. I had a calm feeling come over me, dear ones. And that calm feeling, also, I heard an angelic voice. And in my left ear, I heard an angelic voice, and she said, get your foot off the brake. So I was divinely guided what to do. And I also felt a calm feeling. So I took my foot off the brake, and then I also feel my angel help me to steer, because I got all the way over from the left to the right side of the road and into a little snowbank that happened to be right next to a truck stop where I can call for help. So this was the beginning of my path in working with the angels. And basically from there, the doors just kept opening and opening and opening. And one of the first things that I really wanted to help with the angels was relief from fear, stress, and worries. Like I said, who would like that? And a lot of you said, yes, I would love relief from fear, stress, and worries. So when I received from the angels relief from those fear, stress, and worries, then I was able to be more on purpose. I was able to feel more calm and grounded. And that really took me on my path of the angels. So they're here to help us with all of these things in our lives. And one of the key things to know about working with this incredible realm of the angels is that we need to give them permission for them to help us, because we have free will. So through our free will choice and decision to say, angels, please help me. And we're going to be doing some angel experiences today, so you can have some practice with that. Through you asking for help, whether you say it out loud, you think it in your mind, or you write it out, they're there, and they then help us with that free will permission. Yes. The one exception to that is the story I just shared with you. I didn't literally ask for their help in the moment when I was lost control of the car. But if you were in a life-threatening situation, in the moment, or a loved one, and it's not your time to transition, they will guide you what to do. Does anyone resonate with that? Has anyone had an experience like that? I can see you're really resonating with that, right? So they're right there with you in that experience.
I was curious about the transition, the difference between asking,
yes,
and when those types of situations
So
happen,
the
they
difference,
intervene on your behalf.
they intervene on your behalf in those situations that are intense, like life-threatening, because it's not your time to leave. It's like, it's not your time to leave the world. You are meant to be here because you have more to do.
Okay.
Like when I had the experience happen, I hadn't even met my husband yet. We've been married now for 23 years. Hadn't had, of course, then I hadn't had my son, who's now 18. Like, so many things are ahead of me, and my path of the angels, and me being literally here today. So it's really incredible. So that's why I get excited about working with the angels. And also, I've seen so many blessings and so many miracles happen with all my clients that I work with the angels, that I want to share that with you. So part of today is that I am going to be guiding you through the 4 steps so that you can make a divine impact. And what I mean by that is that you can make a difference in the world by you shining your light brightly and by you making the difference that you're meant to make here in this world. So it's really beautiful. So what we're going to do next is let's do an invocation. I'm going to call in the angels to be extra strongly present with all of us. And then from there, I'll start sharing with you these amazing 4 steps. And in a little bit, I'll do the invocation. If any of you don't have the guidebook, I have a couple left, and I'll get those to you before we get to the steps, okay? So let's all take in a collective new breath in. Exhaling out as we land and strongly present here in this moment. And I'm going to guide you through calling in the angels. So as we continue to breathe in and out, dear ones, I invite you to get really comfortable in your space, in your chair, whether you're here live in this room with me now or at home. Breathing in and out as we pray in and call in the amazing angels to be with us. Dear God, dear angels, and dear archangels, we thank you so much for being so strongly present with each and every one of us, dear ones that are here right now, divinely guided to be here, to receive your blessings, to receive your light, to receive your divine presence. So taking in another new breath in, dear ones, and exhaling out. We call in for each one of us right here, right now, in this moment, for our dear guardian angels of each one of us to gather in extra strongly present with us now and continuously, enveloping us in your unconditionally loving white light and your beautiful wings of light. So as you breathe in and out, dear ones, just allow the blessings and the light of your guardian angels, even if they're brand new to you, know that they're really with you. Taking in a new breath in, exhaling out as they fold you in their infinite, complete, unconditional love, light, divine healing energies, and protection. Taking in a new breath in, exhaling out, and just notice how you feel as we invite next your angels to give you a beautiful angelic hug with their wings of light. Breathing in and out, allowing yourself to receive their light, to receive their love, to receive their healing energy. A little note to put down your cell phones but when we come out of this. Taking in a new breath into your ones and exhaling out with that angelic hug as we also call in our incredible archangels to be with us, to be fully present with us here in this room, in the moment, and continuously. Taking in a new breath in, exhaling out as we invite Archangel Michael, our incredible archangel of protection and life purpose, to join us strongly present, enfolding and enveloping each one of us here as the archangels and the angels can be with all of us simultaneously, as they have no time and space restrictions. Breathing in and out as Archangel Michael is with each one of us right here, right now, enfolding and enveloping us in his amazing, unconditionally loving energy, light, love, and his royal blue and purple lights of protection. Taking in a new breath in, exhaling out as we also call in Archangel Raphael, our incredible archangel of healing, to join us, enfolding and enveloping us in Raphael's emerald green healing energy and lights. Exhaling out with amazing Raphael. And let's call in a couple more of the archangels as part of our invocation. We call in to join us as well today, Archangel Uriel and Archangel Gabriel, our archangels of divine guidance, of divine communication, to be strongly present with us and to support us to receive your messages, to receive your guidance, whether it's through our feelings, our knowing, our spiritual sight, or our hearing. We are open to receiving with our yes within our minds and hearts your divine guidance and communication to support us to make a difference in the world in our own unique ways, to shine our lights more brightly at this time of great need in the world for all of us to be more fully present, more fully allowing ourselves to shine our lights brightly and to make the divine difference that we're here to make. Taking in a new breath in, dear ones, and exhaling out as we thank our amazing archangels and our angels for your presence and your light and for being with us throughout our time together here in this room and beyond. We are grateful. So we'll do 3 breaths, dear ones, to integrate that invocation and then come slowly back. So at 3, taking in a new breath in, exhaling out, and I invite us with our next breath as we take in a new breath in and exhale out to let's say together out loud, thank you, angels. Thank you, archangels, for being with me now and always. Beautiful. New breath in, exhaling out, 2.5, and at 1 as we take in a new integrated breath in and exhale out. I invite you to come back more present, feeling yourself fully present now, and I invite you to open your eyes. So I'd love to get a sense of how was that for you? Did you notice a shift? If you did notice, like, do you feel more calmer, grounded, more present? If you do, raise your hand. Feeling that energy? Good, good. They're with us, and through our permission, through our yes, through you like being here, through your yes, they're with us, and through you saying that. Thank you, angels, for being with me. So awesome. So as we get ready next time, we're going to be going through the initial 4 steps you can take to catalyze, which is to manifest miraculous blessings in your life for yourself and others. And I am thrilled to be here with all of you. So if anyone needs a guidebook, I have a couple extra. Yeah, I can hand them back to you. I've got like 4 more. And hand it back. There you go. Awesome, awesome. Yes. So it's such a joy to be here and to bring these blessings to all of you, because it makes a difference when we say yes to the angels. And it is so incredible seeing and catalyzing these blessings together. So the first step that I wanted to share with you today, and I have a space there for you on that second page, for the first step to make this divine impact. The first step is to learn how to receive, learn how the divine and the angels can support you in your life. So to learn about them, to learn how they can support you in your life. And also, there's a second part to that, and that is then ask, as I shared before, open and receive their help. So it's the asking, and then it's allowing yourself to receive the help, to receive the guidance. And when we receive the guidance, when we receive that knowing, that gut intuition, I encourage you to take, as I love to call it, divinely guided action. When you're being divinely guided, it's really important from there to take the action, to take that step, whether it's to call someone, to go somewhere. Like you're here at Soul Search, right? I'm sure you were divinely guided to be here. And isn't it great to be with like-minded people all together in spirituality? It's so cool. Soul Search is so great. So it's beautiful. So as part of this, I'll say it one more time just so you know if you're taking notes, right? To learn how the divine and the angels can support you, and then to ask, open, and receive their help. And of course, it's your free will choice if you want to take notes. You don't have to. And so our divine angelic support team and our angels, their purpose is to assist us in our lives to thrive, expressing our own unique divine identity, which is our own unique spark, our own unique essence in the world, and to play that beautiful part in co-creating a new world, right? For ourselves, for our families, for our communities, and for all those that we touch in our lives. It's really beautiful. And often we do not know how they can support us, and we're not sure how a situation can be figured out, but we need to trust that God and the angels see things from a completely different perspective than we do. And because they see things from a completely different perspective and they have more insight, we need to trust the guidance that we're receiving. to trust the intuition, to trust that knowing, especially if you're getting it over and over. Who has gotten repetitious guidance? Yes? Seeing, or guidance, or seeing symbols or signs or angel numbers. Yes, you in the back? Yes. So those are signs, especially when they come back more than one time, you're being divinely guided. You're being divinely guided, and they're wanting you to take that step. Sometimes we can be divinely guided and it can feel intimidating. Who has had that happen in their lives? I have. Like when I first got guided to work with the angels, I knew to go down the path, but I initially was really scared when I first got certified to start actually doing it. And the angels brought me an incredible opportunity to help start co-creating angel healing circles, and that's how I got started. But sometimes the guidance can intimidate us. But trust and know you're being guided for a reason, and they're with you every step of the way to make that difference, to receive that guidance, because then also you feel better. You feel more joyful and of service, right, when you're on that path. And that always feels really good. Yeah, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. So let's next, within that guidance that I just shared with you about, asking, opening, and receiving their help. Also knowing how to just, be on this path and to trust it, to trust that the angels are guiding us every path, every step of that amazing path of the way. So next, within that, I have under, on that page, the next, like right under that step 1, right, emphasizing that they need your permission to help you to begin accessing their support. And then let's say the prayer together that I have here next on that second page. We'll say that prayer together, dear ones, because it's great to say it out loud. It's great to say it out loud. So that is, let's say it together. Thank you, dear angels and archangels, for being with me now. Thank you for supporting and guiding me in my life and for surrounding me with your infinite light and love. I say yes now to all of your incredible and miraculous support, and so it is. Amen. You feel that energy? It's so great to say it out loud. It's so empowering. It's so empowering. So I encourage you to keep this hand out, and you can have that prayer. That prayer can really help you and make a difference in your life, which is awesome. That's awesome. I love it. I love it. It's so great to just know about how this incredible realm can help us and support us in our lives. Okay, so we said that prayer. Awesome. So what we're going to do next is I'm going to guide you through an experience with the angels, just to help you to tune into what they're guiding you to today in the moment. Okay. So I'm going to take you through an experience. So I invite you to just receive now, and we'll go through this experience with the angels. So I invite you to take in a deep breath in, gently exhale out as we go introspective now, and I'm going to guide you to tune into your hearts as we continue to go through this experience together. So, dear ones, as you gently take in a new breath in and exhale out, I invite you to tune into your heart, your being here in this moment, breathing in and out, trusting that you're here for a divine purpose and a divine reason here on this day. Trusting as well your inner guidance, and to open up your body, your mind, your heart, your energy, and your spirit to listen and to receive all that is here for you today and in these moments following. So feeling the earth beneath you, supporting you, and taking in another beautiful breath in and exhaling out. Feeling fully supported in your chair and connecting with your inner spirit and your inner guidance as our angels envelop us again in their unconditionally loving white lights. And let's set our intentions for our time together today. So as we breathe in and out with our archangels with us also, along with our angels, I invite you, dear ones, to notice what the angels have called you to receive support with today, dear one. Just noticing, what are they tuning you into, the support that you are in need of, and also what uncomfortable reality are they bringing your attention to now for yourself as well as for others. Taking a deep breath in, exhaling out, and just tuning into what they're bringing to you. What is here? What challenge or situation or situations are you seeing in your life or in the world? Of course, there's many in the world now. But just tuning into what in particular are they calling your attention to that would benefit, that will benefit from manifesting and catalyzing miraculous blessings with this incredible realm of the angels. What situation, dear ones, in your life or in the collective are you feeling divinely called or prompted to as a leader to improve what's happening in your life and knowing how to be a channel to make the divine difference that you're being guided to make? Is the divine, dear ones, instilling in you a new vision upon your heart by illuminating these issues and illuminating them also for all of us here in this room now or live streaming, right? And they, as we breathe in and out, they're sending us their first divine message. The first divine message that there is a greater possibility. There's a greater possibility through direct experience, activating through our prayers, through our yes, through our intention, their amazing divine power. Breathing in and out as our archangels surround us again, Michael and Raphael, Gabriel, Uriel, and our dear guardian angels. And they, dear ones, are instilling a vision upon your heart, calling you to see, and myself to see as well, the current reality that it can be shifted, that it can be made different, that it can be made healed with the miraculous divine power of the angelic realm, of the divine, shifting into a new reality, into what is possible with divine assistance for yourself personally, for your family, for all those that you're connected with. Now, dear ones, as we take in a new breath in and gently exhale out, I invite you to take some moments to feel into what new vision of reality are you longing for, that you're feeling called to co-create blessings in for yourself and others. What seems beyond your current reach or capacity that you would love divine support with? And as we breathe in and out, and this is all coming through us, know that your angels are with you. They know what you're thinking. They know what you're being divinely guided to, because they are right here with you. They really are. So tuning into, dear ones, what do you intend? What would you love to emerge from bringing in miraculous blessings to the situation that you're being tuned into? And what is your desire here, dear one? What is your desire to make a difference, to receive their blessings? This amazing impact, dear ones, is a place of pure, beautiful, divine grace. Divine grace that bridges and that fills in the beautiful gap as well. Fills in that gap in our capacity to manifest our own and to bring something new into our lives, not solely by ourselves, with divine angelic support, with the support of the divine, with the support of any other divine ones that we love to commune with. The angels, the incredible divine messengers, want us all to know, dear ones, that we can receive these blessings, and through these blessings, we can transform these situations in our lives. Transform them as well in our country, on this planet, putting your phones on silent, and through calling upon them and using our free will choices, our free will yes, each and every day for this divine assistance. So we ask you, dear angels, in this moment to receive for us to receive your blessings and your light to make a beautiful divine impact in this world. So taking in a new breath in, dear ones, and gently exhaling out, feeling these blessings. Let's just, within our blessings in our mind, thank them. We thank you, angels, for instilling these messages in us, for bringing forward the guidance that you brought forward to us all. As we take in a new breath in, exhaling out, we thank you, angels. We thank you, archangels, for this divine experience in being guided through what you're bringing to us. And for this, we are so grateful. So taking in a new breath in, dear ones, and we'll do a slow count, 3 to 1, and we'll come back fully present in the moment. Taking in a new breath in at 3, gently exhaling out. 2, if you'd like, gently moving your fingers, pressing your feet down on the ground. Coming back at 1 as we breath in and exhaling out. And there's chairs if you'd like to sit in the back. And there's a couple over here as well if you'd like to sit. We've got chairs. Awesome, dear ones. So I'd love to take a couple quick shares if anyone would like to share, like, what divine power would you love to call in? Like, what did you feel guided to through your vision of what is possible? What is possible? Like, what do you want to help manifest as possible with the divine through sharing, whether it's healing, whether it's blessings in a relationship, or finding a new, partner, or a job, whatever it is. Does anyone want to share, even if it's like a word or a sentence of what you're calling in, and we're just going to affirm that for you. Yes.
Love partnership.
Love partnership. Yay! So we thank you, divine angels, in this beautiful space. It's Ariana, right? Ariana, feeling the blessings of the light with the angels for divine partnership for you. Yes, for you finding that beautiful, aligned soul, divine partner-led relationship that you're seeking. Because we know with God and the angels, Ariana, all things are possible. Yes. Does anyone else want to shout out? We'll take 2 more. It's like, what are you calling in? Yes, Karen.
My dad's in the hospital.
Your dad's in the hospital. So how about we call in divine healing for your dad?
Yes, please.
Yes. So we thank you, angels, and we thank you, Archangel Raphael, our divine archangel of healing, to be strongly present with Karen's dad, to bring in miraculous healing, blessings, and light. And where 2 or more are gathered, all things are even more possible with the angels. And there's more than that here. That is awesome. We'll take 1 more. What you're calling in, we're going to, yes, sweetie.
Stability and reconciliation.
Stability and reconciliation. Awesome, awesome. So we're calling in divine stability and reconciliation. What's your name, sweetie?
Sam.
For Sam, and for all that she's calling in this healings and divine, what do you call it again? Stability
And reconciliation.
and reconciliation. We're calling in blessings and miracles with the angels and knowing with them all things are possible. And to bring in divine healing as well. Healing in all of these relationships. I feel your prayer, sweetie. And we affirm it with you. Right, everyone? Yes, for all of these prayers. Yes. Yes. We'll just do 1 more. What was yours, sweetie?
Reclaiming lost gifts.
Reclaiming lost gifts. Okay, and what's your name?
Nicole.
Nicole. So, dear guardian angels, we're calling and reclaiming Nicole's gifts that she thinks that are lost, but I'm feeling that they aren't. They aren't lost. What was that?
Suppressed, maybe.
Suppressed, maybe. You know what? Sometimes we get intimidated by our gifts and we kind of dim, but you're being guided to come out and to share your gifts, Nicole. So we know that God and your angels are by your side and the archangels supporting you in doing just that. So we affirm that for Nicole, right? Yes. And for all of these prayers, yes. We affirmed your ones, for all of your prayers are affirmed. We don't have time to do everybody here right now because I want to get through more of the steps. But know that with God and the angels, all things are possible, especially with your literally saying, please help me. Please help me. It makes such a difference. It's so awesome. So yes, we're calling in all these blessings. All right, dear ones. So let's get to next our second step. So that's on the 3rd page of your guidebook. I think I ran out of guidebooks. But you can take notes if you like, so you can get, we're going through those 4 steps. So the second step to catalyze miraculous blessings in your life for yourself and others is to be rooted. To be rooted. You could also use the word grounded. To be rooted in your divine identity. That's the divine identity is who you really are. To be in your true self with radical faith. And the key words here is radical faith. Having radical faith that your blessings can manifest. And also trusting in the timing. Trusting in the timing in which our prayers are manifest. God and the angels see things from a different perspective, as I shared earlier. So sometimes we need to be patient with the divine timing of our prayers being really answered, right? And for us to be guided. So within that, dear ones, to be the powerful and divine being that you are, that you truly are, knowing that God and the angels are by your side every step of the way. And the old paradigms are falling, the new are coming, and we're all being fully divinely guided at this time. And sometimes as humans, spiritual beings and human bodies, we often can forget that we really are divine, right? And that there is power in us tuning into our true selves and the support that is here for us. That really is our birthright. It's our birthright to be divinely guided and to receive these blessings in our lives. So who here is ready to discover what their divine purpose is even more? If you would love to know that, yes, put your hand up, yes. Because they want to bring it to you, because it's so important that we make that difference in our own unique way. And again, what I shared earlier, what brings us joy, what we love to do, because then everyone benefits from that, right? So beautiful to do what we love to do, right? And discovering what that is. And what are we calling in also? Like, what are we calling in that's available to us? Healing, prosperity, the energy that with God and angels, all things are possible, as well as unity, as well as reconciliation, as in relationship harmony. All of these things are possible with God and the angels, and they assist us in being rooted in, as I shared earlier, radical faith, full trust, even if you don't know how it's going to happen, trusting that everything's going to fall into place in perfect divine timing and in divine order, which is awesome. Isn't it great just to know that? It's so good. Rooted in these divine steps, and to live from there, dear ones, in our creative being, doing what we love, our purpose, our power, and also knowing that we're being resourced, that we're being supplied for with the divine as well in our lives, to bring us healing, to bring us back to who we truly are, and to make that beautiful divine difference in the world that we make. So it's so beautiful. Awesome, dear ones. So next, I wanted to share with you on that page where I have step 2, I have as well on there, as you can see, all the different ways in which the angels can assist and support you in your life. So let's talk about some of those. So those include, as you can see, amplifying healing and optimal well-being to fully support you to shine your radiant light more brightly, to receive divine guidance, and to make from that guidance more confident choices from a place of peace, from a place of feeling divinely guided. Also to break free from stress, fears, uncertainty, anxiety patterns that no longer serve you, so you can instead then relax, renew, and re-energize, which is so awesome. And also to call in those new opportunities, to call in the new opportunities in your life for greater prosperity, to bring forth for the highest good as well. Hello. And also to recognize and to overcome what holds you back from your most abundant life. The angels can help us with all of these things. It's really, truly incredible. Ultimately, they can help us with anything or everything and anything, from big things in our lives to medium things to small things. Small things being finding your keys when you need them, all the way up to, like I share with you, being divinely guided what to do when I was in that crazy situation, sliding on the ice. They help us with anything and everything. It's truly incredible. So I just wanted to make sure you have that. So you have it there in your guide, which is awesome. Sorry for those of you who don't have them. I ran out, but if you stay in touch with me, I can get it to you. So that's something else to know. So yes, so that second step was around radical faith with the angels. So let's next move over to our third step. Our third step to manifest divine blessings in your life for yourself and others. That is next for you there. And that is to align yourself in all aspects of your life with divine truth. So I would say, to make it shorter, align with divine truth and your divine identity expression. That's basically being who you truly are in the world, expressing yourself in your own unique way. Again, aligning yourself with divine truth of your divine identity and your expression of that beautiful divine identity, which is so beautiful. And also through this is aligning your entire body, mind, and spirit, as well as your actions that you're taking in the world, your emotions, your thoughts, and your resources, as well as the actions that you're taking with the blessings that are really truly yours, and aligning with the divine guidance that is here for you, of all that is possible to co-create beautiful divine blessings in your life, and as well as angelic power and angelic support, which is really awesome. So without the support, dear ones, to come into alignment, we find ourselves on any level stuck in fear, stress, or worries, right? If we're not aligned, we can get caught up in the world and stress and worries and feeling uncertainty, but they want to help us to bring us more certainty and rooting us in all of these blessings, which is so awesome, which I really love, which is great. So bringing in this divine alignment, and I wanted to share an example of being in divine alignment. One of my clients, her name is Lydia. She has really received so many blessings of the angels. We've been working together now for over 6 years. And through the blessings that she has received, she's passing them on to her family, to her children, to her grandchildren. She also is a foster mom. So it's just beautiful when you align with your blessings. And from there, you just naturally want to share that with others. So it's really cool. So I love that. I love that. And this is all a part of, when I say catalyze, manifesting all of these divine blessings in your life. To live, as I love to share, victoriously, living victoriously with all these blessings in alignment with your beautiful connection with your angels on an ongoing basis. It's a great, if you're feeling aligned with the angels, because I think all of you are here because you're here, I encourage you to call upon their help on a regular daily basis, which is really awesome. To call in their amazing help and their amazing blessings to support you in your life. Awesome. And I just love sharing about the angels, and I do that. I'm doing that here at Soul Search. This is my, I think it's my 6th talk at Soul Search, sharing all these blessings, and I do a lot of work online, so I love doing that. And I also support women in an ongoing way in my Angelic Sanctuary Journey program, which is awesome. So it's beautiful to bring all these blessings forward. All right, dear ones. So what we're going to do next is, before I share with you step 4, I just wanted to note for you, because we're getting close. I have just about 7 minutes left. The time goes by very fast here. So on the last page of your guidebook, we have a guidebook. I would just love to let you know, and if you'd like to stay in touch with me, if you'd like to be on my email list, I invite you to do that. And I invite you, if you'd like to be on my email list, you can put your name, you can put your email, and you can be on my email list to receive. I send out weekly angel card reading videos. And also you can learn about my upcoming events. I have an upcoming event happening online for women this coming Wednesday on Align with Your Divine Blessings. So if you'd like to get information about that. And also, I'm also letting you know that if you'd like to learn about taking your next steps with the angels, I'm also offering complimentary, not here at Soul Search, but later, angelic guidance breakthrough sessions to help you with your next steps with the angels on your path. So you can connect with that if you'd like for the women, that's your angelic guidance breakthrough session. I also can offer them to men as well to learn more about the angels and how I can support you with them. And also really to tap into how you are getting your divine guidance. We can talk about that, and we can create a mini plan to support you in receiving even more divine guidance in your life. So I encourage you to fill that out if you'd like to stay connected with me and be on my email list. I encourage you to do that, and you can fill that out, and you can either, once you fill it out at the end, I can collect those. Or I'm also doing today angel card reading videos, angel card readings. So I'm doing in-person angelic support, angelic prayer support for you individually, as well as angel card readings, and that is happening as well. So you can also, if you don't hand it to me here, you can also give it to me at my table, which is in the hallway. So I just want to let you know that I'm doing those as well, and those breakthrough sessions will happen at another time. So that's why I note that for you. So just take some time to fill that out to stay connected to me, and you can know when I'm going to be speaking at Soul Search, and also to get my divine guidance angel reads. I'm out of copies. So sorry. I can, if you get me your contact info after, I can get this to you. I can get you a copy of my guidebook. Oh, there's more. Oh, good. Yay. Yay. I'd love to stay in touch with you. All right, dear ones. Let's do this. I want to share that 4th step with you. But why do you fill those out and then hand them up? Once you have yours filled out, why don't you start handing them up? And then we'll do our 4th step. So I'm just filling them out, and then you can hand them up to me when you're ready, or you can do it right after. And then what we'll do is in a moment, we will get to our 4th step. And just taking a breath, just feeling the angels surrounding us. Thank you, angels, for refreshing our energies for the last 5 minutes here. Bringing us your divine light, your divine guidance and blessings. Beautiful. All right, dear ones, let's talk about next Yeah, you can just hand them to the front. That would be great. And then we're going to talk about our 4 steps. I want to make sure we get that in as well as the angel prayer. All right, dear ones. So our 4th step with the angels, that's a page ahead of that page. That is, our 4th step is to receive, trust, and follow your divine guidance. Receive, trust, and follow your divine guidance. It's step 4 of the 4 steps to catalyze miraculous blessings in your life for yourself and others. Again, receive, trust, and follow your divine guidance, whether that is through your divine knowing, your divine feeling, visions, seeing angel numbers, seeing angel signs, or through your hearing. These are all the ways that they help us. So receiving them, trusting your guidance, and then taking divinely guided action. That is essential. And being able to do that is so important. The angels are here to support us. Also, they're sending us empowering messages and empowering signs for us specifically to guide us in our lives each and every day, and to bring in new divine opportunities, to bring our new visions that we co-created together today into form. And I love helping women and also the men that I support to tune into their beautiful divine guidance and to help them to feel more confident in calling the angels, as well as to receive the blessings that they're here to bring to us, which is really wonderful and awesome. So again, that last step is to receive, trust, and follow your divine guidance. I have 3 minutes. I'll be finishing up. We're doing good on timing. Awesome. All right, dear ones. So knowing that God and the angels are by your side, know that I'm also here to support you with this incredible realm of the angels, which is really wonderful. And know that with God and the angels, all things are possible, all around catalyzing these beautiful blessings, which is manifesting them into your life. And again, knowing all things are possible, trust in the timing in which your prayers are answered, and know that you're being divinely guided every step of the way, which is awesome. All right, so let's close out our time together today with a closing prayer, feeling the angels surrounding us and blessing us all as we take a collective deep breath in, gently exhaling out. As we pray, we thank you so much, dear God. We thank you, angels, and we thank you, archangels, for your presence, for your light, for your blessings, for bringing all of us beautifully aligned divine guidance, supporting us in our lives, to shine our lights more brightly, to make the difference that we're meant to make a beautiful difference in this world, to make the divine, unique impacts that we're being divinely guided to make. We are so grateful. We thank you, dear God. We thank you, dear angels. We thank you, archangels, as well, for your light, for your love, and for your incredible divine support. And we say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And so it all is. Amen, and blessed be. All right, dear ones. So feeling the blessings and the light with the angels. And I'd love to stay connected with you. So if you would like to hand up your forms or just bring them to me after, that would be lovely. Enjoy the rest of your day at Soul Search. Knowing that I'll be with you in a second. Knowing that I'm here as well doing angel readings. So if anyone would like to work with me individually, I'm available, and I'm right down the hallway. And angel blessings. Enjoy your day, and remember that with God and the angels, all things are possible. All right. Thank you so much. Enjoy if you could feel. Thank you.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and A.J. Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
As you step into the life you find and new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through, and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. It was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker.
Welcome everyone. Oh, I'm very glowy here for the live streamers. I have a projector light on me. It says master. So we were just talking about how that is a sign for me today. Hi everyone to our amazing group here in Santa Clara. Let's all say hi to our live streamers today.
Hello, live streamers.
We want you to know that you are with us, even though it is in spirit. There's no such thing as these human bodies anyway, so we essentially are all together.
But they are kind of fun to have human bodies.
Well, it is kind of fun.
Yeah.
Especially when you're a master.
You become more joy than annoyance when you're a master.
That's true.
That's right.
I like that. More joy than annoyance. That's going to be everybody's motto today, or everybody's intention for today. More joyful than annoying.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. So welcome. My name is Barbara. For those who don't know me, who are here, and those who are live streaming, I am so honored and blessed to help our founder, the amazing Tangela, put on these Enlightenment Expos for you, and put on these talks for you who are live streaming. We really feel blessed to be a place where you can come, a safe and sacred space for you to land, to be on your consciousness journey, wherever that might be on that spectrum. We hope with us you find your tribe, because as soon as you walk through the doors or press play on the live stream, you are officially family. And speaking of family, we have a family, an amazing, powerful, enlightened, in service group of practitioners like Darren Starwin here, who have dedicated their lives to guiding us all on our own journey of consciousness and growth, and so that when we do escape these earth bodies, finally, we can go home a little farther along than when we dropped in. And I am eternally grateful to Darren for his work and his dedication in his field. And Darren happens to also have an amazing new television show on our channel, Soul Search TV. His show is Quantum Awakenings with Darren Starwin. And he has how many episodes out now? 5?
5 are up there.
5 are up. And Darren combines his intellectual curiosity with his spiritual gifts and his amazing sense of humor to bring us the information to help us move forward in our own journey. So I am honored and blessed and really happy to not only call him my friend, but to introduce him to all of you today. So here we go. Darren Starwin's greatest passion is empowering healthcare professionals and healers to awaken their consciousness, empower their skills, and fulfill their highest potential for business success. He's been working on the leading edge of consciousness since his teenage years, when he traveled to India to study with a spiritual master. Since then, Darren has had a long career as an acupuncturist, inventor, writer, healer, and teacher, integrating therapeutic systems from around the world. He has written 3 groundbreaking books, led hundreds of workshops and seminars, invented several vibrational devices used worldwide, and helped develop advanced mind-body healing systems. And now he can add to this, television star. Very entertaining, by the way. As a master quantum catalyst healer, Darren helps people with seemingly unhealable issues transform their issues into illumination and empowerment. And today, Darren is going to teach us all how to move from muggle to magician in the most beautiful of ways. So without further ado, here's Darren.
Wow, thank you, Barbara. That was great. I wasn't expecting that. So how many people would like to have more joy and less annoy? Definitely. Okay. Well, hopefully that's one of the things will come from this. So how many people here are doing some kind of healing in your work already? Just raise your hand if you're a healer. Okay. How many people here are like healthcare practitioners or some kind of career in healing arts? Okay. What do you do?
Medical massage.
Medical massage. How about you? What'd you say?
X-ray tech.
X-ray tech. Anybody else? What's it? Can you say it a little louder, please?
Massage therapy.
Massage therapy. Okay. Anybody else use that? Okay.
I'm passing a mailing list.
We could wait a few minutes. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Anyway, yes, anybody wants to. So the name of this talk is a big topic. We're saying how to heal like a master. Now, how many people here would like to do healing, even if you don't do it already? Just raise your hand if you would like to be sharing healing. How many people would never want to do that? People would do that. Well, it's how to heal like a master to create miracle results. It's a big topic, and I want to tell you that I'm having an amazing experience being a quantum healer. And I'll give you some examples of it. Like through this talk and through some of the slides, I'll give you very real human examples about what it means to be, how people are responding to this. But basically, I want to start out with us attuning to the quantum field. I want to invite, this is an invitation, nobody's required to do it, but the quantum field is the field of infinite consciousness that everything comes from. And it's something you already know. It's not some weird, strange thing that I'm trying to introduce you to. It's the most familiar thing in the world. It's just the feeling of being alive. It's the feeling of love. It's the feeling of being connected with other people or nature or the universe. And we already have it. But what's happened is the way we've grown up in our cultures, we've been indoctrinated to cut ourselves off from it and just go into the mental level and to kind of feel disconnected from that quantum field. And that's why all the problems that exist, and all the crazy, insane things in our society, because we've gotten our young people, like we're sort of disconnected from that. So if you'd like to be connected, I'm just going to start with a very brief meditation right in the beginning. I'm just going to put on a tiny bit of music that supports that. Because this way you can listen within the consciousness of the quantum field. And what I'm going to put up here, this was working a moment ago. Let's see, do it the old-fashioned. Okay. Okay, so if you'd like to connect with this field that is a source of all love, it's a source of abundance. I believe money comes from this field, your life comes from this field, and everything that exists. Just start by just simply saying, I now call all of my energy back into my own body, because our energy goes all over the place. If you wish to do it, just say, I call all of my own energy back into me. Just feel what that's like when you call your own energy into your own body and you're not having to be projected into other people and obligations and technical things. Now take a breath from all directions into your body, in the cosmos, and then breathe down into the earth. Just imagine that part of your energy going through your feet and your root chakra down into the earth. And you just have this feeling of groundedness. Not all up in the head and just down, connected in that way. Just relax, nothing to do. This is an allowing. And right now, there is a quantum activation happening in this room. And you just see if you feel it. It might be very subtle, but it's just what it feels like to me is kind of like an elevated feeling, a more expansive feeling, more heart-centered, a little happier. And now, just attuned to love. I choose loving presence. Because love is what is real. Love is God, love is truth, love is what actually is. All the good stuff comes from that. So the steps are you call your energy back in your body, breathe down in the earth, choose loving presence, and you breathe a little more deeply. So is there anybody that noticed any shift just from that few minutes of how you feel? You did. What's the difference for you?
I've been feeling under the weather just lately, and my head just kind of cleared.
Head just kind of cleared. Thanks for sharing that. As you open yourself more to the quantum realm, you become more sensitive to energy. When I was young, I had absolutely zero sensitivity to energy. When I was around spiritual gatherings, I always felt really inferior because all these people talked about love and visions and this and that. I didn't feel anything, nothing. And now it's like I feel so much, and it keeps increasing. So the more you tune to this field, the more your spiritual senses will open up, because it's your divinely intended gift. It should be that way. So what is a light worker? You can use a lot of words, but to me, a light worker is somebody who cares about light, who cares about love, who actually wants to help other people in some way, who wants to heal yourself from old baggage that goes way, way back, and that wants to be part of the solutions. How many people here feel like you could be a light worker? That definition. Okay. Okay, now it works again. Okay, good. So we are now living in really crazy, extraordinary times. I mean, when I walked in here, I just heard that President Biden decided to drop out. I mean, there's so much going on that is so extreme on every level. And so many things that if you just read the news, it's scary, it's heavy, it's just like, how could things get any, worse? And I want to share something from this ancient book called the Tao Te Ching. Tao Te Ching is a famous book about the origin of Taoism. It was written by Lao Tzu in ancient China. And there's something really important in that Tao Te Ching that will help us understand what it means to be a quantum healer. Is that one of the things he put in this book was there's 4 kinds of leaders in the world. He called it rulers, 4 kinds of leaders. The worst kind of leader is weak and ineffective, and everything is chaotic in the kingdom or in the country, what we call it. So there's plenty of those around, right? The next kind of ruler that's a little bit better rules with fear and intimidation. And so it's terrible because everybody's afraid, but at least there's a little bit of organization, because people are too afraid to act out. So that's the next better kind of ruler. And then there's a better kind of ruler that's benevolent. People like the ruler. Things are going pretty well, but it's still, there's a lot of ups and downs and problems. The best kind of ruler, the superior ruler, is the one that people don't even know that he or she is there. Just think about it for a moment. Just works in the background through consciousness. That superior ruler doesn't have to have a big title, and they're just meditating, they're holding the space in the quantum field, and they're radiating it. And what he says is everything starts flourishing in the kingdom. Everything gets better. And the people say it just happened by itself. They don't give any credit to that superior ruler. So, a quantum healer is somebody who tries to be like that. In other words, it's something that you take care of your own inner life and clean up your own inner self, and then just radiate this field, and things start to get better. Like, I know a lot of people are very afraid about what's going to happen in our country this year and in the world, and there's reason to be, but I feel very optimistic because I'm seeing in myself a positive outcome. Not an easy outcome, but things moving in a better direction. So if you're a light worker, you're in the right place at the right time, because there's such an opportunity for you to shine your light and for it to be amplified and for you to like have an amazing experience at this time when things seem so dark. This is our opportunity. You can say it's the darkest hour before the dawn. So the divine, you call it the divine God, whatever it is offering you something really extraordinary now that I wanted to tell you about. This is the package deal. You get to experience healing of yourself that may have been hard to get in your whole life. Like most of us have some kind of problem or issue, some emotional issue or some old trauma or some hereditary issue or some pain in your back or something that you just keep going through life with that's hard to heal. So when you get with this quantum healing, you can really start healing those parts better. The second thing is, whatever it is that you do, you can become more successful at that. The reason is because you're bringing this energy that everything comes from. And if you're any kind of healer or healthcare practitioner, you'll be more effective with your clients. They'll get better results, which I'll explain to you in a moment. And then finally, you have the satisfaction of knowing that you're part of the solution, that you actually can make a difference in these problems in our planet. You don't have to sit back and just feel bad about it. You can actually be part of the solution. And I experienced that many, many times. Like I found about 6 years ago, there was the worst wildfires in the history of Australia were raging in Australia. All eastern Australia and Sydney were just burning. And animals were being slaughtered, killed off. And it was the middle of the summer where it normally never rains. And I got an email saying, light workers are being asked to meditate together. Just you don't even have to just do it on your own time. Just stop at a certain time and just visualize rain falling in Australia. This was 2007, I think. Maybe it was actually more recent, maybe 2010. I forget, it was very recent. And so I did that. I joined in and visualized rain falling in Australia, and millions of people all over the world, or thousands at least, were doing it. The next day, rain fell. And it put out part of the fire. And then about a week and a half later, the biggest rains in the history of Australia in like 40 years fell and completely put out every fire in the middle of the summer when it normally never rains in the deepest drought. So what does that mean? We're pretty powerful. Light workers are very powerful when we believe we are and if we put our energy together. So, but there's a price you have to pay if you want that package deal. I won't tell you what the price is now. Get ready. The price you have to pay is you have to open yourself to sense the quantum field and embody it in your body and share it with other people. That's the price you have to pay. Not too bad, right? You think I was about to sell you something. It's like, look, give me your credit card. No, this is very different. No. So what I want to put, these are people that I have just worked with personally over the last 8 days that I've had quantum healings with. That just sent me this is a woman from San Francisco who I just did a session with last week. And she sent me this email 3 days ago, and she said, I'm following up with you in regards to our recent healing appointment, which, by the way, I've been feeling quite amazing. I feel extremely light, almost to say as if thousands of bricks have fallen off my body, feeling gratitude. Her first session, it was over Zoom. I've never met her in person yet. Okay, another one. This is a woman who has stage 4 cancer, and I worked with her husband who also has cancer as a doctor. And she was in the hospital having these crises, like her, I don't want to go into detail, but just some crises that were very dire in her intestines. And so she did her first session with me last Monday on Zoom. And she just sent me this email about 3 days ago. Thanks for the recording. I'm doing well, having some vivid dreams when I sleep deeply. I've also been able to accomplish some things on my to-do list that I've been putting off. gaining some clarity. Also been practicing the inner smile, and that's making me smile on the outside also. She had another one of these crises 2 days ago and had to go back in the hospital. And her husband texted me and said that this time she got through it much more easily. It wasn't, she was in and out. And she's been visualizing like light moving through her body. Here's one more. This is a woman who's in my quantum healing class that I'm leading right now in New Mexico. She's an acupuncturist. I did one session with her. She said, after the session, I felt much lighter, more hopeful, head also a lot clearer. Today, I feel my physical structure, especially in my legs and spine, is stronger, better aligned. I've had past ligament laxity. Awesome. Chakra is still clearing, sludge, and lighter. So I'm not putting these up here to brag to you. I'm putting them just to show that this is what's possible to you. Like, there's nothing about me that's so special why these are happening. It's just because I put myself in the place to be a conduit for this quantum healing energy. And anyone can learn to do this if you want to. I'm not a healer. I'll be the first to tell you. The divine is the healer. But I've learned to kind of set things up and work with people in a way that they make that connection with the divine healer. And I help other people to learn how to do that so they can do that also. That's something. So I'm going to go over a few things with you, how to transform yourself from a muggle to a magician. You all know what muggle means? Yes. Yeah, everybody, that's covered the vocabulary. Because most of the people that I work with and train, work with, like start up in like, you know, they're in medical professions or they're doctors or they're, you know, they've been trained more mentally. And they kind of learn to be more magical, have more of these kind of results. To a magician. And here's just a person getting up in front of a room, radiating light. This is our natural state. This is not some weird science fiction thing that only very special people can do. It's your birthright to radiate light. You just have to get a lot of the garbage out of the way that's been blocking you, that you've inherited from your ancestors, you've taken on from, you know, your parents and your beliefs, and there's some other places that we don't even know where it's coming from. You know, it just comes through the fourth dimension. If you just take that away, we're all radiating light. So this is another woman, Shannon, she's a coach that leads a coaching company, and she works with people all over the world and has like 20 coaches under her. But I met her before she started all that. And she had an episode of severe trauma come up from her childhood, like it kind of bubbled up again, and she was feeling very destabilized. And she had a few sessions in person with me at Mill Valley. And she said, after my first quantum healing session, it was like, wow, this is so different. I've had lots of experience with Reiki, heart-centered therapy, but quantum healing and how it can change in an instant was a pretty miraculous discovery. What I received was a total clearing of these traumatic episodes within 1 or 2 sessions. I'm not exaggerating. And then she said, all it takes is a rewiring of our programming in a sense, and healing in our energetic field. We can literally change the process of how we experience life. So the short answer to how to heal like a master is to just be yourself and give up and let go of the inhibition that makes you believe you can't. We've been domesticated. You know, like you domesticate dogs and cats and farm animals so that they'll obey humans and they'll do what we want them to do. We've all been domesticated by this society so that we would forget who we really are and we'd obey Big Brother, or whatever you want to call it, you know, a lot of the controlling factors. So right now it's really important that we throw that stuff off, free ourselves from that. And I just want to invite you to feel within yourself, if you understand what I'm talking about. You get that there's something to free yourself from, so you can be in your full power, and you can be, you know, fulfill your purpose. There is. Quantum healing is developing a trusting, deeply intuitive relationship with the divine. So when I work with these people, I don't know in advance what I'm going to do. I hear it, I see it, I test, do different kinds of testing. that anybody can learn to do. Okay. But yeah, this is interesting. Like many people who are light workers, who are kind of open to spirituality, are feeling things like this: overwhelmed or drained. Feel like you're reviewing your whole life, but you're not actually dying. Sometimes feeling really inspired, other times feeling really lost. Strange symptoms that come and go, and filled with visions of what you'd like to create, but not knowing how. This is normal to feel these kind of things, because right now we're going through a giant change of consciousness on our planet that's called the ascension of consciousness. And even though things seem so bad, there's a reason they're so bad. It's because things are raising in consciousness, and those people that are trying to hold on to power are fighting harder than ever. They're stirring up more trouble and more mischief and more genocide, and that's really horrible. But they're doing that because they know that their time is over, and that this is the time of the light to come in. So this is a very challenging time going through this transition time. But it is, so the more that you bring the light into yourself and start sharing it, you become part of that solution. And all these things are just completely normal. Don't worry about it. It's just part of going through the ascension. So I'm Darren. I'm known for producing results for people that if they've gone to many other people and didn't have results. I published 5 best-selling books, as Barbara said, and this was the one that's probably most relative to what I'm talking about, Awakening the Avatar Within. And I have it at my table if you want to get one, and I'll even sign it. And what's really great about getting this book is that if I become really world famous, you could say you got it now. But if I don't become world famous, you'll have a rare book. So either way, you're going to come out way ahead. And the other thing is I specialized in is helping other healthcare practitioners and healers to go to that quantum level in their work so that they can go to that next level. These are the books that I've written. So let's go to this thing about, because there's limited time here, how do you heal like a master? I want to share with you. And there's this term, heal the unhealable. What does that mean to heal the unhealable? Well, like I said, most of us have some part of us that has been hard to heal. Like other things have been okay, but like some people, it's just a kind of nagging sense of anxiety or OCD, or sometimes it's tendency to be depressed. For some people, it's just like it's hard to get their energy back. For some people, it's like an old trauma that just keeps, like they feel like they just sabotage themselves. It's something like that. So that's the unhealable. So how do you heal the unhealable? So I want to talk about. The first thing to know is that, as I said earlier, we're not healers. We're just people. But there is a force in the universe that I call the master healer. You can call it the Holy Spirit. You can call it the quantum field. There's a lot of different names for it. But it's something you can tap into. It's not way out there. All you have to do is get your body more sensitive to the energy so you can feel that energy, which anybody can do through meditation practices. And then spend time with people who are doing this kind of thing. Because if you just spend time with people that are, let's say, into bowling or tennis, you'll tend to get more into that kind of stuff, right? Spend time with people that are open to like healing and awakening. So I like to use the word catalyst. I'm not a healer, I'm a catalyst. That means I find when I'm with people, it sort of triggers something, some spontaneous healing in them. And I'm not really the doer. So I like the word catalyst. Now, if you're a healthcare practitioner, people are coming to you with, if they say I have migraines and back pain, there's a lot more than that going on. What they're really bringing to you is the collective trauma of the human race and their family and their ancestors. Like, there's a lot more. That's why it's hard to heal. If it was just their own individual migraine, it wouldn't be that hard. But we're all feeling each other like that. So you can't heal the unhealable through techniques. This is a job for Superman. And Superman is the divine. That's the only healer there is. So if you ground yourself physically in the pure energy of this quantum field, it allows you to raise your consciousness and open your intuition. Check the time here. 2:30. Okay, we're doing good. So from that place, you can perceive the real hidden causes. Now, this is what's interesting. Like when I work with people, it's like being a spiritual detective. It's not obvious. Like they're talking about their depression or their migraines or their difficulty making money or whatever it is. When you look deeper, you'll see there's some specific reasons for those things that they are not knowing, that a psychologist don't talk about, that their therapist doesn't talk about, because it's not really that understood. And I call that the residue of the past. And right now, the most powerful healing that happens in groups is it's like the evolution we're in. That it's great to get individual healing sessions, but we're in a group of people who are in the light. It's amplified so much more. So that's why what I do a lot is I create groups, some of which are free. I can tell you how to get on those. They do them on Zoom every week. And some of them are courses that you can enroll in to actually go deeper into this and learn how to be a quantum healer. But that's what I'm dedicated to, creating these groups. Like this is one right here. And I'm so grateful that you've come here to be part of this, to put your consciousness into this group. So, like this is a woman who was in a corporate job, doing very, very well. They're super physically fit, but she had 2 falls. She's only like in her 40s or something, but she fell down and hurt herself twice, which she never would do. She's like really balanced and fit, so something was off. And she was looking for, but when I asked her what she had done, she said she had dated 2 different men who had drug problems. And so when I checked in with her, I found out that some kind of negative or dark energy from those people she had taken on into herself, and that's why she had felt kind of out of sorts, and she had fallen down and all this. So the divine helped her to clear that dark energy, and then. And a week later, she told me that she felt lighter, much less pain in her body, and new clarity. And all she had to do was clear out that energy. Now, this picture here is, you can see that there's a picture of the body with a center point. This is called your assemblage point. And that's few of you have come to my booth and I've adjusted your assemblage point already. And if this drops down, you tend to feel depressed. And if it goes up, you tend to feel anxious. If it moves this way, you tend to feel like stress and hard to ever relax and that type of thing. If it goes this way, people feel very ungrounded and spacey, like an accident waiting to happen kind of thing. And this can happen due to trauma. But the good thing is it can be adjusted and corrected in like 10 or 15 minutes with a special kind of crystal. So that's what it's called, adjusting the assemblage point. Okay, so quantum key number 2, how to be a quantum catalyst. You act as a catalyst to bring awareness of the oneness in the body. So health is a high vibration, and sickness and pain and depression are low vibrations. So when you can hold a space to help people connect with that high vibration, a lot of this negative energy tends to just go away it tends to go off. So being a quantum catalyst means that you learn to hold a higher vibration. And also it's fun, by the way. It feels better. It's not a duty. Actually, it's really, life is so much better that way. Okay, quantum key number 3. For any of you who work with clients or want to, I found there's a 30-second ritual you can do so that people, so that you're able to do all these things I'm talking about. And I'll go over it with you. I don't want to hold this, but I'll share it with you. First thing is a purity blast. This just simply means that you realize you have the power to clear the room you're in. Like if there's any negative energies or anything disturbing in your field, which there can be, as we know. Like if you move into a house where somebody was murdered or something, there's often a negative energy in that house. And the realtor's not going to talk about it, right? But there's a way to clear that kind of stuff. Or even if there was a house where two people were fighting all the time, there's a negative energy. So all you have to do is just simply say, I now command a purity blast. And just imagine light swirling through the room. Karina and I did that when we first came in here. Very simply, like I said earlier, just call your energy back into your own body by just breathing in. Like just imagine, like every digital device you've used, and every time you looked at the news, and each time you talked to your annoying boyfriend or whatever it is, a little of your energy went out somewhere. So you just say, I'm calling it all back now. You feel more empowered. You feel better. Especially anybody who's used like drugs and alcohol, your energy is like all over the place. But so, anyways, especially if you've had that in the past, that's good to pull your energy back in. Third thing, state your intention. Your intention is the most powerful force in the universe. So, right now, if you'd like to, take a moment to think of what your intention is. What would you like to create in your life, or experience in your life, or a change in your life? You don't have to tell me, just notice it. Because this group energy here will help you manifest it. Take advantage of this. This is like being an opportunist. This is great. So all you have to do is simply state to yourself silently, it is my intention, then fill in the blank. And then just kind of release it to the divine. That's all. Very simple. Now, when you want to be a quantum healer, you got to realize you don't do this alone. There's a team of spiritual light beings that help you. They're already here. It's just that you may not be acknowledging them. Like Christ is one of those that helps a lot of us. The Divine Mother, Kuan Yin. Yeah, there's all kinds of names. So I found that when I work with people, I don't feel like I'm doing it alone. I know that I have backup. I have friends in high places. So what I have to do is just simply say, I call on my healing team to come in and help me. This is easy stuff. None of this is complicated. It's just they don't teach it to you, right? They don't get to learn this stuff at other places. And this is like a picture that somebody made. Like you're working with someone, like you're a massage therapist, you could be working with somebody, but your team is backing you up. You're not alone. Maybe it's happening already, but it's just acknowledging it. And for me, a big challenge for me has been being the doer. I am such a doer. I wouldn't call myself a workaholic, although she might be. But I tend to like to do things and accomplish things. I have big to-do lists. I'm ambitious and project. So for me being a healer, the hardest part is letting go of the doer. This is not me doing this. And always choose love. Love is the basis of all healing. Now, everybody has superpowers. And as you attune to the quantum field, your superpowers start to come out. Like I know you have superpowers, Andrew. I can see it when I work with you. You're just going to start waking up here. We're trained to be dumbed down. You know, like 10 minutes? Thank you. Appreciate that. We've been trained to be domesticated, dumbed down, subjugated. So there's a word called being a sovereign. That means you step into your freedom and your empowerment. And that's not only good for you, but it helps other people around you. So there's been disempowerment of women, disempowerment of people in different minority groups, disempowerment of gay people, disempowerment of Jews, disempowerment, and the thing is, and disempowerment in general, just to be part of these societies. So just know you have full permission. Just take your power back. Now this book, Awakening the Avatar Within, all these things I've been talking about, this book has much more detail and much more meditations and practices and how you identify your superpower, how you go through this process of transformation in your body. So if anyone wants more of those details, see what else is here. And then the final quantum key is if you're drawn to be a quantum healer, it's actually good to learn from people that already are quantum healers. So what I offer is classes for people that want to go further with this. I call it the Bridge to Mastery Institute. And a lot of these classes are online, and some of them we actually get together in person for retreats and retreat centers, which are just amazing experiences. It's hard to even put into words. And so if anyone's interested in that, there's a place on those clipboards where you can indicate or come to our booth. Our booth is way back in the corner, the left corner back there. I'll be there the rest of the day. And so it's when you actually learn these methods, it's especially good if you're somebody who wants to be a healer to others. These methods can really help you just treat on a whole different level. So working with mentors or groups of light workers you resonate with to accelerate your healing and awakening. And this is the group that I just had a retreat with in February at the Land of Medicine Buddha. And there were true miracles happening with that group. So I'm going to turn this PowerPoint off right now. Let's see what else is here. There's more of these testimonials, but I think you've probably seen enough of them.
So I came to the...
Oh, well, this is one that I'll play because this is the woman who was at my retreat.
Into the class, and I remember telling Derek, I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a good time for me to take the class. I'm in utter heartbreak. I'm stuck in despair. It's not going to work. I shouldn't do it now. And somehow or other, he convinced me to hang in. And I basically said, if this works, if I get any value out of this, it's going to be a total and complete miracle. And he said, well, maybe there will be a miracle. And here I am at the retreat at the end, and I got everything it was. I got my miracle. I've always felt my divine gifts, but they couldn't come out. And now, in this place of absolute love and quantum magic, I'm finding this allowing.
This woman lives in this area. She's a graphic artist. What am I doing with this group of healers? I don't belong here. And I just had some terrible heartache with this guy she had been infatuated with for 8 years or something. And she just went through such a transformation. But not only her, every person there had some kind of amazing transformation. Because when we're in groups together and we support each other, these breakthroughs happen. It's incredible, I'll tell you. So quantum catalyst healing is a system based on thousands of hours. And this is my TV show, Quantum Awakenings, which is on soulsearch.tv. There's 5 episodes. So anybody that wants to learn about the courses I have, you can set up a call with me at this, or just talk to me at the booth, talktodarren.com. And what's this? And then this is my website. If you just want to get, also, every Tuesday morning we have a quantum meditation. That's 30 minutes. That's free of charge. That's on Zoom at 8 a.m. Pacific time. And this is a beautiful community that gets together from all over the world to go in this quantum zone and to work together. And if you like this, that's the way you can get more of it. And then there's other things too. So at drstarlin.com, you can get on the list to more of that. I think we're done there. Good. What? And every other Thursday. So we do have a program starting in October for people that want to learn quantum healing. It's called the Quantum Master Course. If anyone wants to learn more about it, just talk to me at our booth. The rest of the day I'll be there. At 3:30 today, an hour and a half, or what? Yeah, 3:30, we're going to do a group quantum healing at our booth. So anyone, because again, this is not really a healing session. This is more, a talk, but we'll actually focus on healing. So if you want to come back there, that's free of charge. Be there. And also, I'm doing individual sessions over here. And will you stand up, Karina? This is Karina. And Karina is an oracle of empowerment. And she's written 11 books, a lot of them about women's empowerment and about healing your mind, healing the ego, and how you manifest things. And she has an amazing life. So Karina is going to also doing oracle readings at our booth, where she uses tarot, astrology, quantum healing. She puts all these things together. And she's a really, really amazing getting down to life purpose and what blocks are. Anything you want to say about it?
I do a special kind of astrology, soul astrology using dwarf planets, but I also created my own tarot deck, and I have a book that took me 30 years to write. And this is a complete inner guidance. So if you want to awaken your intuition, this is really a simple way, because you just pick a card, you start with 1 and then you go 3, and then you look at the card. You put them on your dresser, and then you look at them during the day. So your day will reflect through the cards. And I have the cards and the book here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's called Awaken Tarot.
Awaken Tarot.
And the Awaken Tarot cards.
Thank you. So in the last 3 minutes we have here, just take a moment to reflect on anything you felt about what you heard here. Very nice. Please join with me for a moment to visualize the planet Earth being right here in the middle of our room, just hanging out right here behind that light. And from this realm of this consciousness that we're sharing here, I invite you to just radiate love toward that earth, and every person on earth, every animal, the earth herself, all the plants, all the spiritual energies around the earth. And just for a moment, visualize the earth breaking through this difficult time and coming into a new golden age, the new earth. And just take a moment to visualize the United States of America in December of this year. People are breathing a sigh of relief, like we dodged the worst bullet. Now we have a lot of work to do, but now I'm more hopeful. So we have the power to do this. Just take a moment to feel inside your body, because your body is the part that you actually notice the quantum energy. It's not your brain that'll do it so much. Just notice what you're feeling. The truth is so much more than what you've been told. You are a god or a goddess in human form. It's called an avatar. And we've fallen way, way down from that, become ignorant of that, and crusted over with all these issues. But just know that this is the time to awaken. This could be the most exciting time of your life. So thank you for coming and listening and for participating, because your energy helped make this energy here in this room. So does anyone here like to say anything about what it felt like to be in this? Just a 1 or 2 words. Yes. Serene. Thank you. Calming. Anybody else? Educational.
And did everybody sign that wanted to? Because these morning meditations are really beautiful.
Yeah, if you're on there and put your email, you'll get invitations to our free events. And then if you check the box, you'll learn about our trainings. Okay, well, thank you. We're going to close up so the next person can come in. And I'm very grateful. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And where's that other one?
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and AJ Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Larahair, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to all of those who are here in Santa Clara with us. Welcome to this amazing, yet again, amazing talk. Who wants to be a money magnet here? That's right. Well, there are a lot of pretty amazing things you can do with this spiritual currency we call money. So I'm so grateful for Marnell because she is helping us to remove all the obstacles so that we can do just that. And to all of those joining, all of you joining us on live stream, thank you for being here. Can everybody say hello to the live streamers? Hello. That's right. We feel you here with us. There's no such thing as these earth bodies anyway. It's all an illusion. So we're actually all together anyway. So it's an amazing thing. So welcome. My name is Barbara. I am blessed and honored to have you all here today to provide with our founder, Tangela, these Enlightenment Expos for you, hopefully to be a safe and sacred space for you to be on your consciousness journey, wherever that might be. We hope with us you find your tribe, because as I always say, the second you walk through these doors, you're family to us. And speaking of family, as I also say, I have my soul sister here, Marnell, and I can speak from personal experience that working with Marnell has really helped me to identify certain issues that either I thought were not there anymore, or just I cannot feel judgment or shame around anymore when it comes to my own relationship with money. Because let's face it, what I've discovered, and especially with working with Marnell, things that you think are money issues aren't really money issues. And so, yeah, you're all going to get a little taste of that today. I'm very, very happy for you. So for over 15 years, certified money coach Marnell Matasigan has cultivated a practice of meditation, spiritual alignment, and trauma healing and integration. Not only is she a money coach, she is also a body-centered intuitive counselor who has the innate ability to help us connect to the light of our souls. Marnell received her MBA in Global Management from St. Mary's College of California and has worn many hats in the nonprofit sector for more than 30 years in the fields of health, education, spirituality, and philanthropic advocacy. She trained as a certified money coach under Deborah Price, founder of the Money Coaching Institute. And in our sacred time with Marnell today, she will teach us tools to develop our money superpowers, guided by the light of our souls. She's going to help us identify our money patterns to set a new course for a brighter future. Together, we will learn the neuroscience of how our brains respond to money and rewire those neural pathways for an abundant life. And I'm grateful because then Winston can be in the lifestyle to which he has become accustomed here. So you are all in for a treat. Let's welcome Marnell.
Thank you. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you so much for being here today. And I love how everyone raised their hands to ready to become money magnets. And how many of you would like to have more money in your bank account? Yeah. Yes. Yes. And how many of you would love to have this amazing relationship with your money where it's just constantly flowing and there's love that's flowing between your money and your work? You're doing the work that is all about your passion and purpose. Are you all in for that? Awesome. Well, you're in the right place. Again, my name is Marnell Matasigan, and also I want to say thank you to folks in the live stream who are also watching us here today. And this class is called the Money Magnet Activation Masterclass. 3 keys to upgrade your mindset and activate your wealth superpowers. So again, as I said, like Barbara made a beautiful introduction about myself and all the things that I've done. And, I have an amazing life now. I wake up when I'm done sleeping. How many of you like that? Yeah. I don't have to have a alarm clock and go into grind. No, I don't do that anymore. I have a son who's a firefighter. I have a 28-year-old son, and I'm so grateful to be a mother. And I have my amazing partner, Anatoly, here, who's just supporting me 100% in everything that I do. So life is so amazing. And, it wasn't always like that. There was a time in my life, and people are probably wondering, so how did you become a money coach? So I'm in a great place now, doing and loving what I'm doing. But it wasn't always like that. There was a time in my life when I found myself in overwhelming anxiety and depression. I was on food stamps. I did not have money for rent. That's how low it was for me. And, I was at a point where, what's the point of being alive? Maybe the world is better off without me. I can't even take care of myself. And in this dark place, the suicidal thoughts kept coming. It was relentless. I'd be like laying on my bed, crying myself to sleep. Tears, just going through my pillow. And the anxiety was like overwhelming and debilitating. But then, it was like but then there was a space where a thought came to my head. Is my life really worth just $1,300? The money that I didn't have. And in that moment, there was a small but powerful voice inside of me that said, no, my life is so much more worth than the money that I did not have. And so, despite the difficulty, I made the courageous decision to allow myself to be vulnerable, to be helped and supported by others. I was this type A person. I do everything on my own. But in that moment, I needed to be vulnerable and let friends, professionals, and family help me. And this led me to a profound trauma healing journey. I rediscovered myself. I'm actually a joyful and vibrant person, right? And so in this space of, rediscovering myself, I immersed myself in trauma healing. I saw therapists. I went to support groups, and I practiced a lot of self-care. I really allowed the support to come to me. And gradually, little by little, a moment of laughter, a moment of peace, a moment of joy, it started to reignite the spark within me. And the unwavering support that I received from others, I emerged resilient and stronger. And, this journey, I was able to create a space for myself where I'm at now. And I learned many tools of how to become a money magnet. Now I don't have to worry about rent. It's like clients are here, right? And it's so amazing. Next month, we're going to a trip in the Mediterranean. And it's like, ooh, life is so beautiful, right? And I want all of you to have this. It is possible. I stand here today, not just as a survivor, but the testament to the power of resilience, and that all of you can have this, and the importance of seeking help, getting the mentors who can support you in your process. And I am here for you today to do that. Are you all ready?
Yes.
All right, so today I will teach you. Does everybody have your booklet? All right, everybody has your pen, so I think that you. Okay, so folks who don't have it, we'll pass this down.
Okay.
Yeah. And on the live stream, I believe someone is posting the link to the booklet. So the first thing we're going to do is you're going to work with a partner, the person next to you. All right. So do you have someone next to you? And I want someone to pick A. Who's going to be A? Who's going to be B? All right. All right, so I'm going to give you a minute. A. All right, I want to see the A people, the amazing people. All right, amazing people. You are going to share with your partner what was your earliest memory around money. Just think about it. What's the earliest memory you remember around money? All right, go ahead and start. You have a minute. All right. Amazing people. Wrap up. And now the beautiful people get to share. Okay, let's start. Another minute for the beautiful people. Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah. It's been over 4 years. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. Wow, thank you for sharing, everyone. I want to hear what were the things that came up for you, memories around money. Anybody?
Money doesn't grow on trees.
Money doesn't grow on trees. Yes, yes, yes.
Mine was a penny collection for my grandfather.
Uh-huh.
I couldn't teach me to save. I just wish I would listen. And I still have the penny collection to this day.
Oh, penny collection. Wow, wow. Collecting money. Great. Yes.
Kind of dating myself.
It's okay.
I
love you still.
remember, I don't remember exactly when. I was maybe between 5 and 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I remember figuring out exactly how much a G.I. Joe action figure would be at Toys R Us with tax. I would save my money. My mom would take me down there and I would go buy.
Wow, we have a math genius in the house. That is beautiful. You're like figuring things out. That's awesome, right? Isn't it amazing how like remembering this memories around money, things do come up and show up, right? Money doesn't grow on trees. Oh, like, yeah, save your pennies. And how to this day you continue to do it because it's been ingrained in us, right? And I'm sure when you go shopping, you know how it goes, how much money, you know, your brain can calculate it right away. Why? Because it's been ingrained there, you know. And so sometimes we have amazing things that we learn, and there's not so great things that we also learn. So the first key to becoming a money magnet, I want you to, in your sheet here, we have lines, right? I want you to spell the word reaction. Reaction. Now, what is the middle letter of the word reaction? C. C. The middle letter is a C, right? It's a C and a T, right? But we'll go with the C because that came first. So, C actually stands for consciousness. When we have consciousness around money, right? Like this amazing math genius here is so conscious about how much it would cost plus tax, right? That's amazing consciousness around money. Now, what would happen if you actually move this C to the beginning of the word? Creation. So when it comes to money, let's stay conscious around it, stop reacting, and start creating. That's the first key. Because why? When you stay conscious and aware around money, you get to create and you have more choices. That's the first key. Go into a creative mode. All right? Second key. Are you ready for the second key? The second key is you need to understand and identify your limiting beliefs and patterns. And how do we do that? I will actually ask you to, there's a QR code. Everyone, take out your phones. There's a QR code right here. And I invite you to take the money quiz. And you will see this page. And there's certain words here, like for example, anxious. If you have experienced any anxiety or nervousness around money, then go ahead and click that. And you'll see a bunch of words there. And you will just go click on the words that feel like, oh yeah, I resonate with that when it comes to money. And I'm asking you to take the money quiz because this is a tool for you to understand what your limiting beliefs and patterns are. Are you able to access the QR codes on your phones? No. Awesome. Or if not, you can also just type that link onto your browser. So at the end of the quiz, just enter your information, your email, so you can actually get the results emailed to you.
What if you're insulted? I am now insulted.
Well, I'll talk more about it, and you'll learn more what they actually mean. All right, are most of you done? So we'll talk a little bit about the money archetypes. And this are what are your limiting beliefs and patterns. So like I said, key number 2, identify your limiting beliefs and patterns. So the first money wound, we actually have 2 wounds when it comes to money. The first wound is the innocent. And the innocent issue is no one was there to guide you. This is the one that says, can somebody else do this for me? Or like you get nervous or anxious around money. You'd rather have someone take care of things for you. And when I scored, when I first took this test, I scored high on the innocent. And these are the parts of us that actually did not receive guidance, especially at a young age, of how the world of money works. Our genius here, our math genius here, got a lot of guidance that when you buy something, you have to pay tax, right? That's guidance.
Not in Oregon.
Huh?
Not in Oregon. Not in Oregon.
Yes, you're right. But we're in California, so. So the innocent, right? This is the one that would rather have somebody else take care of this. So if you scored high on innocent, it's okay. It just means no one guided you around it, okay? And that's the first wound. The second wound is the victim. The victim is no one was there to protect me. This is someone who's had a level of abuse or betrayal around money at one point in their lives. It might even be something that happened in your family lineage, right? Someone there was like, a business that fell through, or there's money getting stolen. Like all of these things are things that have happened in your lineage, and the victim energy kind of gets passed on because it's the message that we hear. It's not safe. My money is not safe. I'm not safe. So, 2 wounds. Now, we have 3 compensations that we do around money because we try to figure out or try to make sense of the world or try to take care of the fear of the victim or the innocent. So the first compensation is the martyr. The martyr is the one who knows how hard it is to not have the protection, to not have the guidance. So the martyr will say, I will be there for everybody else, no matter the cost to me. You have amazing, if you scored in the martyr, you have such amazing, beautiful hearts. You really love and care for others. And I invite you to also love yourself too. Okay? If you had that martyr energy. And this one is the caretakers. It's rescues other. I need help. How many of you know some? I know, like my dad was a big martyr. My aunt was a big martyr, always being there for others, right? And so we grow up. So if you grew up with that, it was modeled to you, there's a part of you that will end up doing that as well. Again, no judgment. It's just learned behaviors because it was what was modeled to us. The next compensation is the tyrant. See, the wound of the victim and the innocent was a lot of fear, and it was out of control. So we go to the opposite ends, and the tyrant says, I need to be in control of everything at all times. The tyrant can be very judgmental and very critical. The favorite word of the tyrant is should. You should do this. Or if you did something wrong, the tyrant in you will say, you shouldn't have done that. And then the guilt comes in, right? So again, if you scored in a tyrant, it just means it's trying to manage the fear that we have. So no judgment on this, right? These are just ways that we compensate. The last compensation is the fool. I love the fool. I had a big fool in me when I got this. Because the fools are super fun. The fool is like, life is short, live in the moment, don't worry about the future. The fool is the one that goes for the next shiny object. Oh my goodness, I want this, right? And you come up with all the reasons why you should buy it now and not later. It's super smart in coming up with all this reasons. Right? Yeah. Very much in the moment, not attached. And again, these are just parts of, how we deal with money. Any questions? No? It's landing. Okay.
What is
Yes.
the warrior?
I will get to that. Great question.
Okay.
Yes. Are you ready for key number 3? All right. So key number 3 is so the first one, we bring consciousness around money, right? The second key is we identify your limiting patterns and beliefs. Because when we can identify it, then we can shift it. So the quiz that you got gives you a little roadmap on what needs support, what needs some shifting. And then the third key is you need to connect to your wealth superpowers. Because the wealth superpowers is what will get you out of these wounds and compensations. It's like if you're staying in a victim mode, it's not going to get you out of it, right? If the fool is just so happy-go-lucky, and then the tyrant goes in and says, you should have done that. And then we have this internal struggle, right? And all these parts are fighting. So we need to connect to the bigger parts of us. So the first money superpower, this is your wealth superpower, is your warrior. How many scored in the warrior? Yay, awesome. This is the warrior, is the part of us that will just go for it. It's a divine masculine energy. It's the energy of protection. So I actually invite all of you to stand up right now. And as you stand up, I want you to think a moment in time when you accomplished something really big. Like for me, I remember when I graduated at St. Mary's College, when I walked through the stage, I went this, yes, right? And so, do you have it in your head now? What is that big accomplishment? Yeah. Now, I want you to feel that energy in your body right now. This amazing accomplishment that you created for yourself. How does it feel? Feel it in your feet. Feel it in your body. Go back to that moment in time where you accomplished something big. Now I invite you to start walking, and I want you to show your warrior to each other. Yes. So, all right, let's start walking. Let's start walking around and show your warriors.
Yes.
Oh, yes. All right. How did that feel? It felt good, right? So this is the energy that you connect to. This is the energy you connect to when it comes to money. All right, I invite you to sit down now. That felt good, didn't it? Yeah. So when you go into your powerful space, you can have more choices. Remember, consciousness. Stay conscious of this power. So you can stay conscious from this place. You can create more for yourself. Now, the second superpower is the magician. This is the divine feminine energy. This is the spiritual part of us. It's wise, it's generous, it is loving and optimistic, it is very kind and compassionate. So I want you to tune in. And I love this. It understands that the source of power to manifest lies in the ability to tap into your higher power. Right? That's the magician. How many of you scored in the magician? It's a bunch of you here. And actually, most of the people here will have a magician because you're all here and being spiritual. Right? You're at the soul search of it. So you'll have that. This is a divine feminine energy. Now, I want you to think of a time. So look at your wounds and your wounds or your compensations. So go look in your thing. Which one did you score the highest? So if it's the innocent, now I want you to tune in to your magician self, your most loving, your most kind, and your most compassionate self. What would it like to say to this wound that you have? What would it like to say to the innocent or the victim or the fool? What is the most loving? So I want you to just feel into that space within yourself. What is the most loving thing you can give and say to the part of you that is struggling? Maybe for the innocent, I'm here to guide you. Or maybe for the victim, I'm here to protect you. With the warrior in me will protect you from this moment on. For the fool, maybe it can say, I love your in the moment energy, and let's use that for having fun, but not for money. I want to acknowledge you. You're super fun and joyful. Or maybe for the tyrant, it can say, oh, I know how scary it is. Let me take care of that for you so you don't have to worry about it. For the martyr, maybe it can say, I love your loving heart, and let's have some boundaries. So I want to hear, what were the things that your magician say to your wounds or compensation? Anybody would like to share? Yes.
You did nothing wrong to me.
Oh, you did nothing. Yes. Yes. What else? Anybody else would like to share? Yes.
It's not your fault. We can be better.
Ah, yes, it's not your fault. And do you notice the energy when we can like connect to these parts, our wounds, with much love and care, right? And that's how, like when we bring in this divine feminine and masculine energy into our money space, we can create more. And our next superpower is your creator artist. And this is about your divine connection to source. Like you've and this is not just about being a painter or a musician. It's about you being able to connect to that creation energy and allow it to move through you. Right? Like today, isn't this beautiful outfit? This is from Anuprabha, right? And I said, oh, I will model this for you. It works really well. This is my creative energy, right? That shows up. And I want you to connect to that energy within yourselves. So the creator energy, if it was a gem, if your creator energy is a gem, what kind of gem would it be? Think about it. Garnet, Mine is an emerald. Any gems?
Opal.
Opal, beautiful. Yeah, so all of these gems, I want you to remember the gem that you are. And so these 3 money superpowers are what will keep you moving forward. So if your money actions and decisions were a car, you want your warrior to be driving the car. You want your magician as the navigator. You want your creator artist at the back of the back seat, coming up with ideas on how to bring in more revenue into our lives. The victim, the innocent, the martyr, the fool, and the tyrant, they get packed nicely in the luggage and they stay in the trunk. We don't leave them behind, but we lovingly take them with us. And then when it's time to have fun, we let the fool out, all right? And then it's time to be giving, we connect to that giving part of the martyr, but we will have boundaries. So that's like all the items that I want to impart to all of you. So I want to ask you, what's your biggest takeaway from our time together? Yes.
I think money really is, or abundance is really just a mindset,
Yes, it is a big mindset. Yes. So where do you put your energy, right? I have like Melissa Gilbert, the author, once said, money is like tofu. It has no flavor, but depending on what you put on the tofu, it will get elevated. So this same thing around money. What flavor are you going to put into it? Are you going to put the flavor of your superpowers, or are you going to stay in the flavor of your wounds and your compensations? So how many of you are wondering and have questions about the money quiz that you took today? Right? What does this mean, the scores that you have here?
Yeah, what does that
mean? What does that mean, right? So if you are wondering around the quiz, and if you'd like to also have to come up with a specific plan for yourself on how to activate and really do your wealth superpowers, I invite you for a complimentary, no obligation time with me. I'm giving you half an hour breakthrough session with me to actually go through your quiz, and we will come up with a plan specifically for you about your wealth superpowers and how to deal with your wounds and your compensations. How many of you would like to have that? All right, awesome. So here's another QR code. It's the Money Magnet Breakthrough Session. Go ahead and click on that code. That's actually the link to my calendar. I opened up quite a few spaces for this coming week. And it's a special time that I opened up for all of you who are here. And so you'll receive, I usually just do 15-minute complimentary sessions, but because you're here today, I'm giving you a full half hour. And for the first 3 people who book a session with me today, you'll actually get a full hour with me. So early bird gets the worm, and go ahead and schedule your session now. Any questions? So I'll give you time to pick a time for this coming week. Who is Maha? Maha, your warrior Took charge. So Maha, we get to spend a full hour together. Yay! All right, who's next? Schedule your session now.
Saying it's not able to schedule.
Ah, you know what? Because someone else took that space. So you just have to go for it again and find another time. Yeah, so keep trying. You'll get there. Find a space. Yeah, and I look forward to spending more time with you, seeing if, like how you will have a specific plan for your money magnet activation. Yeah. Anybody has a question around what we talked about? How many are learning? This is your 3 steps to become a money magnet. You learned the 3 steps, and now it's time to create it and use the things you've learned today. And to go deeper in becoming a money magnet, I would love to spend some time with you. Yes. Any questions?
Running out of days here.
Oh. And
You're all filled up.
they're getting filled out. Oh, see, that's why. Yep, early bird gets the worm. And if for some reason you cannot find time that doesn't work for you, please fill this card out, and then we can schedule another time.
Every day.
If you can't find times on my calendar that work for you, go ahead and fill that card out and then hand it back to me. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here today. I hope you received a lot of benefit from coming to my talk. Thank you very much. And I invite each of you to stand up and feel into your warrior energy again. Remember that movement? Feel into that warrior energy again. And I want you to say, I am a money magnet. All right, let's go. All right, let's do it together. Count of 3. 1, 2, 3. I am a money magnet. Woohoo! Thank you so much. And if anybody has questions for me, I'll be outside. And if you have any, or if some of you couldn't find another time, we can set up extra time together. Okay? Thank you very much. And please,
This is slot number 2.
Yes. All right. And please return my pens. You can keep your workbook. My contact information is also on the workbook. So if you have any questions, feel free to contact me. My email and phone number is here.
Thank you.
welcome everyone in this room. Hello, live streamers. Thank you for sticking with us. For those who have been with us all day, we feel you, we appreciate you, we love you. We know you are here in the room with us. These earth vessels are a hologram anyway, so we are all together in this beautiful energy. And thank you all for being here. Can we all give a big hello to our live streamers? Oh, this is the first, there have been a lot of hellos, but that was the first round of applause for today. That's amazing. Oh, thank you. Yes, if you would leave it right there, I appreciate it. Thank you. Our microphone came in, so I'm going to give you a microphone, Leah, before you start. So thank you, Marnell. Marnell, our last speaker, walked off with a little microphone. So welcome. Thank you all for being here. For those who don't know me, I am Barbara. Thank you, John. I work with our amazing founder, Tangela, to bring you these Enlightenment Expos, a safe and sacred space for you to be in your consciousness journey, wherever that might be. And so we're blessed and grateful to have you here. And we're blessed and grateful to have amazing speakers here, like Leah Isla. She is a San Francisco-based native from Silicon Valley. Leah is a certified healer, teacher, and guide of the Modern Mystery School. She helps professionals maximize their performance and purpose by connecting with their spiritual power. As a vice president of design at a Fortune 500 company, Leah struggled with maintaining balance. Too often she was overwhelmed with stress, anxiety, and imposter syndrome. Gee, none of us would know anything about that, right? Not at all. By utilizing ancient mystery school teachings and techniques, she was able to improve her mental and physical health and increase her performance. Leah's passion is to share ancient wisdom to help others build a stronger foundation and optimize their greatest potential. So without further ado, I'm going to put a mic on her, and then we're going to welcome Leah Isla. All right. You can come on up, Leah, and I will. Beautiful. All right, take it away.
Well, let's give her a hand.
Thank you so much, Barbara, for that lovely introduction. I am a certified healer, teacher, and guide of the Modern Mystery School. And we are one of 7 ancient mystery schools, but the only one open to the public. We are a 3,000-year-old lineage of King Solomon, founded in a 8,000 lineage of Hermetics. And King Solomon wanted to create a system that would work for anyone so that they can connect to their own divinities, their own divine godhood. And so he called in all the oracles, magis, shamans, thank you for coming, and spiritual leaders from tribes across the world to create a comprehensive system, universal system that would work for anyone, regardless of their ethnicity, their race, their nation, their religious beliefs, their sexual preferences, their wealth status. He wanted to have this spiritual system that would connect people to their divinity regardless of any of that. It had to work for everyone. And so for 30 years, they collaborated to create a universal systems of teachings and healings. And this is the most comprehensive system that we have today on the planet. And so one of these systems that we have today is life activation. And the life activation activates your DNA, your 22-strand DNA. And that helps you to open up your spiritual gifts, connect to your divine blueprint, and remind you of who you are and what your purpose is. And the path of the lineage is progression. It's to know thyself, to know that you're a divine being. And so one of the things I want to talk today about is connecting to your own spiritual intuition, because that is one of the things that we work on this path. And the more that you can connect to your own spiritual intuitive abilities, you can harness that to create so much more in your life. And so one of the preconceived notions is that spiritual intuitive abilities comes naturally. But that's not true. Just like you study mathematics, literature, we have to develop it. You have to grow it. It's not something that comes naturally. You may have one that comes naturally to you, but then others you want to go ahead and develop as well. And so we're well aware of our physical senses. And we have our sight, sound, touch, taste, smell, right? But we also have our spiritual senses. And so one of them is clairvoyance. And so clairvoyance is the ability to see. Some people see colors. There's also clairaudience, the ability to hear. And then we have clairsentience, the feeling, it's about feeling or knowing. Do any of you experience these things? Which one is your strongest? Which one is seeing, clairvoyance?
Sentient.
Clairsentience area. How about clairaudience?
I have that too.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. That's John Gray in the background. He's experienced, so I would expect him to have these spiritual senses awakened. Thank you, John, for sharing. So everyone has these abilities, and we have the ability to develop all three of these. And this is a way of getting different information, a different way of perceiving. How do you think that developing these abilities of clairaudience, clairsentience, and clairvoyance can help you in life? What have been some of your experiences?
Anticipating other people's needs.
I know what people are feeling. I know what people are thinking.
Know what people are feeling and thinking?
Streamline to source to know what's true.
Oh, and streamline to source so you can validate that and sense that
So I
there's
write
truth.
lots of books. Just sit down when it comes to it.
Nice, nice.
But I'm not channeling anybody.
Yeah.
It's myself.
So John is saying, I'm just going to tell him the microphone so people on live can hear. He's saying he's not channeling anything. He's getting the information from source so that he can validate what he's feeling about other people as an empath is on point. Thank you. Yeah, and so it's a different way of receiving information. It's a way to receive guidance. So when you're looking for guidance, making a decision, rather than just going to your peers, you can tap into your own higher self, tap into your intuition and say, does this feel right for me? Do I want to go down that path? Is this going to be for my highest good? Right? Warnings, right? Oftentimes you might have that feeling of that sensation like, I better step on that brake. Something's going to happen, right? You want to do that as well. And then it's about enhancing your awareness so that you're aware on all frequencies, not just in physical, right? And it helps to increase your clarity, and you'll have better discernment through all of it, right? And so I think somebody said that they were able to discern whether what they're feeling or what they're sensing was on point. And I think it was John, was on point. And so you can make better decisions through having that discernment of tapping into those other intuitive abilities. And so oftentimes we sense these things just inherently, right? Have you ever walked into a room and two people have been recently arguing in it and you can feel the tension, right? And then we have the saying, right? You can cut that tension with a knife, right? And that comes to all of us, right? So automatically, like, we have these senses. And we even say that, like, animals, before an earthquake, we're here in California, so we have earthquakes often. This is an earthquake country, knock on wood, we don't want to have any. But animals can sense earthquakes 1 to 20 hours ahead of the earthquake. So even they have these abilities. And so by tapping into your spiritual intuition can be incredibly useful. To give you an example, two examples of how it's affected my life, and it was one of the primary reasons why I sought the mystery school, and I was seeking guidance on how to manage it and how to flow my spiritual intuition. Was when I was young, I was in grade school. I had the opportunity to go to one of, they call them gifted classes, but there's more like advanced classes, right? And I met with a teacher, and just being in his energy, it made me feel really gross. It made me feel icky. And like, I was like, I can't even be near him. And it was just being in the same room. I wasn't interacting with him. I could just feel the energy. And, this was about age 9. And so I told my mom, and luckily, she didn't force me to take this class. And so, I went ahead and the unfortunate thing is in high school, we found out that this teacher was being prosecuted for sexually assaulting his students throughout his tenure. And so there was a large case in the school district about that. And unfortunately, I happen to know some of those students. But because I was able to tap into my spiritual abilities and sense, through clairsentience, I sensed and I had that feeling like, this isn't right. He doesn't make me feel good. I was able to say, okay, no, this is not a situation I want to put myself in, and this is not a person I want to be around. And so I had that warning, so that was actually a good sense of protection. And then another time was when my husband and I wanted to buy a house. And I happened to be traveling for work to Asia. And I said, he's like, I'm going to go ahead and go house hunting. I was like, okay, cool, that's fun. That's a fun thing to do while I'm out and traveling. And so he sent me, photos, of the houses that he saw, and he sent me like the 2 favorites. And I looked at those 2 and I was like, it's that one. And I knew right away from seeing the photo, and I saw the staircase, and I said, I saw that in my vision. I saw that in my vision years ago. And I had, in that vision, I saw, okay, what, where would I be living? What would I be experiencing? What would make me happy? And I saw in my vision that the house and what it looked like and the details. And so when I saw the photo, I go, okay, that's the one. And so my intuition pointed me in that house. And then when we went to make the offer, this was back in 2005. So this is during the peak of the housing market, before the housing market crash. And so everybody was outbidding each other at that time. But for some reason, I said, I think we need to actually go under the asking price. Thousands, tens of thousands under the asking price. There was 2 offers that had fallen through before us, and I tapped in using my spiritual abilities, like, how does this feel? And what do you know? The buyers were incented to sell, and they actually accepted our lower bid. So my intuition said I can get this house for actually lower than asking price. This is something that market is unusual. My real estate agent was like, what is wrong with you? Why? This is not how we do it. You've got to outbid all the other people. And for some reason, I used my intuition and I got that house for cheaper than what they were asking for. And so there are lots of benefits that we can do by using our spiritual abilities. And so today I wanted to try an exercise with you guys that will help you to develop your clairvoyance. So again, it's about clairvoyance, is about sight, it's about seeing. And I noticed there's some new people in the room. So about clairvoyance is about seeing. Do any of you experience the gift of clairvoyance? Just a couple, just a few. Okay, great. So this will be a fun exercise. Are you guys willing to try it with me? So we suggest that you do this. It's a 11-minute exercise. We suggest that you do this, every day and practice this so that you can build up your strength. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of get into a relaxed state. So you want to just put your bags down. For those who just entered the room, we are working on clairvoyance, and we're going to do an exercise to build our clairvoyance strength. So just get relaxed. Go ahead and put your bags on the floor on a chair. I know us women, we like to have our bags on a chair. And have your feet flat on the floor. And you can have your palms open on your laps in an open receiving position. And go ahead and close your eyes. And if you're at home, you can go ahead and try this with us as well. Feet flat on the floor, sitting straight up, so that we're connecting to that etheric energy. And take 3 deep breaths, breathing in, and then breathing out. Breathing in that positivity and letting go of all the stress of today. Clearing out your mind. Imagine a dark screen. Visualize a hand, making it as real as possible. Can you see the lines on the knuckles? Hairs on the hand? The veins? Make this hand rich with as many details as possible. See the hand place a number on the black screen. Actually attaching the number onto the screen with a thumbtack. Now see the hand come down. See the number come alive. See it animate. Maybe it's moving. Maybe it's lighting up. Really animate this number. What can you make it do? Now see the hand come up and take down the number, leaving a dark blank screen. See the hand pick up another number and tack it onto the screen. Now see if you can have this number do something completely different. Animate it in a completely different way. Now see the hand reach up and unpin the number and take it down. Now see the hand select a letter and pin that letter onto the dark blank screen. Make it come alive somehow. Do something really different with this letter. Maybe there's even an aroma or a scent. Now have the hand take down the letter and put up 3 letters. Selecting 3 letters. Does it spell a word? Make something pop out of the letters. Now rearrange the letters backwards. Did that spell a word? Now have the letters do an action play going backwards. Now come back into the room and open your eyes. How was that experience? Fun. Were you able to do it?
Sure.
Who had a challenge doing it? Were you able to select the letters? Did it make a word? Yeah. So clairvoyance is also about trusting what you sense. So often people think, sorry, did you have a question back there?
What if you could see other people's letters and numbers?
That's interesting. So she said, what if you could see other people's letters or numbers? Yeah. That is an interesting thing to experience, but the purpose of this exercise was to really manage your own mind and to develop that skill set, to control your mind and your thoughts. And so, so something that can help you to manage your thoughts is meditation. And so oftentimes when we are working on the gift of sight, we think that we're just imagining things. But the more that you practice this, learning how to strengthen the skill set of setting your mind in motion, that you're able to see and create with your mind, you can start to trust your ability. So that when you do receive a vision or you do see an image, you can start trusting that. Because you are controlling it and it's not something that is just coming at you. Does that make sense? And so a creative mind is good. You want to see how much you can explore and build in your own mind through your own visualization. And so we suggest that you practice this every single day for 11 minutes. Get into that meditative state and start to visualize. See what you can control. Meditation is a good way for you to learn how to control your thoughts. How many people had thoughts running through their mind as they were doing this exercise? A few. Yeah. Did that make it challenging for you to do the visualization exercise? Yeah. And so meditation will help you to quiet the mind. And so I would suggest doing some meditative exercises beforehand. To really slow down the mind, because if you are being distracted by all the thoughts we have running through our head, and I think we have 70,000 thoughts that come through our mind in 1 minute. Right? So if you have all these thoughts coming through your mind, how are you able to control your mind and visualize and trust what you are receiving is true? So we all have that monkey mind, right? So being able to rely on meditation to do that. And when you're doing this exercise, we also suggest that you're doing it in a clear space. So clear out the clutter, because the clutter in front of you is often a reflection of the clutter in your mind, right? And set a nice temple space for yourself. Set your altar, get into a relaxed state. Maybe this is before bedtime that you do this, so that you can forget the rest of the day and you can just relax and start to practice playing with that in your mind. You have any questions? And so another exercise that we can do is clairaudience. And so I'd love for you guys to close your eyes again and have your feet flat on the floor, sitting straight up. Again, you want to be in that etheric energy. And if you want to put your hands up on your lap in the receiving position, take a few deep breaths. And start to listen around you. What do you notice? Now expand your hearing to outside of this room. Can you hear people chatting? Can you hear the cars on the street? Do you hear the wind blowing against the door? How far can you expand your hearing? Now start to turn off each one of these sounds, one at a time. Turning down the chatter outside. Turning down the cars on the street. Turning down the fan in this room. Turning down the breathing of someone next to you. Now turn down all of the sounds. What else do you sense? Come back to this room and open your eyes. How was that experience?
Peaceful.
Peaceful? Was it peaceful for most people? What else?
It's more difficult than the visualization.
It was more difficult than the visualization.
Yeah.
Did some find it easier than the visualization? Yeah, I did. What else did you experience when I asked you to see if anything else came through when you were sitting in that silence? Were you able to smell? Yeah.
Like,
You could feel movement?
feel the presence of the people around you.
Okay, so your other senses started to awaken when you were quiet. Other things came through.
I feel like I left the room.
You felt like you left the room when you're hearing all the other noises. You're able to kind of go into the outside. Yeah. So these aren't one for one. Like the gift of clairaudience to hearing, it's not just one for one. Sometimes it might be you hear something, but actually what you hear it, but you actually see it, or you see it, but then you actually feel it, or you feel it and then you actually see it. So you can see how it's not like, oh well, in my eyes I see the color red, but then with my clairsentience I actually feel love. I don't see the color red. In my third eye, in my voyance, I actually feel it instead. And so oftentimes when you can get to that quiet state, other senses will start to come through. And I think a couple people here in the room felt that. How did that feel for you guys in general, those two exercises? Yeah. Easy. Yeah. So the next one we want to do is clairsentience. So this one is a little bit, this is fun, and so you want to go ahead and take your two hands and you're going to go ahead and clap them together and rub really, really, really hard, rub them together, make them warm. Now stop and slowly separate your hands. See if you can feel the sensation between your hands. Do you feel the energy moving, the current? Can you see anything? Do you see the energy between your hands? Sometimes you can see the light in between your hands. You can move your hands a little bit further. Can you still feel the sensation? Move them a little bit further apart. And keep moving them until you stop feeling that sensation. How far can you move your hands apart when you stop seeing the energy or feeling the energy dissipate? Does it feel like magnets? Yes. Yeah, everyone's, yeah. Does it feel prickly, tingly? Yes. How far can you get? And where do you feel this in your body? Are you feeling this in your crown chakra, or in your third eye? Do you feel it in your solar plexus? Do you feel it in your root chakra? Do you feel any other energies in your body? And what are you hearing at this moment? Do you hear your thoughts? No? Do you hear the sound outside? Some of you are getting pretty far apart. Now take one of your hands and move it slowly up your body. Maybe like a quarter of an inch above your arm. Can you feel that sensation of moving your hand above your arm without touching it? Feel that? Try the other side. Feel that energy. Feeling you're touching your aura. What does it feel like?
Warm.
Feels warm.
Tickles.
Tickles. Do you feel heat in your palms?
Yes.
Yeah.
Feels like one of those drawing tablets for the iron polisher.
The magnet?
Yeah.
Like a magnet. Do you see anything? Do you taste anything? You taste something? What was it?
I said boba.
Boba. You can tell we're in the Bay Area. Everybody loves boba.
Yeah.
So you felt a sensation. Yeah. So clairsentience. Did anything come through like knowing? Yeah. Because you know, clairsentience is also not just feeling, but also knowing. Anything come through?
I don't know, but I felt very self-assured in that, like, okay, I think this is something like I'm supposed to be working on.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So again, we suggest that you practice these exercises, and you can do each one, you know, every single day, to really build up that muscle, that strength for you, and then you can start to start trusting your own abilities. And I would also test it out, you know, as you are receiving messages, whether they're from your higher self or from your spirit guides, you know, start to listen to it. You know, have you ever had that feeling really like, oh, I need to grab this. Something is telling me I need to bring this sweater to work. I'm already wearing a sweater, but for some reason I'm being told to bring a sweater with me to work. And then on the way to work, maybe somebody is cold on the bus, or there's a homeless person that actually needs that sweater more than you did, right? So I people are nodding in this room. Or oftentimes you're like, oh, you know, I don't need that. I'm going to leave it at home. I hear what you're saying. And then later on, all of a sudden it starts raining. And you're like, they told me to bring my umbrella, but it was clear outside. The sky was blue, right? People are nodding. Yeah. And so those are the moments where you're like, oh, I felt like I should have brought my umbrella. Something told me to bring my umbrella, but I didn't bring my umbrella today. Start listening to that. Start training yourself and see where it takes you. Right? Because that might be, you know, your higher self giving you that intuition, saying, hey, heads up, clouds are coming. It's going to start raining. Or it might be your spirit guides that are trying to connect with you. And when they start to see like, oh, they're paying attention to me. She's listening. She took my advice. She took the umbrella, even though it was a clear day. And look at, now she's dry. What else do you think they're going to start sharing with you? Maybe you'll start to get more information because they'll say, oh, she's actually listening. Because can you imagine if somebody was just talking to you and they're not paying attention to you? Like, how much do you want to interact, right? You're like, oh, I'm just wasting my breath. But when you start to engage and start to trust that, you know, that's your data. So, you know, we're about metaphysics. We're about exploring our own empowerment and gathering our own data. And so start gathering your data. And maybe it's about even writing it in your journal. You know, what happened today? And then over time, you can start to see, what does that data say? Is the data proving that my intuition is growing? Or do I still have things I need to develop on? Because that's the only way that you're going to know for sure if it's working for you. Because your intuition is different than her intuition or his intuition. Everything is, we're on our own paths, right? And so this is a path of progression. My progression looks different than your progression or your progression. And so we have little clues that your spirit guides and your higher self is going to give you. But are you in tune to listening to it? And so, you know, the important thing is really about clearing the mind so that you can receive those messages. And so one of the tools on top of meditation that we suggest to help you to strengthen your skills is life activation. And so life activation is a one-on-one session. It's about 2 hours. And the life activation practitioner is working your energetic field, working in your aura. And they're going to balance your energies. They're going to balance your magnetic energies, your elemental energies, your chakras. They're going to clear out any energetic blocks so that you're open to receive a life activation. Life activation is light that comes down into your 22-strand DNA. And through that process, it's going to awaken your divine blueprint to remind you of who you are and what your purpose is. And this life activation was developed by King Solomon, going all the way back 3,000 years, because he wanted to connect us to our divine Godhead. And by doing so, it's going to help you to strengthen your spiritual gifts so that you can have more clarity and discernment. So you're not just using your 5 senses, but you're actually using your 10 senses, right? You saw that in this room, how tapping into the senses, you were able to experience something totally different. And even though you didn't have your eyes open, you could still see. Or even though that you didn't actually have that watermelon in your mouth, you can actually still taste it, right? You can experience these things without actually like seeing it in the physical, being in the physical. You can tap into your spiritual senses, right? And so the life activation is going to help you do that so that you have more clarity and discernment. And so that's an easy way for you to do it. And then also there's a 2-day class called Empower Thyself. And through that, we work on more of these spiritual exercises that are really fun. So you get to work on your spiritual intuition, you get to work on managing your mind and understanding the process of the human thought process, the human thought cycle. And then you also learn tools and rituals that will help you to connect to your higher self, to the energetic beings, to help you to connect and ground yourself every single day so that you can be open to receive. And you have these tools for your own healing, for your own protection, and so that you can use your own empowerment to create better things in your life for yourself. So I am offering that class in October. So if you guys are interested, I can share more with you. But I'd really like to see what you guys experienced today. Was this helpful? Yeah. I'm getting some nods in here. Does anybody have any questions? We have a couple minutes, don't be shy. Anything? What's that?
I was just
Oh. Yeah.
How do you deal with doubt?
How do you deal with doubt? Yeah. I mean, that comes often, right? Because we're not taught from a young age to trust our senses, right? If you see something out of the corner of your eye, you're taught, oh no, you didn't see anything. That didn't happen, right? And very early on, we're kind of trained to be like, no, you just learn what you're going to learn in school. But where you can get over doubt is, again, by collecting that data. And so when you can learn to trust yourself. And from my experience, is about experiencing the energy. And so when I've received any healings or teachings from this lineage, I've been able to amplify my energy. And I feel myself get stronger. And so maybe I was like, oh, I was only seeing, I only had like 10% of, visions or communication. But now with that boost of energy, it's been amplified. And now I can get to 15% or 20%. And so it starts to grow over time because you're elevating your energy to a higher frequency, if that makes sense. And so that's an easy way to do it. I mean, that's the way I prefer to do it myself, because I was like, oh, I knew right away when I received these tools and these rituals that it worked because of my experience. I am an empath and an intuitive. And one of the primary reasons I came to find the Modern Mystery School was because I couldn't control it. I could feel everybody's energy. I knew what was going on with everybody, and I was absorbing it. And so I went and took the Empower Thyself class, and I received these tools. And I had to go to Asia for a business trip. This is another business trip from when my husband found a house. And it was during the cherry blossom season. This is pre-pandemic, and all the tourists were out. And normally, if I was in that situation, I would shut down because I would be absorbing everybody's energies and I would be so tired and drained. But because I had just received these rituals and the initiation literally the day before I went on this business trip, I was able to shut it all out. It was like I had this protective force field around me and nothing came through. So I didn't feel anybody's energies. I didn't feel anybody like, oh, somebody's feeling sad or somebody's feeling angry, and then I feel angry and I feel sad and I feel frustrated. I wasn't feeling any of that. And so I knew like right away that sense of freedom that had never happened for me before. And that is because I experienced that. That was my data. That was the fruits that came through for me. So I know that these tools work because I struggled my entire life with this. And now my life is completely transformed. I'm able to function. I'm able to be in front of you and talk and not have your energy affect my energy. In fact, I'm able to transmute my energy to raise it up and raise the vibration, bring more positivity. So yeah, I encourage you all to try it for yourself. Yep. Oh yes, so we are the lineage of King Solomon. And it's through the Modern Mystery School. Yeah, thank you. So we're just about at time. We have 2 minutes left. Does anybody else have any questions? I want to honor your time. And we have exciting John Gray coming up next. So for those, who's staying? Everyone's staying? A few people here are staying. Good. Yeah. He has something really exciting to talk about and share. Yeah, so if you guys are interested in learning more, I'm going to be outside. I have a booth, and I look forward to connecting with all of you. And thank you so much for doing those exercises with me and for meeting with me today. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Soul Search Santa Clara Enlightenment Expo. We're so excited to have you guys here with us because we have our amazing special guest, John Gray, with us here today to talk about love and romance and longevity in the modern world. And this is the expert to be speaking about the subject. He is the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, and the whole Mars-Venus series. So definitely you can dive in with John today. And if you want to go deeper, John is actually going to be teaching a 6-week online course with us starting August 14th. And that's going to be online. So if you want, there's plenty of information here. You can sign up with us at the front desk. It's going to be 6 weeks where you're going to actually get to do Q&A and bring your questions to John about your relationships, your relationship issues, and get more guidance on a personal level. And also, John leads a weekly meditation with us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. Pacific. So for those of you all who want to meditate with the group, this is a great experience. I join every Wednesday at 7 a.m. It's called the Radiant Mind Meditation, and it's very powerful. I've experienced a lot of transformation once we've been doing it for a few weeks now. So you guys can tune in on YouTube, Instagram, or Facebook to this Radiant Mind meditation every Wednesday. So we hope to see you all there. Thank you guys for joining us, and thank you, John, for being here.
Okay, let's double the clapping. Get excited. Now for fun, let's triple it. Let's go for triple. All it takes is the intention to give a little more. Intention to give a little more. And that's what I found is the secret in my marriage. Now, I was married. I was a monk for 9 years, married for 2 years. That was the wrong woman, but we peacefully broke up. She then married some other guy, which broke my heart. Then after a year of healing my heart, and then I was teaching the heart seminar at that time to heal my heart, I found my soulmate, who actually, before I married the first woman, I tried to marry that woman. That's Bonnie. Bonnie and I were married for 34 years till she passed. She's my sweetheart. I grieved for 2 years, which I think was really good. And then I found another soulmate. This is, it was a little challenge for her because she knows, one, she knows how much I love my wife, which means this is a good guy. And two, she feels like, well, do you love me more or her more? A normal question, a sweet question. And I said, you know, you are so lucky to meet me now because having grieved for 2 years the loss of the most amazing person in my life, my heart has grown. And as my heart has grown, you're the lucky recipient of more love. So that was a very good answer that came to me. So love is really the key. I see that, you know, we all have I can't say all, but whenever I say all, it's not everybody, okay? But it's my experience of all the people I know. When they all fall in love, it's an amazing experience. It's an amazing experience. And then it goes away. And sometimes it'll come back, it goes away. Sometimes it comes back, it goes away. And for many couples, they kind of forget it. And I have developed tools that can help people rekindle that love. I haven't had the experience of helping people find that love who never had it before. Okay, so, you know, if you've been married to somebody you really never felt the love, maybe some people just aren't right for each other. You know, we are energetically inclined to be attracted to certain people in certain ways, etc. So I can't change that. But what I do see is the institution of marriage is something I stand for. I'm thinking of Donald Trump right now. Fight. So I'm fighting for marriage. And that's part of this whole class, which is love, romance, and longevity. Longevity of being with your soulmate, being with a partner, being able to overcome the trials and tribulations that everybody experiences in marriage. Twice as many was at every marriage it's a standard thing. 50% of all marriages end in a divorce. But more importantly, the second marriage, it's 70% of the people who have a second marriage end in divorce. And the next one is the third marriage is 90% of those people end up. These are averages. So if you're in your third, it doesn't mean you're a disaster zone, but you're at risk. Because our tendency when relationships, and let me say the even bigger statistic, 20 years ago, twice as many people were getting married. Okay, so that's a huge one, is that people are just not connecting enough in order to feel the trust and the confidence that I could live with this person the rest of my life and grow in love. The heart's not opening up wide enough to feel this is the one for me. You know, all my friends said when I married my current wife, they said, "How did you know?" I said, "My heart's wide open." When your heart is wide open, you know. That's it. So many people say, "How do you know the right person?" Well, if you don't know, your heart's not wide open. When your heart is wide open, you know. Now, when your heart is wide open and you know, you could be wrong. Okay, there's always that possibility, because there's certain drugs that can open your heart. You know, you can take, what are those drugs called? It's been so long for me. What's the one everybody's taking? Ecstasy. Okay, ecstasy. I never had to actually take ecstasy. I just was counseling some person the day after ecstasy, and because I'm a total empath, I was so high. That really feels great. And the person I was counseling, he's actually at that time, he was a good buddy of mine, Jack Canfield. Who knows Jack? He wrote Chicken Soup for the Soul. We're like soul brothers. He'll say I'm the only person he wants to spend an island with. And then people say, what does his wife think about that? She says, John's the only person I'd want to spend an island with. Very sweet. We have a very sweet relationship. But before we were famous authors, we became the biggest selling authors of the decade of the 90s, and they continue on. Jack and I were in a support group doing our manifestation techniques. I'm not talking about those techniques here, but some of my meditations on the Wednesday morning at Soul Search, some of those are the manifestation meditations. And then, you know, I'm doing this for me too. And there's one meditation we've done the last 3 times, which is just higher consciousness meditation. I'm just going to do that because it makes me feel so good. See, I'm always when I was 29 years old, I was a monk for 9 years. My teacher was a quote enlightened master from India. And he proclaimed I was enlightened master at that time. And then I went out to do my work. And I worked hard at it, but I've been meditating since I was 2 years old. Okay, so when I was 5 years old, I dug a hole behind the garage just to sit in it. I didn't know I was meditating. I would just go into this wonderful, unlimited state. The first time I rode a horse, it galloped off at 9 years old. Another major enlightenment shift. But what I experience is everybody who works with the simple techniques that I teach, because I'm in that field, it's very easy to transmit that field to others, as with anybody in that field. You know, when you talk to somebody who's just feeling really great, you feel really great. That's what it is. If you want to play tennis with a tennis pro, your game automatically improves. You want a good relationship? Hang out with me. You might just like, I'm the guy. I'm the guy. I have the knowledge. I don't want to brag too much. Easy to brag too much. But so many people are teaching relationships that aren't in relationships. I don't get, they're quoting me all the time, so that's okay. But if you can be in a class with me, you get transmission. So you will all go out with more love in your hearts today. And it doesn't last, okay? Just like every Wednesday I do our meditation, I'm always in a state of unboundedness. But because I've connected with all these people around the world, I am anchored in all around the world because I can feel all those people with me. And it's just, we all join together. So it's an amazing experience. So, and that's free. That's not what you're going to get today. But I get it. I just get to talk to you and have you hear me, and I get to be one with you. And this is a really nice field, these nice little rooms. This is about the size of most people's aura. You know, it's a classroom size. And I can hold you easily inside of me, and you can receive as much as I can. I remember my biggest talk, I did the biggest arena in Australia, and I mean, I've done bigger ones, but they weren't all paying a lot of money. It's different when you just go to some event where people aren't paying for you. But when all those people were paying for me, Melbourne it was like something I never want to do again. I could not hold all those people in my awareness. It was just, they were just out there. I mean, I like to feel, I do this for me and I do it for the world. I feel the connection. So I want to let you know up front, besides this amazing class here, which is, I've never done this before, where I do online. Online's a thing now, so we're going to do online. And I'm going to basically go over, if you go to the website, you'll see all the things that we're covering in that thing. Today, what I'm going to do is, in other classes here at Soul Search, I've let there be a conversation with the audience. And unfortunately, what happens when I have a conversation with the audience, there's somebody with a lot of problems who wants to take up all the time. And, I don't want to dismiss them or anything. So I'm not going to take question and answers. I'm going to give you my best stuff, a little review of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. To me, is the foundation book for great relationships. Over, what is it now, like almost 100 million people, probably two, because it's in all these libraries and it was all these married couples and friends, have read that book and love it, because it just spreads. People say, how did you do that? I said, I just wrote a book and it spread like fire. And I just kept talking about it. But what I know to be the case, and I saw this with John Denver, is when John Denver, who remembers John Denver? Let me see my group here. We're all growing. So he was so beautiful, so amazing, and everything was great. And then he cheated on his wife. He started taking drugs. He went down, and all of his book sales stopped without people knowing he was cheating with his wife. They didn't know that. They didn't know he was doing all this drugs and all this stuff. They didn't know he was becoming egomaniac. His just energy, he was no longer authentically connected to his spirit. And I remember talking to him almost a week before he died on the plane. And he did this cleanse, and he felt like he was coming back. And my experience with him was funny, which is, he said, so you're the John Gray? I said, yes. I have 35 books of yours. Everybody gives me your book. I said, have you read it? No. You can't give it to everybody. What can I say? You have to reach out, just knocking him on the door. But what I saw, and the point I'm making with him, is when he was no longer an embodiment of of his music, he was now disconnected to that. And sales went way down. Everything went down for the guy. And his music is amazing, but you need to, and after he died, because his soul is no longer encumbered by his big ego, more people started listening to his music, although it's not fully alive yet the way it used to be. So when people ask me, what's your marketing skill? I say authenticity and sharing your truth wherever you can go, but more importantly, living it. And not only as an author is that a great marketing strategy, but it's a strategy of life. The more authentically loving you are, compassionate, empathetic, and yet loving yourself, so you let people take advantage of you, kindness, forgiveness, and we can all learn those skills. And in order to learn anything, you have to go through trials. And if you know anything, you learn most by making mistakes. If you do everything perfectly, you're never going to learn how to do it even better. So you make mistakes, which is a bummer. It's painful for those of it that want to be really good. So we make mistakes, and then we learn from those mistakes. And every time we learn from a mistake, we align ourselves to knowledge. I don't want to do that anymore. Who are you aligning with at that? Well, if you believe in God, you're aligning yourself with God. That's why in the Christian tradition, big deal about sin. What's the deal with sin? Sin, sin, sin. But what happens with sin is, I did something bad. Now I recognize I did something bad. I repent. And I repent means I don't want to do that again. So at least in that moment of repenting and committing yourself to being different, you're aligning yourself with the divine energy of the universe. So to me, repent is repent, repent, repent. Although some of my clients don't like that word, that's okay. Right? We make mistakes, and we need to be able to take it back. When I'm dealing with my children, at times I'll say something wrong, and because my kids are free to criticize me completely. They've never been punished by me. They've never been criticized by me. I strategically nurture them. Most people have no idea of how powerful that is. Yeah, it takes advanced skills of communication, but my mother had them. I was the fifth boy. She had 7 children. The fifth boy, my mother said, now see what happened to the other 4 boys? One has this problem, one has this problem, this one has to go to military school, this one got... Well, you followed my advice on how to raise Johnny. So my father said, okay, what is it? Don't punish him. He doesn't need to be punished. We're just going to put him in the hands of God. And so I was never punished growing up. I've never been punished. I have a whole freedom to express my thoughts and my ideas and so forth. Creativity magnifies to the extent you don't have fear in your life. And so many people have fear. And I won't say I always had this blessed, perfect everything, because when you have 4 older brothers who discovered I don't get spanked with a belt. Now this sounds harsh, but this was normal stuff in Texas when I was growing up. When you got in trouble, I'm going to tell your father, so if something happens, my mother would say, okay, or my father would say, come to my room. My mother would say, go to your father's room. He'd take out his belt, you'd bend over, and you'd get whipped. It was a scary thing to do. It was a normal thing to do. No one thought less of it. I came into this world thinking less of it. When I was in first grade, I can remember, I heard someone said, a girl in the other class, the teacher pulled her pants down and spanked her in front of the class. And my face turned red when I heard that. Now, I was the littlest kid in the class. And I remember getting up, outraged, like maybe more outraged than I've ever felt in my life when I heard that news. And I stormed out of the room to the principal's office, and the teacher said, now sit down. I'm not sitting down, I'm talking to the principal. And I can still clearly remember that power that came through me, walking down the hallway, this little tiny guy, if I go now, it's a short hallway, a little school, but I'm just going down to the principal's office, and I open the door, and there's the secretary here, and I said, I want to talk to the principal. And I must have looked so adorable. She said, we have to wait, we can make an appointment for you. I said, I'm not waiting, and walked right into the principal's office. I told her about this. I'm sure she was greatly entertained by it. And I said, well, something has to be done about it. I said, well, we're going to look into this and do something. So, okay, I did my job. So I feel like I'm here as a part of my mission. A lot of us are looking for a mission. What are we here for? Well, for me, it was pretty set up. I'm here to protect women. That's what I do. So all my nooks do. After I've gained my enlightenment, and by the way, there's all kinds of enlightenment. This is just enlightenment my teacher had. I moved on from that and moved on to that, moved on to that. There's so many levels of enlightenment, but he had a beautiful picture of, he said, basically 5 years of regular meditation. We have cosmic consciousness. Now, cosmic consciousness is this amazing experience. If you practice a good meditation technique regularly, at a certain point, it just shifts and the boundaries of this room go away. Okay, it's just like you are unlimited. You can take a breath in from the edges of infinity. It's an amazing experience. And so that was so amazing. And if I think about it, I can have it right now. It's just I don't think about it. It's just there. Just like if you were cold and somebody gave you a warm jacket, you go, ooh, this is really a warm jacket. I really like this jacket. So I have to sort of take a moment to reflect on that. Occasionally I'll do that. Because the next step was God intoxication. This is called God consciousness. You see a lot of these saints, they look a little crazy. And they're just in love with everybody. Oh, I love you, I love you. They're not married, of course, but they love everybody. If they were to get married, they would quickly leave that state. As long as you have nobody mirroring, pointing out your mistakes or being disappointed with you or someone you're attached to, very easy to be in the audience. Oh, I love you all. I do. I love you all. Okay, just come home with me. Okay, so there's a boundary there. It's very free, and a lot of us think we're so loving because we're not in relationships, and it's very easy to be in denial. And one of the key things of denial is how we stay in denial and not experience our suffering inside. Is addictions. Okay, so we all have these addictions that we do, either the addiction to procrastinate and not do what we say we're going to do or what we want to do, stay comfort zone, or we say, I want to lose weight. We don't lose weight. We start eating more. We say that, what are the other things we say? Those are the two basic ones. Procrastination is, and I want to be so loving. Oh, I have so many women clients because women are born to love. Love, it comes from women, not from men. Selflessness comes from men. Men, masculinity is that unboundedness. It is pure nothingness. If you look at all spiritual texts, there's two forces in the universe. There's the spiritual father love, the logos. It's no form. And then there's all form, and that's the female energy. That's why women are embodiments of beauty when they're healthy. And there's different body types. That doesn't mean if you don't look like the women in the magazine that you're not beautiful. But if you're not healthy, you're not beautiful. Or if you're angry inside, you can't be beautiful. If you're shut down, you can't be beautiful. Feminine energy is beautiful. And so I'll share a little experience I had. Ghost Light was a movie I saw. I highly recommend it. You have to pay $3 to stream it. But it's I hope I got the title right. Ghost Light. Somebody said, you got to see this show. And it's an amazing show about a man who loses his daughter and how he doesn't process it, and then how he gets to process it by joining an acting class. And and how the wife goes through metamorphosis as he changes. But there's this one scene. I'm just going to explain to women why you're so beautiful when you're beautiful and why you're not when you're not. Okay. So she was really angry with her husband because he wouldn't talk, he wouldn't open up, he was in a bad mood all the time, and she was upset too. You know, they're all going through crazy. And you lose somebody, a child, you all go nuts in a family. And the child died. I don't want to tell you how the child died. It's the mystery of the movie. But they ended up all feeling guilty because of it. How they dealt with their guilt is different, but it's hugely stressful. And so she was trying to make him feel good by putting on something a little sexy and coming in to like offer her body for sex. You know, he's bad with, let me come and give you a kiss. And I'm like, please don't give me an R-rated sex scene here, please. I do not want to be having sex with these people. That was very judgmental too, but whoa, I don't want to be seeing this. Okay, so there was that scene. At the end of the movie, when their hearts were open and they did the same thing, I said, tell him, give me more, give me more. It was like she was so beautiful and he was so handsome, and had nothing to do with body type at all. It had to do with the energy that they were putting out. It was that connection. And that's more love in our heart, the more beautiful we are, and the biology. We're dealing with mind, body, and spirit. It all comes together. And at conferences like this, there's a lot of people into spirit, but they ignore their bodies. Okay, that's a big thing. Or they ignore their relationships. I've got my journey, I'm doing my thing, I don't need somebody else. That's not just here. It's a phenomenon that's gone up 10 times, I would say, since I've been doing this for 40 years, talking about gender differences. And what it is particularly men not willing to commit to a woman, and it's women not feeling like they need a man. Like, why do I need a man? And it's a good question. And it's like, and a guy wandering around, what's my purpose? Well, I'll tell you my purpose. When I used to have those feelings, I used to, with all this spirituality, and I wanted to mention that I didn't have this like perfect childhood either. My mother was amazing. My dad was wonderful. But because of the difference between me and my brothers, all they did were jealous of me and punished me. So I've gone through being thrown into fires, buried alive, thrown off of roofs, scars all over my head, concussions, blood flowing out. So it gets you somehow. No matter how good life gets, it gets you somehow. And this is why I love many of the spiritual teachings. It's karma. You can't change your karma. All you can change is how you react to your karma. That's it. There's so much predestination in our lives. It's just going to come. But let's say you stole $100 from somebody. Then suddenly somebody's going to steal $100 from me. But what if I have $1,000 in my bank account? Then losing that $100 is not going to be a big deal. That's what we're doing now, is generating good karma, creating more, but the past will come to us. So always when disasters happen in my life, here's one that happened a month ago. A major part of my income has been in a particular investment over 10 years. And all kinds of signs it's working along. And then my business partner, who's 10 years younger than me, dies. And everything's in his name. And it's in probate. And he didn't have trust. If you want to set a will, put it in a trust. Go to your accountant, get a lawyer, get a trust. Because now it will take 2 years before I can access 1% of what I'm owed. But that's okay. I'm glad to get that. It's just going to take 2 years to get it. So that was amazing. And one of the other speakers here, I was listening to her talk, and she was saying, and I'd never heard this concept, but it seemed pretty true to me. She said that every 7 years, your karma is your emotional state will be what it was 7 years ago. Circumstances will change, but it takes 7 years for you to face those emotions again. 7 years to face those emotions again. So I did that little thing. I said, yeah, 7 years ago, my wife died, and I spent the whole year taking care of her, feeling like, how can I save my wife? How can I help her, and so forth? And then the devastation of not being able to save her life. And here I am, having created wellness seminars, writing a book on wellness and all these things. But I will say, she said I was her hero, her last moment. I said, I'm just so sorry, sweetie. She said, John, you're my hero. You did everything for me. And remember, I didn't do everything you suggested. Now she's on her own path, always, which I supported. I always support that. I made my offerings there. And I just look at it as, there's destiny. Things happen, they're gonna happen. All we can do is make it less painful or make it more joyful, how we react to it. And I have to say, she died of ovarian cancer, which can be horrible. And she was never in any pain, except, she couldn't eat. She kind of basically starved to death as her body turned to just bones, but she didn't get the bone pain and she didn't get all these pains. And I can remember the night before giving her a massage. I massaged her every day. I took care of her. And I was massaging her spine. And I said to her, honey, did you know you have scoliosis? She said, I didn't know that. What I felt when I was going down the spine, it had broken in half and had just had a little bit of tendon connecting it. Because it went over there. Whoa, you got a moving spine here. I think when she died, it was because she sat up and it just made that little twist and she was gone. But to be able to do all the natural things that I could do could take away the pain and bring in, I think she felt more love in her life than she'd ever felt, and more love from me. She saw me stop my career. She saw me give up everything just to nurse her, take care of her, and research for her. So life is never perfect the way we think it should be, but life is the way it should be, to teach us lessons. Now, whether we learn those lessons or not, when you don't learn a lesson, when you don't repent, when you don't realize, okay, I'm not a victim here. I have been victimized. Maybe I've been poisoned, but how am I going to react to that poison? That's what we have control over. It's going to come at you. It's happening. It's going to happen. So that's where, just go with the flow, but don't just go with the flow. When something happens, how could I have prevented this? How did I create this? How did I contribute to this? And let me try doing something differently now. It's always that commitment to doing something differently. That little shift was how I created Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus concept and whole idea. Why it's part of my mission is to teach that message. On my honeymoon with Bonnie, my soulmate, got a call. My father was dead. Now, we just said goodbye to him a few days before. What happened? He was healthy. I had a great relationship with him. And they said, how did he die? How did he die? Well, you have to come and find out. So, no, how did he die? He was found dead in the trunk of his car. And talk about cosmic things here. When my last conversation I had with my dad, he was giving my wife Bonnie a tour of the poor part of town. My dad was always helping the poor people. They created a trust for him, a foundation honoring him, because he started all the football teams, the basketball teams. He bought all the equipment for them. He would coach them. And so he was driving us through this poor neighborhood of Houston, Texas, like a poor neighborhood. And in that conversation with him, he's very proud. This is what I did. You would think, why does my body's thinking, why is he driving us to this ghetto neighborhood? Okay, so anyway. And I said, while I'm driving around, or he's driving me, I forget. I said, now, Dad, I'm grown up now. I want to give you some advice. He said, what's that? I said, everyone tells me that you're picking up hitchhikers. He said, yes, I like to do that. And I said, well, it's no longer safe to pick up hitchhikers in Texas, so you shouldn't do that. And my dad says to me, John, other men my age, when they retire, they go on safari. I pick up hitchhikers and I take them where they want to go. I learn about them and I help them. You see, ultimately, to be a man and feel good about yourself, you have to always be helping people. That's masculinity. If you're in your masculine energy, you're helping. And if you're depressed, you're not helping. Any depressed man has just put off doing what you can do to help other people. It's a real simple thing. And why do women get depressed? Not because they're not helping people. You get depressed by too much helping people. It's surprising because all the books say, oh, if you give, you will give back. And giving is the reward. Yes, giving back is the reward for women. Giving selflessly, but looking for a goal is the reward for men. It's not like I just come and give. I give because for a lot of reasons. But one is I want you to take my class. I want your lives to be better. And I enjoy doing it. So that's my female side. We have a male side and a female side. Whenever you're doing something you like, something you enjoy, or when somebody's helping you, you're making female hormones. And whenever you're stressed, you're not making female hormones. That is biology. Now that's what I didn't know when I wrote Men From Mars. All I knew was being a man, being married to a woman, having relationships, counseling people, listening to what they have to say, and I am clairsentient, if people know what that means. So when somebody comes to me with a problem, they always have the answer. See, all the answers are always, God gives us the answers, or higher self gives you the answers. Everybody's got the answers. But when you're not listening, then I hear. So it's like, where do these ideas come from that I wrote in my books? People give me a problem. In the beginning, I'd be like, I don't know how to solve this. And then suddenly I would hear the answer. I get a download right then. This is what they have to do. And every one of my tools, every one of my techniques are the downloads that I heard that would answer people's problems. And then I wrote this book, Men From Mars, Women From Venus, which is 10 of the most universal downloads I got. And I'll explain those. We'll get a little review of that. But how did I even come across that? Well, my dad, he's found dead in the trunk of his car. It was on my honeymoon. So we got on a plane right away. Again, what a honeymoon, right? It's like, that's my life. Dramas happen, then we grow from it. So we went down to Houston together, and we went right out to where the car was, where the police had found the car. What had happened is my dad had picked up a hitchhiker and given them money, and he was happy to do that. You know, he'd just gotten some money to go do an adventure. And he picked up a hitchhiker, and evidently a hitchhiker took the money and had my dad get out of the car and get into the trunk. There was no violence. And he closed the trunk lid over him. Okay, that was it. Couldn't get out of the trunk. And that year, now you have these releases in the trunk, but we didn't have them in those days. So he's in the trunk. Now, there we are with the family. We're looking at the trunk. We're looking at where my father was found. My mother had called the police 4 times. My mother had called the police around 4 o'clock saying, where's my husband? Describe the car. And they said, yes, we've had 3 calls describing that car. And they didn't go. So that made me angry too. Well, I have an issue always with police. I mean, who doesn't, right? So I'm rather pissed off about that. But anyway, put that to the side. I was still traumatically involved with my dad's death. So I went and I looked in the trunk. We're all there with my family, 7 children, my mother. And I said, I'm going to get in the trunk because I need to know what Daddy went through. And that's just who I am. I'm an empath, you know, and you imagine it being terrible. I'm claustrophobic. He was claustrophobic. After the whole thing, my mother told me this is so amazing synchronicity, because when your father, 15 years ago or something like that, when he bought that car, there was a leak in the trunk. And he got into the trunk, and he had a man that helped for the yard, or one of his assistants, I don't know, and had a man that worked for him, closed the lid over him. And he said, if I need to get out, let me out right away. So my dad got into the trunk, and the guy was going to pour water so he could see where the water's coming in. And then they felt the claustrophobia. Has anybody had claustrophobia? Do you know what that is? I mean, it's just like, for some people, it's like, whoa, you know, it's pretty potent stuff. So he gets in there, the lid goes down. I want out, you know, so let me out. So he's in the trunk, and the guy is now trying to unlock the trunk. Now, this was an older model where you had to turn the knob in order to push the button. He said, my father said, turn the knob and push the button. We turned it the wrong way and tried to push the button. He says, it's locked, it's locked. So, well, go get my wife. Go get my wife. My mother came and let him out of the trunk. She said my dad was white in the face. And she told me, she says, and what he said was, that would be the worst way to die. Now, the irony of this is when he got into the trunk, I got to retrace his movements. I saw where he'd unscrewed the back light for air. You know, it's hot. The way he died in the trunk was called heat asphyxiation. Just the hot sun of Texas, because the police didn't come in time. He just went to sleep. And the good news for me was that heat asphyxiation is not painful at all. It's just hot and you feel tired and you go to sleep. So he died in his sleep. But before that, and I didn't know that at the time, I just knew I had to get in that trunk. But it wasn't completely closed. They closed the trunk, but he had already opened this little window. And for people who have claustrophobia, sometimes that's the key, is just have one little opening, or just knowing you can get out, but at least he had that opening. And he pulled a screwdriver. I was lying down, unscrewed it, pulled it back. And without thinking, what I did while I was in the trunk, trying to experience what my dad went through, I just pulled it back further. And I mindlessly put my arm out like that. You know, I'm a guy. You see a hole, you feel it. So put your arm out. Arm coming back. My brother on the outside of the trunk says, John, see if you can reach around and push the button. So this is like a Greek tragedy, right? This is like, if only he had thought of that. So, and then the lid opened up. And I made that. See, part of how you heal a wound is you learn from it and you make a commitment from it. And so what did I learn from that experience as I'm grieving that? So many people are trying to get out of their trunks. And what they need is somebody on the outside to say, reach around and push the button. And that resonated with me because that's my commitment to life, is helping people open that trunk. Not to get out, but to let love in. See, we're all trying to get out. The reason he didn't think about getting in, because he was thinking about going out. So I'm not like telling everybody that go through catharsis and throw everything out, although there's some value to that for beginners. There's no question about it. You're completely shut down, take a bat and beat and yell and scream. Okay, then you sort of get in touch. But you never want to be dependent upon yelling and screaming to get what you want. Because then when you don't have what you want, what do? You have to yell and scream. It's the same concept as war and peace. They always say we have this war to create lasting peace, right? World War II was the war to create lasting peace, to end all wars. And yet what have we had? One war after another. Because if your goal is peace and the way to get to peace is through war, then to maintain peace, you have to keep creating war. We have to find a way to create peace without creating war. And that will never be discovered until little children grow up in a family where mom and dad have learned to create peace without having to argue and fight over and over until they get a divorce. And that's what my commitment is. And that was my commitment with my dad when he was there. And so I'm going to commit myself to helping people look inside the trunk. And another way I looked at that is look at everything from the opposite point of view. That became sort of my internal process of, well, what do I think this woman needs or what she should do as a man thinking that? Let me think the opposite. And if a woman has a thought about a man, what if we looked at it the opposite way? Because it's a very simple, it's not always exactly that way. But I got that gift from my father's death. And I developed the idea that men and women see the world as complements, seeing it oppositely. And we want to do is bring those opposites together in harmony. And then now we have a talk today on romance and immortality, or not immortality, but longevity. Because love is one thing, but people often fall out of love. And when the romance goes away in our modern world, because they expect and they want that romance to last, they feel disappointed, they feel discouraged, they feel they're missing out. Now amplify that when you have teachers like me out in the world saying you can have lasting love. I'm having great sex at 73 years old. Too bad you don't. I feel great. I'm not perfect. So people like me also could create divorce in that way. But it's not just me. It's the real thing. It's social media. It looks like everybody's in a happy marriage and a happy family in social media. Or if they're single, it looks like every single person is happy and having a great time. What we know is I'll just go some statistics. I don't want to dwell on it, but I remember I was giving a presentation at a medical conference down in Brazil. All these doctors are there reporting statistics. 95% of Brazilian women in Sao Paulo, I think that's the city there, it's 95% of the women all take sleeping pills, these heavy duty, unhealthy sleeping pills for you. We're not talking melatonin, we're talking knockout drugs. 95% of women can't sleep. Now, why can't they sleep? Why is their mind so busy? And yes, women's brains will always be busy. There's no question about it. That's how we're different. Harvard did a study on males. Say relax. After a day of work, sit there and relax. Women, sit here and relax. Put all that stuff on their head. When they say relax, what happens to a woman's brain? It becomes busier. And what is she thinking? Okay, what are you thinking? She's thinking about all the things she's not doing while she's sitting here doing that experiment. Now you ask the men, what are you doing? What are you thinking? Nothing. And literally, there's hardly any activity in many parts of the brain. Just gone. You know, when you're saying, what are you feeling to your husband? Nothing. You think you must be lying. You have some secret. You're cheating on me. You're hiding. Or you're mad at me. I wasn't mad at you, but now I am because you keep probing me. Just back off, will you? I just need to forget everything. So a simple concept from Men Are From Mars is that one of the ways men process stress effectively, not all men today do. So back when I wrote it, most men would relate to this. But today, not all men even know their superpower. My superpower is I can have, I've got creditors, all of Ramey's creditors are sending me, that's my ex-partner, lawsuits. I mean, we're talking $1 million lawsuits. And bills have to be paid, people we promise money to. And I feel bad, these people need to get paid their money. I can't access any of the money of the company for 2 years. The probate case, the legal system is insane. If you don't have your will and a trust, they can tie it up for years. Every little thing you do, you have to ask the judge. And then we asked the judge. We had to wait 6 weeks to even assign somebody to be the person in charge of it. And then that person said, this is too crazy. So then we had to go to another 6 weeks just to assign another person. And then another 6 weeks for the judge to assign that person. Now, this is what it was. This one is, he says, I don't want to be the executor. Okay, we're going to say, we're going to set another appointment where you're no longer going to be the executor. Couldn't you have done it then? Oh no, we haven't. Wait. And then we're going to go another 6 weeks in order to assign an executor. And then once you have the executor, every single thing they do has to be approved by the judge. And because these guys have so many lawsuits, assets, oh, we're not going to sell anything. We're not going to do anything. We have a big company. It's dying now unless I get loans to make it happen. So that's all happening. That's a stressful time. 7 years ago, it was stressful. My wife died. The next 7 years is going to take. But I have perfected being a male. I go, okay, what can I do today? Can't do this, can't do this. What can I do today? That's all. At the end of the day, now forget it because there's nothing more I can do. And that's what men have the ability. No woman has that ability. You can't even develop that ability. It's not within your range of functioning. And if you did have that ability, you would never be able to have children. You would never be able to experience happiness. You would never be able to experience love. Because love comes with a busy brain. If you have love, that means what is love for? To nurture children. Your bodies can make babies. Whether you choose to or not, you have a set of hormones to make babies. And that means your brain cannot turn off. When you have a little person that you're responsible for, you have to be on all the time. You can't just shut down. You can't just forget it. You can't just go watch the news and forget all the, hey, kids, go have fun. No, you're on all the time. 24 hours, a woman's brain is on. We check out when the sun sets. Unless we're doing video games and whatever, inhibiting our brain from being able to check out. So if you look at what the historical thing we did for men, historically, in many, many cultures, they learned to meditate. Now, not that, because women on their male side now, meditation can be very helpful for them too. But then what helps them bring up their female side is dancing. How many of you dance? Just curious. Dancing is like one of the biggest female estrogen stimulators. Singing, who sings? Nobody. I try. My kids won't let me. Chanting, the chanting, singing, vocal. And guess what? If you're not a singer and you're not dancing all the time, talking. Talking is another form of singing. And more powerfully, singing is always uplifting things. But for reality to be grounded in the earth to where you can make things work, where you can get pregnant, you can raise children, you have unlimited energy, you attract money to you. All these things for women is coming down into the body. Now, I see a lot of channels out there struggling to have money in their life. They're way up here. You can't attract money in your life. I mean, I am the most, don't brag, John. Play it cool. Guess what? I had a Broadway show. It was the most successful financial Broadway show in history. I could only do it for 8 days. It was too hard work. I don't need to do that. That's a crazy job. And the reason it was most successful financially is I sold it out. It was the biggest theater, and I had no set. They were so, New York Times, they're all offended at me. They're all mad at me. How dare you not have a set? We're at Broadway. I said, I'm the set. Why? I don't need that. Because then if everybody's looking at my set, they're not looking at me. If you're looking at me, you get me. So, although I do think it's be wonderful when people have these slideshows and everything, but I'm just old fashioned. I know I want you to have a piece of me. I just want to resonate with you, not with what's on a screen, which is also what's destroying marriages. When a man resonates his sexual arousal with a screen, his arousal for his partner is diminished. That's why monogamy is so, so important. And if you want to keep romance in a relationship, men and women both, but more so men, need to be very clear about the energy of you're my only partner I have sex with. It's very, very important. We've gotten all loose on that. Then there's all these polyamorous people talking about it. And then you got the guys who are always just having sex one after another. And now they're 45 years old. They never got married. They're never gonna have a family. You wake up around 50 or 60 and you go, what have I done with my life? Not that everybody has to have children. You can have little people you adopt or people you can help. A dog helps. In my neighborhood, every woman has a dog because they're all lawyers, okay? And they're not getting any affection from their husbands who are all investors and lawyers and whatever. And guess what they do? Because they're so bored in their sex life, is they do fundraisers for the school, for the children's school, the elementary school. Because once they start having children, they make a child and there's nothing left. They play a game that's called a key party. Do you know what a key party is? A key party, you have a basket and you have only certain people are invited to this fundraiser. You pay a lot of money to go to the fundraiser for the school. It's a good cause. Put your keys, the men put their keys in the basket, and then the women pull out keys and they go have sex that night. That's a key party. You have no idea what goes on in this world. You have no idea how many people are strung out on cocaine. None of my clients are on cocaine. They don't come to me because they probably think I'll judge them for it. I'll pity them, but I won't judge them. Another friend therapist, he says, there's not one person that I have that isn't hooked on cocaine. And they're not, and they have to have cocaine just to have sex. Or then they came on with Viagra. They have to use Viagra. What is it, like almost half the men over 40 have to use Viagra, and by 50, they don't care about sex. This is what's going on in the world today. Now, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. I'm in my 70s, 73, and my friends are all in the 70s. They don't get erections. I said, hey, let's take my class. You can learn how to get your energy back, have great sex. It's part of life. And they say, it's too much struggle. I'm not bothered to bother. And that's what their sex life looks like. Instead of like, wow, am I lucky to have this? This is so amazing. And it's like, what do you want to do? And you can sense when you speak to me, an innocent child. I'm very childlike. I can actually look like a little child very easily. I have a picture of me when I was a little child. And I was sort of in a meditative state like this, I would just go down this. I could do that, completely be that child. I also can be a teenager. I also am a monk. I'm also a happily married man. I'm also a very successful businessman. I have all those ages in me. That's what That's what relationships can do for us, is anchor us into our heart. You know, one time, I've taught so many classes over the years, but this is one of my 7-day classes. And I used to have a wellness ranch and everything. But I have people, well, here's just one exercise in it, is to just reflect on we can do this together, it's not a big deal, but reflect on who you were 10 years ago. So maybe just close your eyes, take a deep breath. Another deep, relaxing breath. I get going here, so let's relax into the energy of the room. And go back 7 or 10 years, and just who were you at that time? That's you. But your view of the world and what you think is different. That's the changing part of you. The part of you that's still you 10 years ago. Now go back 10 years before that. What were you doing then? What were you thinking then? What was your body like then? How are you different now than you were then? But what's the part of you that's the same, that's still you? That's your soul. You don't change, but your mind changes, your body changes, your motivations change. Now go back even 10 years before that. Some of you'll be in heaven soon, but that's okay. For some of us older ones, we could go back further. I mean, I love going back. It's just like, who is that person? But that's me. Try to find yourself in that person. That's your soul. Now go all the way back to when you're in elementary school. Just see who you were walking in the classroom. What were your concerns? What were your worries? What was important to you? Feel the joyful, vulnerable part of you. Recall a time when you were happy. Maybe you won something. Somebody liked you. Oh my God, something popped into my head just now. I remember I was in 7th grade, a big social time. And there was a party. And I was late to the party. I thought, oh, I can't go. And I was crying. I'm late. I can't go. My mother's so wise. She called the party and said, is everybody there yet? They said, no. Is Johnny still can come? They said, yes. So I got on my motorcycle and drove to the party. And they were all bored. And when I came into the party, everybody ran at me. Yay, Johnny's here. Johnny's here. I didn't know why, but the music that was playing at that time was a Beatles song, which is Got to Get You in My Life. All I have to do is play that song, Got to Get You in My Life. And suddenly I'm there. That's why music is so good. It anchors us into who we were at those times. That's your soul. Very different from who you are now, but also the same. Since this is soul search, I thought we would do that little exercise. It's a very sweet thing. That's who you are. And maybe right now with your eyes closed, you go back to that little teenager, that little child, at a time when you were happy, a time when something good happened. Maybe for many of us Christian, the Christmas presents. It's so exciting to see the presents under the tree. Go back to that time. And I want you to give yourself a hug. Just put your arms around your body like this. And I want you to hold that child and say, you deserve to be happy. Just in your heart, talking to that child, you deserve to be happy. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. I love you. I love you. I will always be here for you. I will always be here for you. And feel in your heart something you want to say to that child. What came up for me? It's going to be a rough road, but it always gets better and better. It's all going to get better and better. And I'm always going to be by your side. So now you've given yourself a little gift, a little message. Give yourself a tight hug, and we'll come back into the room. Such a sweet, sweet. We are all beings of love. Now, little boys are also beings of love, but as they get older, they're not as much. Okay, they're not as much. I always look at biology. A little boy has the female hormones of a little girl. There's no difference. For the first 2 years of life, a little boy has the testosterone levels of a grown man, and then they drop way down. And his estrogen levels, the female hormones, are the same as a little girl. His brain has been changed. Little boys will always generally will play with things, and girls will play with their dolls and people and food and the natural things, the nurturing things. So females are naturally nurturing, they're cooperative, they always want to help the little ones, generally speaking. The boys, the little ones have to get their way in. We're all struggling, competing to get to the top. I want this and I want that, wrestling around and all that. Girls start to talk and all that stuff. They wrestle with their words. You're designed not to forget your problems. You're designed as women to talk about your problems. This is the most powerful estrogen stimulator that there is talking about your problems. Because talking about a problem, if you have some guidance with it, allows you to feel your emotions. So, oh, I was late today. Oh, it was scary, or it was so frustrating, or somebody was stuck in front of me the whole time. I was so angry. See, those emotions, whatever you feel an emotion, if you're a woman, positive or negative, when you feel an emotion, your female hormones go up. When a man feels an emotion, his female hormones go up. So that's a problem for men, unless he has really high testosterone. See, if he has really high testosterone, that means he's detached. He's not had no emotion. So I am detached. The spaciousness is the Buddha state, is nirvana state. Which, by the way, after I was in God consciousness, I had all these girlfriends, and all I wanted to do, I felt like I was God's gift to women. Just travel around and interview them about what they like in sex, and provide that for them, and move on to the next. And the other side of it was I had no money, so all I had was an old car, and my parents would give me a gasoline credit card, so I could get to houses. I just couldn't feed myself, so they would cook for me, and I would love them in a nice way. I mean, first start off by reading their palm. First you get touch, contact, then you listen. And then once you listen and you're safe, and it's not that easy for all guys. It was a little easier for me because I had just left the TM movement. And that movement in the 3,600 centers, they had my picture and my brain chemistry, brain waves. And I was the big head guru's personal assistant, #1 student, acknowledged as enlightened. And everybody freaked out then when I left. It's kind of, why would you leave this great guy? Because I found my way. But I had no idea what I was going to do. All I knew was I hadn't had sex in 9 years, nor had sex with myself. So women look pretty good. So that I started making love. And I created something. My first seminar I taught was called Enlightened Sexuality. And I still teach it. And the glimpse of it, it will be part of this 6-week course, Enlightened Sexuality, is recognizing that making love doesn't have to be this quick 5-minute thing of intercourse. For many people, on the average, it's a 5-minute intercourse. And often over time, men stop using the foreplay and they just sort of get right to it. There's no way her body can generate the estrogen necessary. It literally has to double due to foreplay interactions and has to already be at its normal level from outside the bedroom. So we're talking about happy woman, then goes into the bedroom, then understanding her role in sex and his role in sex. And there's certain roles that you can reverse them too, but you have to start out generating enough estrogen for a woman to actually want sex. Now, you can intellectually want it. That's what all these women come to me. Oh, my husband's no longer wanting sex with me. I want sex. No, what you want him is to feel the way he felt when he used to want sex with you. That's called desire, motivation, wanting to please you. Well, guess what? When you don't have a good sex life, that goes away in a man. You can bring it back with my skills. But that I teach, these are like basic, what I call biohacks. Things women can do to bump men's testosterone up, things women can do to bump a man's estrogen levels up. And that's foreplay. And that's what you can do outside the bedroom, what you do inside the bedroom. It's one of the basic core principles of the book, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, is I just listen to what are women's #1 complaints? What are men's #1 complaints? And what time is it? Okay, time's up. But I'll go a little over. They gave me a little time for that here. So what are those 3 complaints? That's the basic thing. Women will say, men don't listen. They don't listen. Now, we would say, of course we listen. What are you talking about? You're complaining to me, and now you're complaining I'm not listening. What are you talking about? He's not listening the way she needs. He doesn't know what she needs because he's not a woman. He's totally into logic and solving problems. So she's into sharing. She literally has to share. In some cases, if she's stressed, when she's stressed, she has to share problems. Now, if she doesn't know how to share problems with emotion, she could go on for days, for the rest of her life. When you share problems with emotion and somebody feels your emotion, then you produce massive amounts of estrogen. Your stress goes away, which is why, as a therapist, I do couples counseling, and then I'm also doing therapy. And as part of my couples counseling, I'm people dating counseling, is primarily helping women to learn how to, without a man, learn how to raise your estrogen levels up, and then how to use him to raise them even higher. That's why if you look at therapy and you look at counseling, separate from coaching, counseling, 90% of the people who go to counselors, where usually women are just talking, or the person is just talking, 95% are women, or 90%, one of them. Why? Because women get a huge benefit out of just being able to share what they're feeling with someone they're not trying to change. Now, they're not aware of that. They just know, John listens better than my husband. Why? Okay. Then I have to explain to her why. Well, you're sharing your problems, which we men hear as complaining. And you're not complaining about me. I can hear you. If you start complaining about me, I think you need a new therapist. I can't give you that full empathy. I can't just step into you if you're rejecting me. That's what happens in relationships, is women need to complain or share their problems, and they focus on sharing their problem with him. When you share your problems with a man, first of all, your estrogen levels don't go up that much because you're on your male side. When you're on your male side, you're trying to affect change in the world. When you're on your female side, you're looking at your receptivity, how I'm responding to the world. So what are the ways to respond to the world? Frustration or ease and comfort. Disappointment or happiness. Fear or gratitude. These are all emotions that produce estrogen. It doesn't matter whether it's a negative emotion or a positive emotion, it produces estrogen. But if you share an emotion with the intention to change somebody with it, I'm so angry you stepped on my foot. And this is the 5th time you've done it. What's wrong with you? What you did is you got a little squirt of estrogen, so it feels good to do that. You love to do that, don't you? Feels good. Feels good. Or why do you keep doing it? Okay, so with those that do, which is quite often. So when you're complaining about your partner, you're doing it with the intent to change them. Anytime you do anything with the intent to change somebody, you're on your masculine side. You're not making female hormones as much. You're making male hormones. Nothing wrong with that, except that if you're stressed as a woman, what do you need? More estrogen. And you can sometimes just think happy thoughts. You know, what was that movie? Think Happy Thoughts? The nanny, the Disney nanny. What's her name? Mary Poppins. Think lovely thoughts, you know. It's good to do that. But if you're just putting whipped cream on a bunch of negative thoughts, they don't go away. And when you have repressed negativity, if you don't feel it and let it go, the universe comes at you to make you feel that. And the more you ignore your negative feelings inside, the louder the universe has to pound on your door in order to give you the gift of something to help you. Free therapy. So when this happened to my partner who lost all my money, not all, but lost all this money, that's the universe giving a little knock. John, you need to look at some feelings going on inside. It's time for you to process these feelings. And they have a chance to come up. And that's how I look at it. I don't go, oh, this terrible thing that happened. I go, this terrible thing that happened is good for me. I like that. Somebody singing happy birthday to me. Okay, so that's my birth. Which brings it all back to your whole life. I used to do these seminars on birth trauma. Your whole destiny is in your birth trauma. Okay, everything around your birth repeats again and again and again. All we can do is be conscious and aware is when it repeats, to learn a lesson, heal ourselves through love, through forgiveness, through kindness, through helping, and for women, how to get help. Always how to ask. Now that in this class, a whole evening is going to be spent on all the ways women think they're asking and they're not. All the ways women could ask and how to ask a man to do things. To have him do it. There's an art to it. And women are not taught that art because you didn't see your mother doing it. Unless you just had a great dad and he automatically did it. And the truth is, in past generations, depending on how far back you go, women didn't have to ask for much more because they already picked a man who had a job. And so that was the most important thing, and had a good temperament. He didn't yell and scream. That was masculinity. Masculinity does not yell and scream. Masculinity does not cry unless the problem is huge. And a good what is it, the saying from China, one of my favorite sayings I've taught in China for years as well. A man does not, children should cry, absolutely. A man should not cry unless his heart is broken. Unless his heart has to be a big thing. And then that means I feel totally powerless. I can't change what happened. In that case, he's thrust way over to his female side in grief. And then he needs to talk about his feelings. And there's a way and a time to do that. We missed it all in our society. We've made men and women the same. We treat men like, oh, you're supposed to all talk about how you feel, not knowing that when a man is ever depressed or anxious, anxiety, depression, lack of motivation, it's all simultaneously. You'll see in the body, his testosterone levels are low, his estrogen levels are high. Now, does it make any sense to raise his estrogen levels more? No. Whenever a man has anxiety, his testosterone is low, his estrogen is high. One of the major causes of anxiety in males today is they do porn. Porn lowers testosterone every time. Porn drops it down, and it feels so good, your estrogen goes way up. All that fantasy. I mean, sex therapists, I'm a sex therapist as well. They say the stupidest stuff. Husband can't get it up with his wife. Oh, watch porn and think about that woman. It's the only reason he can't get it out. One of the reasons he can't get it. He's not committed to his wife. See what happens? This is now biology. I'm going to end with this. I said, I promise you longevity. 2 things for longevity. 1, everybody knows. If you're not your ideal weight, you're going to die sooner. If you're not your ideal weight, you're not going to have lasting passion. You have to be able to lower stress in your body. This is a whole course on how through behaviors you can raise estrogen if you're a woman, and progesterone at different times of your month when you're cycling, and then after that what you do. I'll explain all that in this course. Then for the men who are having a crisis, the average 20-year-old guy today has 20% less testosterone than 20 years ago. And my testosterone levels are 50% higher than when I was a young man, way higher. In my 70s, how's that happen? Your average man, it goes down. Why does it go down? They're not having regular great sex. They don't know how to provide that to their partner. And when I say great sex, I mean enlightened sexuality. Enlightened sexuality is with a partner you're committed to, 1. And the purpose of sex is only so that the man can feel the love in his heart more. Because every man knows that when you're having sex, it's like ice cream. You feel really good. But it's not ice cream if you're in a committed relationship. Yeah, I'll produce huge amounts of estrogen eating ice cream. Feels good. Anytime something feels good, you're making female hormones. So yeah, sex feels really good, but it's no different than eating ice cream. Being in a committed relationship, a person you're devoted to, you're committed to, you've had problems with, you've forgiven them, you've grown, you've built those muscles by going through the challenges of a relationship and the temptations around you, and you stick with your partner. There's power in that. And the power is proven in a certain hormone called prolactin. It's the immortality hormone, the longevity hormone. It's the secret why some of these masters throughout China and India, and look in the Bible where people live 700 years, 800 years, 300 years. What were they doing? They were doing these secret sex practices, and it's so simple. It's basically being committed to one woman, 1, 2, providing orgasmic pleasure for her every time. Now, there's no pressure on her to have an orgasm, which is sort of paradoxical. The only way you can get to that place is for her to give up attachment to her clitoris. See, women have climaxes. They just deplete their sex energy. Of a clitoral climax depletes your sex energy. A enough, what the clitoris stimulates male hormones, just like the penis stimulates male hormones and female hormones. So there's a whole difference between a vaginal orgasm and a clitoral orgasm. And now we've become all addicted. Now you got the robots doing it. This is like the worst thing ever is use a robot. Just like the worst thing for a male is to do it with a porn online. This is so anti-biology. It's what happens is males' testosterone goes down, their estrogen levels go up, they're whiny, they're complaining, they lose motivation, they're irritable, they get angry, they get dissatisfied. How dare you treat me like a second-class citizen? Every wife's going to treat your husband like a second-class citizen occasionally, and it's normal. She's going to, why didn't you bring your shoes? Why didn't you put your shoes away? It's a natural thing. Ideally, she can evolve beyond that, but it's going to happen. So I have to be big enough to go, she's having a bad day. Tell me about your day. What's going on? Or maybe she makes me really angry. Instead of like talking, I say, look, I need to think about this. Let's sit down together, not look at each other. And I'm just going to hold your hand. I want you to know I love you, even though secretly inside, I'm pissed off at you. But I'm also love you. And it's grounded in your body. No arguments and fights. Just stop talking. The worst thing you can do is talk when you're upset. If a man talks when he's upset, what's causing him to be upset on a biological level? His estrogen's too high. Every time a man's angry, his estrogen is surging, his testosterone's going down. Think of the masters. They're cool, calm, and collected. They're untouched. They're completely detached. I am completely detached. But I'm also empathetic. To be detached does not mean indifferent. Jerks are indifferent. Screw that. I don't care about that. No, to be present for someone. Everybody's talking about it. They don't know how to do it. Because there's biology involved. If you're a guy and you just talk about your feelings all the time, there's no way you can have that kind of detachment. And then he starts to get a little angry. What does the woman do? What are you feeling? Talk to me. You have to. Is it this? Is it that? I know you're feeling something. Well, he'll start feeling something. Annoyance that you keep bugging him. Men need space. The number one idea in Men Are From Mars is the cave time. Men have to have distance. Distance creates space. Space creates testosterone. Connection creates estrogen. Now, I don't want to not have estrogen. Of course, I want estrogen. Also, for a man to have an erection, he has to have a lot of testosterone and then estrogen. It takes a woman to give him an erection, or at least an imaginary woman. His subconscious mind is imagining. So we are all lost if we don't understand men and women are different. And if you're educated, you don't understand that. 50% of educated women at 50 years old will be childless and alone. So don't go to get an education. 50%. And it's going to get worse. That's just the statistics. Because they're being taught at schools. I was kicked out of Stanford. I was kicked out of Harvard for talking about men and women are different. They had to have police to protect me. I'm the evil devil. I've been completely canceled in the year 2001. I'm never allowed on any national TV show. Why? I was on every show until the new narrative came in. They're selling you a lie. And when you believe a lie, what happens is you disconnect from the truth. The more you believe a lie, and you all know the pandemic was a big lie, parts of it, or the whole thing, whatever you want to look at. We know that there was never any research to show, they all agree, we didn't have any research to say that you could spread it, that a mask would stop you from spreading it, or that if you got a vaccination, that protected everybody around you. So now people like me who are not vaccinated, I don't need vaccines, I'm healthy, I'm strong, I have an immune system. I'm living to way beyond hundreds. Why not? When you understand the secrets of male-female polarity, and when a man makes love on a regular basis with a woman he's completely connected to, he makes this is measurable now, this is just a married couple. This is not some rare Superman like me, it's a regular couple. A committed man will make, after making love with his wife, this hormone called prolactin. Prolactin is associated with long life. Prolactin is the secret hormone that keeps you healthy. Why? If you stay in a committed relationship for many, many years, statistically, you are the healthiest person on the planet. Married couples, heterosexual married couples, and sorry for the others, but everybody's got their own challenges in life, but I'm just saying, the research shows single people have more disease, they have shorter lives. Married couples live longer and have less disease and sickness. This is proven statistically. They have all those records. The next thing about married couples is people say to me, oh, well, that must be the happily married couples. I go, no, I don't know if there's any happily married couples, because everybody's suffering on this planet. Are there happy single people? If they are, they're just lying. Everybody goes through ups and downs all the time. They have moments of happiness, moments of unhappiness, moments of suffering. Suffering single people, oh, I want to be married, I want to be in a relationship, or I don't want to be in a relationship because that would be terrible. No love in their hearts at all, or have some, of course. And then you have the people who are married. They have go ups and downs. These people getting divorces or whatever. But the people that think about divorce and they say, no, I'm going to stick in here. I made my promise. I'm going to suffer with you. This is like, I forget his name. He's very popular. When he talks about relationships, he talks about it's suffering. You have to just suffer through it. I don't suffer at all in my marriage, okay? But I've learned how to react differently to the potential suffering. It's just learning these skills to do it. If you don't know how to use a software, you're going to go crazy trying to use a computer. Well, I got Adobe. I don't know how to use Adobe, and I'm trying to use that. That's a whole software, and nobody's taught me that. It's very frustrating for me. Well, marriage, that's what relationships are for people, because relationships, this is the modern world. Women are on their male side. What you can get out of a man, if you have the skills, is to motivate him to bring you back to your female side. I talked about only one point today, which is if she's talking, men, you need to listen. Thank you. Yeah, I should finish up.
Thank you.
So I want to talk about longevity. One is committed relationship, be loyal and faithful. Thank you. And the other is weight loss. Okay. Weight loss is so important for men with bellies are always producing estrogen all the time. What the fat does in the belly is in a man, it makes estrogen. And when estrogen levels go up, then when you eat food, it stores fat. And then you see these guys in the gym, they're working out and everything. They're 50 years old and they've got that belly and it doesn't go away. So I discovered, and I got renewed on this, is I was getting a belly. You can see me from last time. See, these are the pants I wore at the last one of these things. I've got like, 3 inches over there. Pants are falling down. I've got to use a belt now. What is that about? Well, I read a research study from my last soul search, which is Dr. Alvarado, something like that. He discovered a thing called protein pacing. So, in 1 week, by tripling the protein that I eat, 4 meals a day, each meal has 35 grams of protein, 4 times a day. You certainly don't get hungry. And in 5 days, I lost 5 pounds, just amping up my protein, and actually without any exercise, because I'm not a gym person. Get this muscle here. What's going on here? I got muscles. See, when anybody goes on a diet, they lose muscle mass. And when you lose muscle mass, your metabolism slows down, and now you can't lose weight. And then you go on another diet, and you starve yourself for a little while, and you lose muscle mass. It just burns up your muscle mass. So then without the muscle mass, your metabolism goes down. So people who diet keep going down and down. So this guy discovered just eat more, but eat more of the right things. So it's mainly protein in order to build your muscle mass up, restore your metabolism, because what was happening for me is I could fast, I could not fast, I could not eat hardly any calories, and I still couldn't lose, now I'm at 15 pounds. I want to go back to my teenage weight, okay? So we'll see if I go. But 15 pounds in 2 weeks, just giving myself more protein and scheduling every 4 hours around that time. So I'm running out of time here. I would love for you can look him up, Dr. Alvarado. My team now is counseling people for free. If you want to be counseled on how to lose pounds in 1 month, to lose at least 20 pounds, It's all double-blind studies, These are peer-reviewed, not double-blind, peer-reviewed clinical studies. Everybody says, I'll help you lose weight, this pill will do it, this will do it. None of those are peer-reviewed. None of it. This is 3 major peer-reviewed studies by this guy. He's done over 25 studies, but he came across this discovery. Eat more protein. And when it does, now the truth is I'm not eating donuts on this diet. Okay, I'm not hungry. I just don't feel hungry at all. When you're really full, you don't think about those things. It's not like a mind trip. Literally, your body has so much energy. And I'm really against now the intermediate fasting thing where I was eating one meal a day for like 15 years. I just eat dinner. Okay, so you habituate to that and feel really good, stabilize your blood sugar, and you have lots of energy on that. But my metabolism was slowing down more and more. All I had to do was eat a bowl of ice cream and I'd gain 1.5 pounds or 2 because I had no metabolism to burn it off. It would just sit there. So now I can't eat ice cream. Well, this drink that I'm having is like ice cream. It's just all protein ice cream. It's fantastic. So if you want coaching on that, I'm going to pass out a form before we leave. I guess I don't know where it is, but they were going to give me a form to fill out. Who will run to the desk? And would you go get that form for me? Just tell them at the desk, John needs the form to fill out. And if you want coaching, and we need pens. If you want that free, just find out what it is. You don't have no obligation to do anything, but it's Ellen, who I'm working with. She's very beautiful. She knows all this stuff. She was a movie star before. She's an amazing lady. So we've teamed up to help people. I'm so excited about this. What I know is that I'm dedicated to marriage and love, commitment. I've talked about that. I know in this class, I'll have 6 whole sessions. We'll go into great depth and all kinds of practical things you can do as a woman. There's a lot of single women in here. How do you get a man to do what you want him to do? There's an art to that. Now, the first thing I talked about is get a man to listen. You know how to get a man to listen? You say, I'm going to talk, and I don't want you to say anything. Just listen. I will feel better if you say nothing. Simple technique. What man is going to say, oh, I need to talk? And if he does, no, not now. I just need to vent what's going on. And guess what? I'm not going to complain about you at all. I'm just going to talk about problems in my life that have nothing to do with you. And if something seems like it does, I don't mean it to. Because that's why men get defensive. Is when you make a man the problem, he can't solve your problem because he is the problem. Never make the man the problem. Describe the problem and he wants to solve it. That's what men do. That's the worst. That's our worst communication skill. You start talking to a problem, we're going to say, oh, don't worry about that. Oh, that's not a big deal. So what's the point of this? Well, what do you want me to do? See, he wants to solve the problem. So you have to utilize that power you have. He wants to save your life. He wants to be the hero.
There's no one in the front, and they're packing up.
Well, that's not it. This is the ladies that are running the show.
Yeah, I'm going to find them. I'll try again.
Try again. It's the beautiful blonde lady and the short lady, Tangela. They probably in the other class. They didn't do that. I'll give you, I have her phone number. I'll just give you her phone number. Yes.
Who's supposed to?
First of all, does anybody want to get that coaching from her? Does anybody want that? Raise your hand if you want that. So
I want to know about it.
yeah, you want to know about it. Absolutely. You were going to feel so good. You got that nice belly.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's often called.
Let's go to the back of this list.
Oh,
It's from the back.
oh, thank you. A woman figures these things out. Here, and if you want to go ahead and just put your phone numbers down. If you want, try to write real neatly. Last time we had all this scribbling. So if you can't write neat, ask some woman to write for you. Or usually they
What do you
can.
want, emails?
No, I don't want emails, just phone numbers. Your name and your phone number, and she'll call you. Last time we couldn't read any of the emails.
And I have a phone number to sign up for your seminars.
Do you have a phone number?
I do not. I used to. Something happened. I
Okay.
know everything is online, but I remember talking to Helena.
Yeah, Helena. Okay, let me give you Helena's number. If you want, this is Helena's number. You want to sign up for the seminar.
Yes.
What's her number? There. It's 415.
Wait.
Okay. And by the way, any of you today want to take my seminar in August, it's half price for you. And for you, it's free because you've taken it before. So you get free. Yes, you're here. All my graduates get it for free. It's wonderful. I'm happy to help them.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. So you should come for free too. And your friends can come for half price. Half price. It's $500, but you come for half price. That's $250, which it makes it what it was back when I started teaching about 30 years ago. That's what it used to be. Okay. Okay.
415.
That was a 41. That's Helena, my assistant. Okay. How did I get to that before? Let me just do this again. Okay. But you think I'd be more prepared for this. This is going to happen. Okay, here it is. Alina. And here is info. And 415-318.
Yes.
Says 318-9456.
318.
318-9456.
What is her name?
Helena.
Alina.
Helena.
Halina.
Yes.
And what is her last name?
Popko.
Yes, Popko.
Popko. She's from your country. Where you're from, Romania?
Poland.
Poland. She's from, like Polish relatives. It's a whole. She's like you. Yeah. People sound different from different parts of the world.
Like a website or something like that?
I do have a website. You can also sign up at the website marsvenus.com. Like under events, you get all the information of it. marsvenus.com. You have her phone number, and then also if you want to get coaching, Ellen, I have Helena as my assistant. Ellen is my weight loss coach. If you'd like to use that. Now, what I promised you is it's a 30-day program. You will lose if you need to lose weight, and not if you don't lose weight, you just build more muscle mass. I mean, it's amazing. I have way more muscle mass. I'm stronger than I was before in just 2 weeks. But you will lose at least 20 pounds, which is wonderful, by eating more. It's an amazing. It's fantastic. Okay, it's fabulous. It's fabulous. Okay, that's my female side. Happy, excited, girly. Nothing like losing weight. You feel lighter, you feel more free, you feel more confident. You know, when you can't lose weight, you feel powerless in life. Okay, any other questions about all this stuff? Everybody's got your information? What's that?
This is for the lose weight?
About getting energy.
Yeah, that's to get, way more energy, way more energy. See, energy comes with metabolism increases. Protein increases metabolism. That's what it does. And when you fast or you diet, your metabolism always goes down, and then it sets there. And so then your body doesn't able to lose, you'll eat food again, food will come in your body, and your ability to burn that fuel becomes even less and less. It takes muscle mass to do it. And who would have thought eating more protein? And again, the shakes have very little. I'll tell you, you're drinking lots of.
Vegan or?
No, it's not vegan.
It's whey.
It's whey, but here's the thing. We have the most inventive program with whey that Swiss scientists figured this out. If you take undenatured whey protein, that means not heavily pasteurized, so it's still alive, and you put it in hot water, the shake itself, that I recommend, you could do it with others too, but you've got your whey protein and you've got enzymes that got the Nobel Prize for discovering these enzymes that break down proteins. They're different enzymes. And you put the shake in the hot water, 100 degrees or more, you put it in the shake, that activates the enzymes, and then it incubates for 45 minutes. So it looks like this much shake, and it like rises up. It's all cooking itself. So what you're getting is that protein. See, protein is like a walnut shell. Your digestion has to break it down to pull out the amino acids to build muscle mass and to make brain chemicals. So it's a matter of getting amino acids. When you eat plant proteins, you're getting 10% of the amino acids. That's all you get. When you have protein shakes, you're getting 15 to 20%. When you're eating egg whites or steak or meats, you're getting 30%. That's all you're getting. And the rest has to be thrown away by your body. And it's also toxic. It's the die-off of it. When you incubate these shakes, it's now been tested, 91% of the protein converts into amino acids. It's bioavailable, which is why your brain works so much better, because you want to get the amino acids into your brain. And I know what I'm talking about with amino acids because 25 years ago, I was diagnosed with Parkinson's, and I went to a clinic in Mexico, which gave me amino acid therapy. And the amino acid therapy cured up my Parkinson's, and had to keep doing it for a while. And that's when I really got into protein shakes, which is, even then I was taking an enzyme active protein shake, but I wasn't fully incubated. It worked. Even that did it. And it worked for any alcoholic. It works for any ADD type thing, helping all these situations because you're getting what your brain needs. But then when they discovered 91% of absorption, this is a big, big breakthrough. And, you just have to prepare your drink 45 minutes before you can drink it. If you don't have the 45 minutes, if you only have 10, at least do 10. But I know I want that 91%. You know, I've got an aging brain here. I'm going to keep it working and focused and so forth. I think I did a pretty good job today. How did I do? Let me know when you're clapping. I'm so excited you hung around. So with a small group like this, any other questions, I'm happy to answer anything, and people can wander out as I'm answering.
So the shakes, you
Yes.
take one or how many shakes?
What you do is you start, they'll give you coaching on it because there's
Okay.
different variations for people.
Okay.
But it looks a bit like this, which is within the first 45 minutes of waking up. What I do is I get up, I go put the shake in the water, and then I go do all my stuff, and then I've got my shake, and I put it in a blender, and I drink it, put ice in. First it's warm because it incubates. Then I add ice to it, makes it like a delicious vanilla shake. There's also a chocolate shake. And in the beginning, it's very bland because it's super low sugar. And also when it incubates, the sugar that's in it is used up because sugar is used up in the incubation process. So it's like another aspect of it is your brain adapts to saying, wow, this shake is making me feel good and there's no sugar in it. See, most of us are trained, sugar makes us feel good, but then it drops us. So I'll tell you a few things for me. I wanted to get another life insurance policy, but it was ridiculous because my blood pressure, even though I was an intermittent fasting for all these years, I'm very healthy. My blood pressure was like 160 over 80, and sometimes 170 over 80. I couldn't understand it because I'm a relaxed person. It was all because I wasn't eating. Okay, you've got to eat to keep your blood pressure right there. You know, my heart, everything's working hard to get everything working because there's no fuel in my body. So after 2 weeks, I tested my blood sugar twice, and it was 132 over 70, and I did it this morning. It was 128. No, it was 120 over 70, something like that, all the way down to 120. It's like, whoa, all I did was get food in my body, build my muscle mass, increase my metabolism. Because, you know, I remember my mother was my age. I said, what's it like getting older? You know, I have her genes and everything. And she was lying on her bed and she says, everything's wonderful. It's just don't have the same energy I had. And it was interesting. This last year, I was starting to drop in my energy level. I think, I guess this is what happened to Mom. So that also motivated me. It's like, I understood. Not eating will lower your metabolism, controlling lots of dieting and everything. We need to do the opposite, which is eat lots of protein. So it looks like first thing in the morning, then 4 to 5 hours later, another shake, 4 to 5 hours, then eat lunch or something, then have 4 or 5 hours later, another shake. And then you can have dinner if you want, or usually I'm not feeling hungry, but sometimes I'll just have some steak and it just tastes good. And then 1 hour, this is the big one, 1 hour before bed. Everybody says don't eat before bed.
Yeah, right.
Okay, don't eat. This is the best time. You put pure protein into your body. Protein is what you lose 3 pounds in the night. Now check it out. I've been losing. It's like during the day you're just busy, then you're sleeping. Your body is regenerating itself. It needs that protein, and so that's the key to this. And I remember my mother used to take collagen before she'd go to bed, and that was that form of protein. So there's other aspects of this depending on how fast you want to go. If you want to go really fast, then you do 5 days of building up. It's called building it up, building it up, building it. Then go 2 days with this bone broth and a lot of adaptogens. So it's like a hot soup that you got a hot soup, and you don't feel hungry at all. I know fasting is scary for people, but they had never fasted after all of that. All this protein and muscles in your body, suddenly it's very easy. And then if you're fasting and you're really hungry, just have a shake, not a big deal. You know, this is amazing, enjoyable process where you just go, wow. And Tangela was here. She's done it for a week and she now lost 5 pounds. Okay, in 1 week doing the protein stacking. I call it protein stacking, but Dr. Arciela calls it protein pacing. He says the right times, but the right times are about every 4 to 5 hours. Because if you go too long, then what happens if you go into starvation mode, and you don't want to go into a starvation mode. So you want to just satisfy yourself. So just amping up the protein. Amazing. So she'll help you with that.
Like a salad before.
So a lot of questions come up for people. And so what we do, that's why you need a coach, and you need someone that you're talking to, and you say, I'm going to do this. And that commitment makes a lot happen. So what was anything else? Any relationship question? Okay.
I'm curious if you're working on your next book.
Say that again?
Are you working on a new book?
Yes, I have a new book. It's called Biohack. I don't know the title of it yet, but it's a book. It might just be the name of this one. But in the book, it's filled with teaching all about the power of commitment. Nobody's yet written about that. Okay, I started it 15 years ago, and now the research has come out to back up my idea of this hormone that gets produced. They found this hormone in little mice that are monogamous. Okay, these little creatures that are monogamous, they have a lot of this particular hormone. And then it turns out that married men make this hormone. So then I started talking about this is the monogamy hormone. And then we start finding out, okay, what causes you to create it? If you do porn, if you do these things, you lose it. It's like starting over each time. What you want to do is build it up. When you can build it up, like for many years, then it's very easy to practice the kind of making love, the top level of enlightened sexuality, which is where the man becomes multi-orgasmic without any control. He never needs to ejaculate. So this means he's available at any moment that she is available. And when a man has that much potency, sexual potency, it keeps a woman's estrogen up. Every time a man ejaculates, it kind of knocks her potency down, knocks his potency down, then they kind of build it up. That's why you have to keep having regular sex. I mean, there's so much to this, and that will be what that book is, because generally women can't feel desire for sex unless their estrogen levels double. It's ironic. It's like if a man has low testosterone, low male hormones, very easy for him to desire sex with a stranger. Very hard for him to desire sex with his wife. So I'm going to explain the biology of that mystery, because what prolactin does, it inhibits a man's ability to be interested in sex. So he doesn't want to wander straight. Nature did this to men. If you commit to a woman, make love to her to make a baby, a family, it takes away your sex drive. However, there's other factor in it, which is a man is making testosterone, more testosterone than a woman, and a woman's making more estrogen than a man. That's called polarity. Now, our biology is that way. We're supposed to make at least 10 times more testosterone just to feel good than a woman needs. And a woman needs to make 10 times more estrogen just to feel happy than a man, 10 times more than a man. Then for her to feel sexual desire, I mean, literally her body is longing to be penetrated. We're not talking about addiction to clitoral stimulation. We're talking the real thing. And then the real thing is multi-orgasmic. For her to have that much estrogen and testosterone allows her to be multi-orgasmic. And this is all biology. They measured all this stuff. and so how do you do that? And what do you do in a relationship where you're trying to figure out with your husband when you're going to have sex? Because if he actually says, do you want to have sex? Well, you look at your body, not really, but if it's something I can do for you, okay. Most men today don't even want that. We're so enlightened. I don't want to have sex with somebody who don't want to have sex with me. So then his sexuality gets suppressed because her estrogen levels aren't high enough. But when he knows what to do outside the bedroom, and she knows what to do to get him to do those things outside the bedroom. And I just gave you one hack, which is just talk about other things in your life other than him. It's usually when women are so stressed, that's when they need to talk. And it all gets projected onto him. For fun, since you're here, we're having a good time. I'm going to give you an example of what's called displacement. So what goes on, and the more you're on your male side, the more you will displace your negative feelings onto your husband or your male figure in your life. But I'm going to give you an example. I think everybody would love this example. A long time ago, my dog at the ranch, we had a ranch, I don't have it anymore, but the old dog had a bone. I gave the dog a bone, and now it was time to leave. Dog would not leave because he wanted to hold on to that bone, right? You don't take a bone away from a dog. Well, nobody told me that. So I reached in to take I said, come on, let's just go. This is my dog I love. I'm going to take the bone, and it drew blood. Now, ironically, with my Facebook page at the time, I told that story, and I said, should I kill the dog, or should I just not give the dog a bone? And 90% of the people said, kill the dog. Because that's the standard thing. If a dog draws blood, you kill it. Because it's dangerous. No, you just don't give the dog a bone. I think that about everything. So the next story here is that day when that dog bit me, it created a physiological response that I'd never had before, which was intense rage inside of me. I'd been penetrated, blood was coming out of me. And I took that dog and I threw him in the back seat of the car, and I'm sitting in the car. I look at my wife. I mean, I'm riled up, okay, like I've never been before. And she's just real quiet. And I said, you know, honey, I feel like I just want to take that dog and throw it out the window. And she just nodded her head and says, yes, I understand. Now imagine if she said, well, John, you know, you should never take a bone out of a dog. That's what happens. What would have happened in that moment?
You got mad.
That rage, I feel like I want to throw her out the window. That's real. That's called real displacement. Maybe you can relate to some experience in your past. It just, boom, somebody wants to defend the person you're upset with. Now you're upset with that person. That's called displacement. And because the world is so stressful for women, more so than men, this is another biological test that was done. Women in the workplace, if they're earning money, or they're more independent, and the independent women measure their cortisol levels. They're on average, this is not every woman, some women walk around flying and floating, okay, but on average, their cortisol levels are twice as high as the men's in the same situations. Then when those women come home, their cortisol levels, whether they're married or not, their cortisol levels double. You all experience that. It's like this, it's the second shift. You're doing this shift. You're designed to do this shift. Now, do we have to go back to that? Well, some fortunate people could, but we don't have to, because it's all a matter of the hormones. You're making male hormones. If you're in your brain, you're anticipating coming home to a circumstance that will boost your estrogen. Like, let's say you have a husband, is coming home who actually knows how to treat you with respect. And you can train men to do that, by the way. Men have no background to how to respect women. We're all taught you respect somebody who makes a lot of money, who are stronger and bigger than you. Now, women are the ones who need respect. Men need respect, but women need way more. And they used to be men would bow down to women. Women were the magic being. The goddess religions were all about worshiping the woman. This is what it was. And then now let's worship the God the Father. So we went from one extreme to the other extreme. We would find that balance of masculine and feminine, where it's not embarrassing for men to worship a woman. They are the source of love. They gave us life. But for him to be able to do that, he has to get something to keep his testosterone up. So if you complain about him, he's down. If you correct him, he's down. If you boss him around, he's down. Testosterone knocks down. So how do you control and manage the person in your life? You have to manage a man. Because if he's stepping on your feet, you can't have him continuing to step on your foot. You're gonna have to go, ow, and he does it again, ow, ow. Now you're yelling and screaming and complaining. So you have to know how to ask him, oh, honey, would you not do that? And know how to do it. I give you the art of how to ask a man to do things in a way where he'll go, oh gosh, I'm so sorry. So easy to do when you understand the way men think and feel. You just don't. You have a whole different reality. And so we are complicated to you, but we're super simple. A man can define himself as super simple. A woman could never define a man. And a woman cannot define herself as super simple. And she's not super simple. If you look at chocolate ice cream, it is the most complicated flavor in existence. And vanilla is the least complicated flavor. Men are vanilla and women are chocolate. These are realities. This is a polarity. And yet to use the software is very complicated, but becomes very easy once you understand the software. And for men, super easy. So if there was like a couple, like even this course coming up in August, there's a couple who says, only one can come because they have a child and they feel they need to keep the child. I said, okay, who should it be? The woman. Women have the power in relationships. This is it. I mean, you were designed, you give birth to us. Every man, when he wants to leave a relationship, he says the same thing. No matter what I do, it doesn't make her happy. I just want her to be happy. Because I point out to him, you don't know what to do. You think you're doing the right stuff. You're overworking. You're overdoing. You're not doing any of the simple stuff that a woman needs. And if I could summarize it in a simple concept, what are the things you did to win her over? They were not that complicated. It was very simple. You hold her hand, you tell her how much you love her, you say she's beautiful, you look at her, you desire her, all those things. That's what she needs always. It doesn't take a lot of energy to do the little things that I point out. And some are very creative. You never heard of them before. They're called biohacks. The second one is what can she do? Now, it's not so much what she does, because it's all kind of automatic in the beginning, because in the beginning, there's newness. When there's newness, it produces dopamine in both men and women. Dopamine in a man raises testosterone. If a woman feels safe, because this man has got a lot of testosterone focused at her wanting to please her, if she feels safe, then that newness stimulates high levels of estrogen. But that dopamine is temporary. It's a drug. It will go away. It gives you a glimpse of what I have in my life because I have these relationship skills. If I did not practice them, it would all go away in a week. I mean, literally, I have to do these things so I feel like that guy when I fell in love, when I knelt before my wife and said, I want to dedicate my life to you. Will you marry me? And this is a feeling that men cannot access except through women, except through doing things that will raise a woman's estrogen, will raise his estrogen. And if we don't have that, what you have is men that are not committed, men that are grumpy, irritable. You can't ask them to do anything. They resist everything. You got women who have built up lists and lists and lists of resentment. He didn't do this. He doesn't do this, because you have a super memory. Men don't have a super memory like you. When I'm under stress, my memory goes away. If it's adrenaline causes men to stop feeling, remembering, and just focus on one thing. For women, when there's adrenaline being produced in her body, there's 8 times more blood flow compared to a man to the emotional memory. 8 times more. So you're going to remember every bad thing that ever happened if you're in a stress state. And at that time is where men have to learn, if you're going to talk to me, I need to duck and dodge and not take anything personally. It's like, I was a karate kid when I was younger. I was in magazines for learning karate. So you have to learn the art of fighting with your partner without punching them afterwards, but giving them a big hug. But what women can do is, because men are not karate masters yet, is they have to learn how to communicate about other problems, and don't ask them to say, and don't solve them. I just need to talk about this, and then I'll feel better. And as you feel better, your estrogen levels go up. Your brain does not focus on problems. Your brain only focuses on problems, or over focuses on problems, because that will raise your estrogen back up and feel good, because it is a drug. So it's counseling for many women, it's just their weekly drug. Unless their therapist helps them realize that 90% of the upset that they feel in their body has nothing to do with your partner. That's another thing I will teach in this 6-week class, is to understand the 90-10 principle. Is that your responses to your partner, if they're stress producing, 90% of it has to do with other things in your past. And to be able to process those things in your past frees you from having those reactions in the present time. If there's a reason, there's always reasons to be upset at your partner. But is there a reason to be that upset with your partner? Well, there are reasons for that. They have nothing to do with your partner, but other things. And that's understanding the displacement of what goes on when our partner triggers us. It will bring up something from our past. And when does that happen the most? If you have sex. When you have sex, you bring up the past, because there's no other time in your life as an adult where you can have the childlike feelings. Although they're not exactly, because you're an adult being sexual, but you feel love. That's why couples call each other baby, honey, sweetie, la 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 la. See, it's the doorway to access the inner child. Okay, what did Jesus say? He said, "Be like a child, you enter the kingdom of heaven." And that's what making enlightened sexuality, making love, can be. A visit to heaven every week. What a great thing. Well, you're just my fans. You're sitting here forever, so I'm gonna finish up. I want to thank everybody online that's indulged and listened to this for all this time. I hope we're inviting you to join our soul search, inviting you to contact marsvenus.com, and we have contact us if you're also interested in getting coaching on how you can lose 20 pounds easy by more food in your body, more protein in your body in 30 days. So please contact us. And also for my seminars, if you can't make the August seminar, come to another one. It'll be online. Come to Soul Search meetings and you get half price on my seminars. So I look forward to seeing you here. Thank you all. It's been a real pleasure to be with you. And before you speak, double it. You got to give me some and I will give hugs. The other one's hugs as well. So I think we want to turn this off. I don't know how to do that, but they've gone. I think if I just close it, it will go off.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.